Okay, we are live. Welcome everyone to round four coverage of the 2024 Chess Olympiad. I'm your host, Eric Rosen, and I'm joined by the one and only Gary Shankar. Gary, welcome. It's great to have you.
Hi, Eric. I'm honored to be here and also very honored to commentate with Lichess as well.
I think this is our first time doing commentary together, right? Like, have we commentated as a team before?
No, this is the first time. Yeah, it's very exciting for
Yeah.
sure.
I had you take over my channel a few months ago to commentate my over the board games, but it's great to be not a player and actually watch people play chess and yeah, not have to
Yes.
stress about winning or losing.
Yes, and I remember you played pretty well that tournament as well, and it was a lot of fun streaming your games to your amazing audience. I see Ilya's in the chat. Hi, Ilya, and everyone else as well.
Yeah, shout out to everyone watching across Twitch and YouTube. If you just joined, you've joined at the right time because games are about to go underway. I think there is about a 15-minute broadcast delay, so
Okay.
in about 5 minutes, games should be set to start. And yeah, how much have you been following the tournament so far?
Uh, so I also teach like in school, and it just started this week, so I've been so busy,
Mm,
but I've been trying to follow a little bit.
gotcha.
I watched Magnus's game yesterday, and I watched some of the commentary with you and Ilya just to also get ready for the commentary.
Very
But
nice.
yeah, there's so much going on, so many games. It's kind of hard to keep up with everything.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's a huge tournament. There's like so many different storylines between like the top teams and top players, but also the lower boards and the countries that maybe you haven't heard of before. So
Yeah, I
hopefully
heard
throughout the
that
show, yeah, we'll get to see a bunch of
there were
different.
some upsets. I think there was a 1900 player who was like winning against Mohamed Diarra, and then they drew, and there was many upsets. And it's always fascinating to me. It seems like every year the chess knowledge is spreading, that the upsets are becoming more and more common. I don't know if you notice this phenomenon
I
of
I've definitely noticed it. Yeah, it's like
yeah,
across all tournaments, and especially at a tournament like this where there's huge like rating differentials in the matchups. Yeah, I mean, round one was crazy. Like there were so many games at where the lower rated player was crushing the super
exactly.
grandmaster. So yeah, maybe we'll
Everyone
see
is
more of
just
that
so good
today.
nowadays. The
Right.
knowledge of chess has gone up so much. It's fascinating and it's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
so
let's hop
the yeah,
into the standings just to get a quick glance of where we're at and
absolutely.
who's on top. Of course, like the big names: India, USA, Uzbekistan, China, all with perfect scores so far. Just as a reminder, if you win a match in a round, you get 2 points. There's been 3 rounds so far, so multiple teams have a perfect match score of 6 points. And yeah, a lot of these teams are facing up against each other today. And we also have the women's standings. We see USA is perfect across both sections,
Mhm.
along with a lot of other big names, including Spain and England and China, Bulgaria, France, India, etc. So,
Okay. 1 second, Eric. I see
yep.
a lot of chat comments saying that my volume is a little bit too low.
Oh, apologies for
Maybe.
that. Let me lower mine and raise yours a little bit.
Okay.
We do appreciate any feedback from chat. So, yeah, if anything can
Absolutely.
be
We're here
improved
to
with the
talk to you.
stream, please do let us know.
And I can also increase my gain for my microphone too, Eric, as well.
Sweet.
Okay. Let us know if it's good now, guys.
Okay. Now, hopefully, people can see us along with the pairings for the round. And we have a nice view here. This is the lichess.org broadcast page. If you want to have access to this page and navigate everything yourself and watch whatever games you choose, then links are in the chat via various chat commands. You can also just go to lichess.org. It is being promoted on the homepage. But we do see the player matchups here. So,
Yes.
are there any matches or games that you're most interested in today?
Me, of course, the Magnus game. I'm interested to see that. Fabiano as well. The top boards, of course, we're going to be focusing on
Hmm.
clearly. And also, I'm following the Indian chess team as well. So excited to see all the games from Gukesh and Prague as well. and Argentine guy. See, so that's gonna be exciting. And also, I want to see if are there any upsets happening, and we want to focus on them. And we need the audience's help to figure out those games because we have like 100 boards.
That's
So
true.
if you
Yeah.
see a game that's really interesting, guys, let us know in the chat, and we will come around to it for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And let's actually check out the camera feeds for this round.
Yes.
We do have a select few matches on camera. We see the US players, at least a few US players at their seats, and see Ivanchuk there on, is he board two? Yeah, Ivanchuk
Good
is one of
question.
like the most interesting characters in the chess world.
Hmm.
And he actually lost a pretty devastating game yesterday to one of Australia's grandmasters, Bobby Chang. Not sure if you saw that game, but it was decided in a
I did
one-move
not.
blunder in time trouble. Like he just walked into
Oh
a
no.
fork.
Okay.
But his team still won, so hopefully he can play better quality chess today. And Ivanchuk is playing Grandmaster Wesley So, who is yet to be seated.
I see.
And then we
When
also,
we were playing, we have experience with team chess, Eric and I, when we
yeah,
played at state.
that's true. Yeah, some nostalgia. The
Yeah.
IHSA high school state championship in Illinois.
Yes. So I remember we have 8 boards. And was there ever a rule that if board one doesn't show up, the second board couldn't start? I think I remember that being a case. Do you know if that was true for
I don't think
us?
that's the case in this tournament,
Okay,
but
not in this
it's
tournament.
definitely the
Yes.
case in Illinois high school chess. Is like the top board had to be there before the rest of the team could start.
Yeah. Imagine if
So
that rule was here.
yeah,
That'd be
especially
crazy.
with Magnus showing up
Yeah. Yeah,
almost
that'd be
like forfeiting yesterday, showing up nearly a half hour late, which I think is a forfeiting time,
yeah.
if I'm not mistaken.
Magnus was certainly very lucky yesterday that the round was like 10 minutes delayed
Hmm.
because he would forfeit after 30 minutes. Is that right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the round started I think 15 minutes late yesterday, and there's a whole
Yeah.
story that he biked to the venue. Apparently, he got lost, couldn't find the entrance, and then he was saved by the FIDE photographer, Photo Chess,
Yeah,
Maria.
Maria.
So
Yeah.
she
That's a
kind of
nice
saved the
story.
day, right? And this is
Yes.
actually the video feed of Magnus's board. He's playing Grandmaster Viktor Gazik from Slovakia, but doesn't look like Magnus
Awesome.
has arrived yet.
Not
So
again.
have to keep
What?
an eye on it.
Yes. Also, I had to say that this is one of the best production I've seen from commentating and all the cameras set up. And I think Eric went above and beyond and got an individual camera for each game in some of the boards, which is
At least some of
amazing.
the
So thank you,
boards.
Eric.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes,
I'm hoping that
very nice.
nothing breaks during the show. But yeah, it's great that we do have live video feeds. And big shout out to especially Leonard, who is in Budapest. I think he's like the mastermind behind this whole setup. And also the
Right.
Lichess production team as well. They definitely help with
Yes.
technical support.
Shout out to Dominic. Okay.
So yeah, we have a nice kind of extension here that if I click on a board, it will load in the video feed. And we actually see the games begin. We have Ding
Okay.
Liren playing his first move. Looks like pawn to d4. It's China against Armenia today.
We decided to turn off the engine and eval bar for at least for the beginning. And we're gonna use it maybe sporadically to if the position gets really, really complicated out of our pay grade, I guess, right?
Right. Yeah.
So we'll start off without the engine. And so wish us luck, guys. And I will also ask the audience if they want to see an eval bar really badly, we will turn that on, but not the engine moves, just the bar. So maybe we'll, when people come in, we'll ask their opinion later on. So
I don't think
yeah,
we need the eval bar for at least
yeah,
the opening stages of the
yeah, we're
game.
gonna skip that for now. Okay, so let's start commentating then.
So I'm realizing that the moves are not coming in, even though we have the moves on the board. So I'm just trying to like keep up with what is being
Okay,
played. It looks like
Okay.
a QGD with knight f3 and knight c3. So
I know that you're really an expert at the QGD with black, Eric. You play that all your life.
yeah,
This
yeah, it's one of my like favorite openings, and it's an
okay.
opening that I played since childhood, and I've played so many different moves in this exact position. Between I mean, bishop e7 is like the old main line, but then there's more modern approaches. There's a6, there's knight bd7. I've really been enjoying knight bd7 recently.
Okay. And what is the difference between playing knight bd7 and a6? Although they played c5, so I think
c5,
it's a
right?
Tarish now, right? So never mind.
Yeah, there's a lot of nuance. I mean, all the moves are playable, but
Hmm.
it kind of depends what sort of structure you want to go for. When you play a6, you're really looking to take and then play like c5, b5.
Right.
Knight d7 is more flexible, where you're reacting to what the opponent wants to do. Like if bishop to g5, you could go for Cambridge Springs. But there's also cases where you take or sometimes play bishop b4.
Right.
C5 is not a move I've really explored that much on a serious level, but it's definitely popular these days.
Yeah, I think that the engines are showing that these IQP positions are more than playable. I remember that they had such a bad reputation 15 years ago, maybe, right? But
Mhm.
now it's all the rage because concretely, black has a lot of play. And one more thing I want to say is the fascinating thing about opening for me is like what you just said with the A6 and IBD7 is finding out like what are the each specific move's drawbacks and like how does each uh move, what does it get, what does it lose, and then how do you respond to that to take advantage of it. And it's like you have every move loses some opportunity but also gains something, and to weigh
Right.
those pluses and minuses of each move, the opening, and figuring it out, it's like a maze. Especially in the Italian, and I think it's another opening where it's like there's so many move
There's so
orders,
many
and like
different
each move
branches, right?
you can drive yourself insane because when you play knight bd2, you block your bishop, but
Hmm.
then you maybe are flexible, you don't castle, or if you play rook e1, allow knight g4, and f2 is vulnerable, or if you play h3, you're spending a tempo. There's so many little nuances, and you can really drive yourself insane like trying to figure it out, and it can get really confusing.
Yeah,
uh
I'll say though, this is one of my favorite parts of chess is actually diving
mhm.
into the opening nuances. And it really, like, if you know an opening really well, it gives you a better appreciation for how deep
Yes.
chess can be,
Yes.
especially when preparing for an opponent where you're trying to figure out what their tendencies are, figure out what holes might be in the repertoire, and then exploit them.
Yes.
And at a high level, I mean, it's so necessary to have like a robust opening preparation and be able to deeply prepare for specific opponents.
Okay. By the way, the moves are live on the boards as well, so you don't need to manually put them in anymore. So that's awesome. And yeah, this particular variation with c takes d4, I have not studied.
I haven't studied either, but I do have the Lichess Masters database open,
Okay.
and Ding has played this position previously against none other than Magnus Carlsen. So,
And he
uh,
lost.
and he lost. Yeah, I guess he played the black pieces against Magnus,
Ah, okay.
and yeah, right, because Magnus was white. This is
Hmm.
back in 2020, so maybe Ding is trying to bring back an idea from the past and redeem himself in this line.
But we have one question in the chat. How's Ding doing mentally recently? Like, is he better? Is he back in form? What do you think, Eric?
I don't know so well. I mean, it seems like he's been more active in recent months compared to like the last couple years. But I think this tournament will be very telling to see if he can just compose himself mentally, avoid blunders. It's of course very difficult when he's playing lower the players pretty much every round, and draws do cost him some rating. He did draw
Hmm.
his first two games of this event, and you know what? If he draws this game, he's going to fall below Hans Niemann in the live rating list. So
Oh no.
yeah, I'm not sure how much he actually cares about his rating in general, but I'm sure he cares more about just the quality of his chess.
Hmm. What do you think? So, what do you think is a cause of like his rating going? Is it like not playing a lot at not a lot of tournaments after the World Championship, or is it just psychological, or both? Because I see some players who take a break and they come back even stronger, or
Hmm.
like it's like they never left. They could not play a tournament. But some players they don't play for a while and then they forget how to play chess, for example. So which one is it in Ding's case?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I'm really not sure. And he hasn't given like too many like super in-depth interviews.
Right.
So, I mean, clearly, if you look at the quality of his games, maybe within the last year compared to before he won the world championship, seems like he was a better player before he was actually world champion.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe like winning the world championship actually took some toll on like his overall mental well-being. But
Right.
and it'll be super interesting to see not only how he does in this event, but also at the world championship match, which is only in what a couple more months. It starts late November.
Right. That'd be exciting. Okay, we have a few more moves. E4, D takes E4. So black is currently actually up a pawn, but very temporarily because after king takes D8, does knight G5 happen? Yes, it does.
And this is
And I
still within the realm of opening theory,
yeah, I remember bishop E6 is a move in this position, right? And
which I
then
believe was played. Yeah, if we see on the board.
okay, and then knight takes, or does white kind of wait? I think white should probably just take it and go. Oh, okay,
Ooh,
bishop B5.
bishop
Is that a new
b5.
move?
So I have this position in the master's database before bishop b5. This position has occurred 324 times,
Okay,
and the draw rate is 84%. So this is an incredibly solid line for black. And I think it's a pretty wise opening choice by the Armenian board one is to play something solid and make Ding try and prove himself. The main move by far is knight takes e6. Just grab the
right.
bishop pair, damage black structure. But bishop b5 is an alternative, very rare alternative, only played 9 times out of
Okay,
the
it's more
300 plus
fighting,
moves.
I presume, because 86% draw rate after knight takes E6 is one of the most depressing statistics I've ever seen.
Right.
And for the fans as well, because it means that there's not much life in the position, right? And white is just trying to press with maybe very little risk. But bishop B5 from Ding, maybe it's a sign that he wants to try to win this game,
Yeah,
try
he's
to clear
clearly
some
prepared. I
paths.
mean, he basically
Hmm.
blitzed out this move, and it's also seems like a good strategy to get his opponent out of any sort of pre-game opening preparation. And we see, how do I say his name? I just call him Hike. We
Yeah,
see Hike just spending some time here, not making his move
Martirosyan,
immediately.
I believe.
Martirosyan. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah. So it's possible that he's like familiar with this move, but clearly it's an opening surprise given that he's not playing his next move immediately.
right. He's looking away from the board, which means that usually they're trying to remember, what opening file? Well, what was that? When did I last look at my opening file? Oh,
He
he
plays
makes a move.
a6. Okay, so didn't take
Okay.
too long there. Imagine Ding is still prepared for this move. And the most notable game in the Masters database is Giri against Vidit. Giri beat Vidit in this exact position in 2021. Looks like Ding retreated to a4.
So what's the point of delaying knight takes e6 and going bishop b5? What is the main idea that white's trying to do? Is white trying to just castle quickly or delay some development from black, discourage knight c6? What was the main idea behind this developing the bishop first?
That's a great question. I wonder if like there's cases where you don't actually take the bishop, but rather just take on e4 and then leave the
Keep
bishop here and win
flexibility.
back your pawn. Ding castles here, which is still the main move. There's been 5 games in this position previously. And
Okay.
I think it's going to be very telling here how long black takes on his next move. because this is a branching
Right.
position. Out of the 5 games that happened in this position, there's been 3 different moves played between bishop e4, knight c5, and b5. So all of these moves look very logical. They're just
Right.
improving on the queen side or developing. So, and any preference as black? Like what move comes to your mind?
Right. Knight c5 is interesting, but I like to develop all the pieces, honestly. So if in a blitz game, I would play bishop b4
Mhm.
because you have to develop your pieces in a blitz game. You can't
Of
play around
course.
with it too much. So bishop b4 may be like the most logical seeming move here, right? Get your rooks connected, develop the bishop. Doesn't seem to have any big tactical flaws, at least as far as I can see. Knight c5, I know that, I'm a little more exposed. I can run into some trouble if I don't calculate this properly. Some red flags. Same with b5, because b5, it seems like it just helps my bishop go to c2, and then the e-pawn is gone, right? And maybe also b5 can be attacked later with a4 and undermined further as well. So bishop b4 for me seems very, very nice. But as you mentioned before, knight c5 has been played as well, right?
Yeah, I agree actually that bishop b4 would be my first choice. It seems like knight c5 or b5, even though they get tempo on the bishop, I think it only helps the bishop come to a very natural square on c2 where white
Right.
can more effectively win back the pawn. So
By the way, Eric, I want to ask you this. When there are like two or three equivalent moves, like you said, is it worth it to really dig deep and spend so much time to find the nitty gritty? Or in a practical game, do you just want to, okay, two moves look good.
mhm,
I'm just going to pick one and play it without really finding out the minutia of like if it's 0.01 better or not, instead of spending 10 minutes, 15 minutes. What is your opinion on that in terms, because nowadays the time controls are getting faster, right?
right.
Like this one, there is a 40 move second time control after 40 moves, so it's a little bit slower. But most of the tournaments nowadays are 90 plus 30 without any sudden death, right? So would you spend too long in the opening, or when you find something acceptable, you just play it?
I would say for like 99% of players, it doesn't make sense to like spend, let's say, 5 to 10 minutes in this position trying
Right.
to determine what the nuances are between like b5, bishop b4, and knight c5. So all the moves are like quite natural, and I think at any rating level, like below grandmaster, it probably just makes sense to go with your intuition. There's only so much you can calculate.
Right.
But it's different at this level when you're playing the reigning world champion and he's clearly prepared, like probably pretty deeply with Stockfish. And maybe you're out of your preparation. Then you have to take a little bit more time and see what the landmines could be and how to avoid any potential danger.
Yeah, definitely the fear is like when you're playing someone really good, they're gonna brutally punish every small mistake that you make, and that
Yeah.
fear is what keeps you from playing that move,
Especially
right?
when it's opening preparation.
Yes, you're not even playing the world champion; you're playing 3,500 or 3,000 or whatever the rating of Stockfish is.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's understandable. I think I was watching yesterday's game with Prohaska and Arjun Erigaisi, and I remember at one point, Prohaska had like there was like a 40-minute difference or something, and Arjun had much more time than Prohaska. And I was like, even the position, if it's equal, it doesn't matter if somebody has 10 minutes or 5 minutes, and then the other person has 50 minutes, right? Because the clock is a piece.
It's
So
true. Yeah, it's a big factor that a lot of players just overlook.
unfortunate, but I understood why, um, you know, Prohaska being lower rated than Arjun, he tried to take his time and not lose in the opening because I think he was surprised in the opening. But if you take that much time, your indecision becomes a decision to, it's like a decision like to lose the game almost, right?
Right.
So that's the alternative, unfortunately. So okay, we have knight c5 on the board, by the way.
Yeah,
So
knight
not bishop
c5.
b4.
I mean, definitely logic to this. Hit the bishop and support the pawn. And seems like the most natural move here is bishop c2, but Ding is taking a pause. maybe considering rook d1 check as an alternative, just get tempo on the king and then decide what to do with your light squared bishop.
Right. I'm just trying to see, Eric, if is there even a difference? Do you want to save it for later, the check, or maybe transpose even, right? Bishop c2 or rook d1. It's tough to say. It is tempting to just check the king right now, though, just to commit the king to a certain square, right? Or commit the decision.
Yeah, like if you throw in the check and you see king c7, then you can throw in another check bishop f4. So
I don't think that they're gonna go king c7,
you'd
are
think like
they?
king c8 then.
Because yeah, king. I don't know. King c7 looks king bishop f4, and where's it gonna go after that?
Yeah,
Not really
black
liking
doesn't
that
have
one.
too many options after rook d1 check.
Right. King c8.
But king
But then
c8
what
looks
about
a
the
little
rook,
bit
right?
awkward because
Yeah.
the rook is stuck, and then eventually you imagine white gets another rook to the c file, and even though queens are off the board, like black's king is still a kind of serious target.
But what other move is there besides king c8? So if you use elimination,
Right. So this position has occurred twice in master level play,
okay.
and rook d1 was played in the game between Vidit and Hare Krishna, two players on the Indian Olympiad team for this event. And
Am I
after
seeing
rook
that right?
d1,
King e7?
black decided to bomb cloud king e7, blocking in the
That's
bishop, but making sure the rook is not blocked in. And yeah, it looks so ugly to put the king on such a square, but I guess the point is that after this move, white's bishop is still attacked. White played bishop c2, and then the rook comes in, and it's not easy for white to actually punish the king on e7.
okay. So I think what black is banking on in this position, maybe the essence is that it's okay to leave the king unsafe because white needs to spend several tempo and or trade away some of the active pieces to get the pawn back. So so black has some compensation with the extra pawn, which is like the time to get it back, essentially, right?
That's
Or the trades
true.
that will happen. So maybe that's what black is banking on with this entire line with knight c5, because knight c5 almost guarantees, not guarantees, because there's some b4 stuff, which might be why rook c8 is played, by the way, because now all the b4 stuff is discouraged, right?
Oh, that's very true.
So
Yeah, the c file is going to be an
so
issue for
yeah, I
white.
think everything relying on this trade now. Now white can probably bail out if he wants to, but maybe not even, because if one of the knights takes on e4, the bishop on c2 becomes hanging. So if white takes on e4, does white lose the bishop pair
Yeah, so
or
if
not with that knight?
takes,
Yeah, knight, yeah, takes the
it
knight
looks
c
like it.
takes
Yeah,
maybe.
because okay, knight c takes. Yeah, because you can't take back with knight because rook takes c2. If you take back with bishop, I think this is a dream for black to get the bishop pair
Oh, also
in the
there's
open
there rook takes
position.
c3.
Oh, tactics. Probably, right? Unless yeah, bishop a3 in the end doesn't do anything.
Yeah. Okay, that isn't. It's not good.
So white might have to work to win back the pawn without blundering anything.
Yeah, white probably is not going to win back the pawn. It's probably going to try to do something against the king, right? So,
Mhm.
although we don't have that position yet, we don't have rook d1 on the board or king
And
e7 on the
yeah, we
board.
see Ding slowing down. So maybe knight c5 was not the main move he was prepared for because he got to this position very quickly with like barely
Hmm.
using any time. And after knight c5, he spent already about 5 minutes off his clock. And you
Okay.
can see kind of based on his body language that yeah, he doesn't seem to be super comfortable. Like his head was down just a few
Hmm.
moments ago.
Uh-oh. That's true. So black seems to be better prepared than white this game, possibly. I mean, black's not even at the board. So that's, I don't know.
I mean, that's a
It
good
seems like,
sign for Armenia that, yeah, maybe. I mean, it's still early to kind of judge, but maybe Black has won the opening battle in this game.
mhm. Yeah, good for Team Armenia. So Ding has gonna have to find some ideas after this. Should we move on to another board?
Yeah, I'm really curious if Magnus Carlsen showed up.
Let's check it out.
Yeah, let's switch to his board. Oh, okay. There was some lag there, so for a split second it showed the starting position, but we do have moves in this game. So Magnus
Awesome.
appear to have arrived on time. Although we
Awesome.
see after the first move, like already a couple minutes were off his clock, so
Maybe he was adjusting his pieces and taking off his jacket.
that's possible. Yeah, I've seen Magnus like play like so many times in real life, and his pieces are always like so well adjusted. Some of the most centralized pieces you have ever seen on a chessboard.
That's the Magnus Carlsen opening. He doesn't even make a move. He just sits down and gets ready.
Yeah, make sure
That's
the game is ready to be played.
yeah. Okay, so Team Norway is playing Team Serbia, I believe.
Slovakia.
Sorry, Slovakia. Excuse
Yes.
me. And his opponent is Victor Gazic, I
Gazik.
believe. Gazic, okay. And we have
There's
a
Queen's Pawn, a
queen.
Bogo Indian.
Wow, that's actually a well, I used to play this opening when I was a kid, and I think this
Mhm.
opening is more popular in Eastern Europe, at least culturally speaking, right? Serbia. I've seen players from those countries play this bishop b4 check,
Okay,
Bogo
I
Indian
wasn't
style.
aware about the cultural relevance of the Bogo Indian. It's not an opening I've ever played from either side, so you probably know better than me.
I believe like some countries have some special openings, right? For example, the English opening actually it was played a lot in England, right? In the 70s, I
That's
believe.
true, right?
And but it has changed, of course. Like the French defense, it's not it's just played in France, obviously, specialized. But there are certain openings where some countries I feel like they share ideas and they just develop the theory and they really focus on that opening.
But
I don't know what
where
other
does
opening.
Bogo Indian get its name from? There was like a chess player Bogo Lugov or something.
Ah, yes, I believe so. Yes, Efim Bogolibov, who always loses to Alakine in all the games I've ever seen him play.
Uh-huh.
He was a world-class player at that time, but every game, unfortunately, he was either losing to Capablanca or Alakine. Every game I saw, and it was always on the instructive games, but on the wrong side of the board.
I see.
Somebody said Bogo buy one get one free.
Nice.
So
Not sure what we're buying in this position.
I don't
Maybe
know either.
a check to the king. With knight d2, white's bishop is blocked in, but I think
Yes.
generally this opening is like a little bit more pleasant for white just because white has more space in the center and sometimes black will concede the bishop pair.
Knight BD2, by the way, by Magnus is a 100% clear sign that Magnus wants to win the game because he wants that bishop pair. He wants the imbalance. If you play
Right.
bishop d2, it's a much more peaceful, um, you know, way to approach the position. Of course, white's still playing for the advantage, but knight bd2 is a clear indication. And I don't know if the engines nowadays recommend knight bd2 more, but it's definitely the critical move, right? You're just trying to not refute the opening, but you're really putting it to the test because
Try and punish it as much as possible.
exactly a3 is coming, and this the similar thing happens in the Moscow variation of the Sicilian, where the bishop b5 check lines, where black plays
Knight
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 d7.
d7, right? It's
So the
a sign they want
audience
to play for a win.
exactly can take whenever somebody blocks with the knight on d2 or d7 for a check, early check. It usually means that if they know what they're doing, they're trying to win the game because they're trying to get your bishop pair and imbalance. Now, of course, it's not free. The drawback is that the knight can't go to c3 anymore, and it's a little bit awkward, right? The development wise. In fact, I think like d5 here is a pretty nice move for black, after knight bd2, maybe.
So black played
Um,
b6,
b6. Okay, wow.
and we see the main point of knight bd2 is just to play a3 and hit the
Yes,
bishop.
yes.
And Victor Gazik just conceded the bishop pair immediately with bishop takes d2.
Yeah, and hold on, Eric. Do you take with the queen or the bishop? Because I remember take with the queen is more flexible or something because your bishop can go to b2.
Unfortunately, I saw the next move, and
Okay.
Magnus took with neither the queen nor the bishop.
He took with the king. Oh my goodness. He bonk clouded.
That would be hilarious. No, he took with the knight on
Okay. Oh,
d2,
I've never seen knight takes
which
actually.
I've seen this idea in different lines. It's actually a fascinating move that you only play if you're like specifically prepared. The idea here is that because white is set up with a3, it's very natural to continue with b4, bishop b2.
Mm-hmm.
And then that in d2 is actually quite useful in preparing e4. Like even if black plays bishop
Wow.
b7, white might even have f3 e4 or queen c2 e4.
Hmm. It. I understand that Magnus played this move, so it must be good. But every bone in my body is telling me that it's suboptimal to queen d2.
It does feel
But
like it's violating opening principles, like moving the
right,
same piece twice and also retreating a piece that you just developed. But it's Magnus
right.
Carlsen, like he knows how to break the rules.
Yes. I think that he chose a move that is not the best move on purpose because this A gets your opponent uncomfortable and thinking, probably out of their comfort zone.
For sure.
And that is probably worth more than zero point 0.1 or zero point 0.2 advantage that you get from playing queen d2. So that's probably, and you're playing white, so you can get away with, playing a little bit of a suboptimal move. And Magnus have done this so many times, just playing a little bit, just a little bit off the beaten
Offbeat. Yeah,
path.
exactly.
Yeah.
So his opponent like pretty quickly played bishop b7, and then he played e3, so not going for e4, but maybe just
Did
going
they though?
for
Look at
quick
the time.
development.
Look at the time. It changed to like,
Oh dear. Wait, what
yeah, it
happened?
changed pretty quickly. Yeah, no, he
Oh,
took
he
time.
took 7 minutes. Yeah, that's
That
true.
means a 7 minute think usually means to play bishop b7, which is like the most simple, smooth the position, means that the opponent is out of book, right? Right?
It also means the opponent is terrified of who's sitting across from him.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, there's another moment where you probably should just play bishop e7 like quickly and then think later. And now after e3, black has been thinking for about 14 minutes now.
Yes. So this
And
is what I was talking about earlier, right?
Magnus
Whatever
looks
point
bored.
you, yeah. Or is he trying to remember the theory? Actually, I had to talk about this, Eric, because I saw a video clip when Magnus came yesterday. He was
Hmm.
like, "Who am I playing?" or something. He mouthed the words. So did he not even prepare for his opponent? Is it possible that he's coming to the games
That would be
not even looking at
hilarious.
who's playing? I
That
think
would
it's
be really
actually
funny.
because everybody prepares.
I can't imagine showing up to a game and like not even know who I'm playing and not doing any preparation. Like in this day and
I
age, you
wouldn't
have
put
to
it,
like at least check your opponent's games, like see what you can expect.
I wouldn't put it past Magnus though, right? He
Yeah.
was in the rain, he biked, he was late. I mean, everything adds up to him not even knowing who he was playing.
I kind of wish Ilya Nizhnik was here right now because Ilya recently played a tournament about a week ago, an I Am Norm tournament in St. Louis, and he was telling me about a game that like he went into the game doing no preparation, like maybe not even knowing who he was playing. His opponent, on the other hand, like did hours of preparation, like built this whole file specifically against Ilya. And what happened was Ilya was just like crushing out of the opening because his opponent got confused in like all the branches of the variations, and Ilya just played like very intuitively. So sometimes it can be to one's benefit to like not over prepare and just come in with a fresh mind.
Yeah, maybe that the lesson there is like if you're gonna over prepare, review what you normally play in general, like your own open repertoire, instead of specifically targeting a specific line in the opponent's preparation, because that can be a hit or miss and very unpredictable.
Right.
But if you stick to your stuff and you review them very deeply, I don't think that there's any downside to that, right? Because you're just reviewing your own openings that you played for many, many years and fixing the holes in it.
Oh,
But
definitely.
if you
Yeah,
play something new, it could be much more hit or miss and consistent.
that is true. Yeah, yeah. And there's cases where like in the past I've played tournaments where I do all this preparation and then my opponent plays a different first move, and then it's so frustrating.
Right.
And usually I'm the one who likes to surprise my opponent in the opening and just play something that I know they would not have prepared beforehand and try and just get a fresh game.
Yeah, I know that you're pretty good at preparing openings in advance and you come up with ideas. From the tournaments I've seen you play and in general as well, you like to get prepared before game
Sometimes
as
I
much as
enjoy
possible.
I can enjoy the preparation process more than actually playing the game itself. So it kind of makes me wish that I was like coaching a team in the Olympiad where I can just like spend all day helping the players prepare.
Wow.
That would be the
For me,
dream.
it's the other way around. What I really thirst for is a game where by move 5 or something, my opponent and I both don't know any
Mhm.
theory. I like it's some sideline and it's a weird opening. And I'm like, wow, we have to figure everything out. It's like mano a mano. Like we're not in any of our neighborhoods. It's an
You're both in
unknown map.
the deep dark forest, right?
Yes, let's see who comes out alive in this from this forest. And those are the games that are super exciting. Even playing a very strong player, especially when you're playing somebody low rated, you want to get that because there's no armor of opening preparation. But even in anybody else, it's really fun to play a game where like both players are not coming in with preconceived ideas and variations, but it's much more rare nowadays, right?
That's true. I mean, with everyone having access to like the top tools and databases and yeah, I mean, it's just such a big part of the game.
Yes.
And speaking
Do we have
of,
more
maybe
moves?
we
Yeah.
can look at one of the most prepared players in the tournament, a game which we haven't looked at yet, board one for the USA,
That was
Fabiano
a very
Caruana.
beautiful segue, Eric.
And
Uh,
it's beautiful camera view too. Look at Fabiano's face sandwiched between his opponent's king and queen. It looked like
okay.
he's
And
playing Grandmaster
Sicilian
Volokitin.
Najdorf. Let's guess the opening here. Is it a Dragendorf?
Some kind of Sicilian. Yeah, it kind of looks like a Dragendorf. Let's go from the beginning.
Okay.
E4, C5. Yeah, with D6, open Sicilian. It started as a Najdorf. Bishop D3. So this is a sideline, which I know has become more popular recently. Do you know anything about this move?
I know that if when I read this book called Mastering the Najdorf, and Bishop D3 would probably be in the footnotes or something.
Hmm.
Like there's each a chapter to Bishop E3, Bishop E2, Bishop G5, chapter for F4, Bishop C4, but Bishop D3 would be like one page of analysis maybe, uh, out of 300.
This is what scares
So
me about the Najdorf. Like, there's so many of these sidelines where it maybe seems like pretty rare that you encounter this move, but there's so much theory now developing around this move. Requires more than just
right,
a
or any
page.
move, right? I've
Right.
I've read that every move for white has been tried, including H4, right? It doesn't make any sense to me, but like I don't even want to make sense of it to be
Yeah.
honest. Just yeah, H4. How is that possible?
I mean,
Possibly in the
H4, Rook, I mean, Rook G1. I know Knight B3 was tried recently in some top
yeah.
tournaments. If, I mean, any logical arrow you could draw, it's like everything's pretty playable these days.
Hmm. By the way, I have this philosophy that for anything that's not too pressing, the dragon is such a good opening.
Hmm.
The only reason the white dragon is under pressure is when white castle's queenside, right?
Right.
So my philosophy is that when you play Night Orf and somebody doesn't intend to press you with something critical, you can transpose into dragon because why not, right? They're not gonna A6 is a useful move in the dragon. Bishop D3 doesn't seem like it helps you castle queenside, right? So
True. And that's what Black
transposing
did,
to
was played
yeah,
G6 in this position.
I think that's the fundamental logic of this Dragendorf.
Hmm.
If they play something weird, you can go to dragon because dragon is a great opening. Why not?
But it seemed like Fabiano was prepared for this going forward. He played F3, Queen B6, very confrontational. Knight B3 saving the knight. And then he plays this nice setup, Queen E2, preparing Bishop E3 to exploit the fact that Black has committed the
Mm.
queen to B6. And he actually gains time after Bishop E3, Queen C7. White completes development and now is maybe ready to castle queenside.
Mm-hmm.
But
Wow.
took his time because before castling, he starts with G4, B5, G5.
This is so scary that Fabiano is prepared in kind of a
Yeah, look at his
like
time. I mean,
obscure.
it still has
He,
more time than he started with.
Fabiano is probably the scariest person in the world to play Sicilian against, and Volokitin
Hmm.
is a brave man for playing Sicilian
Going
against
into it,
Fabiano.
right?
Like, also by the way, Volokitin is one of the only people in the world to have a plus score against Magnus. I think he's like +3 or something,
Oh,
right?
really? I did not
He's
know
never
that.
lost to Magnus. Yeah, I
Wow.
believe so. Um, so I think it was like Volokitin, maybe the only player to like have a really good score. Although I think it's because they played when Magnus was a kid,
I see.
2500,
Okay.
but still.
So maybe maybe Fabiano wants to beat this guy to
And
prove that
by the
he
way,
beat the guy who has a plus score against Magnus.
Volokitin is also famous. I believe, did he release a book called Perfect Your Chess, which is a very famous book that
I'm
most
aware of the book.
people.
I forget the author. It's possible. It's possible.
I
Maybe
think so.
someone knows
Maybe,
in chat.
yeah. It's. I read that book. I mean, it's a puzzle book, but if you want to reach like title player level, that's like a one of the best books you can solve
Hmm.
from Perfect Your Chess.
I
I
see
think it
a,
was
a funny
Volokitin that wrote that.
comment in chat, not related to the book, but related to this horsey on h5. There's a comment, why knight on h5, and then like sad face. And
Okay, good question.
just to
Because there's
explain, I
like
mean, the knight was attacked after g5, and the only safe squares are knight g8 or knight h5.
the knight is stuck between a rook and a hard
A
place.
rook in a hard place, nice. And actually, like in these sort of Sicilian structures, a knight is actually like decently placed here because it slows down any potential pawn storm from white on the h file. It's very hard for white to achieve this h5 break.
By the way, there's a nice quote from Bent Larson. He basically, I think he refuted the dragon with this quote.
Hmm.
Ready? He said he said something like, "I don't like the dragon. The d5 square is too weak."
Mm. And that maybe foreshadows what happens in this position.
Yeah, I
Knight
think that's a quote. I remember
d5.
reading. Yeah, because
That's
when you play
nice.
dragon, you don't play e6, right? Because e6 would weaken the d6 pawn and the f6 square. So it's kind of a good mantra to yeah, that's what Fabiano is
Hmm.
doing, using the d5 square.
And this is the whole point of g5. It's like a 1-2 punch. Like you punch the knight and then you punch the queen, and black is on the defense. We see queen d8. So this is the third queen move of the
Yeah,
game. Black played queen b6, back to c7, back to d8. We lost the camera feed. Apologies for that, but looks like it's
you
back.
know, Eric, I had to ask this. What is the purpose of even playing queen b6? I've seen this in so many Sicilians
Hmm.
where they play queen b6, they make the knight go
They
back,
move back.
and then they move the queen back again. Like, what did you get from all that? You
Yeah,
know?
it's kind of a trade-off. Like the knight is not as useful on b3 compared to d4.
Right.
But it does seem weird. It seems like black is making a bigger concession. If you imagine the knight was still on d4 here, there'd be knight c6 trapping the queen.
I guess,
So
right.
maybe that's
But that
some
came at such a big
reasoning.
cost. I would never
Yeah.
play Sicilian against Fabiano. I mean, I probably wouldn't play Fabiano in the first place, but if I did, I wouldn't play Sicilian. That's just because have you seen this crazy Hikaru game where Fabiano sacrifices a queen for three minor pieces
And
or
it's
two
like
minor
all
pieces
prep.
actually?
I know what you're
Yeah.
talking about. Yeah. Yeah, it's scary. I've played Fabiano a handful of times, and I don't think he's ever played e4 against me. Or no, he played e4 once and I played the Stafford, but that was kind of predetermined that we were gonna go into a Stafford gambit. And that's an opening he wasn't prepared for, but he just like discovered the reputation, or the refutation immediately.
Hmm.
So, what to do?
Is this the current position, by the way?
There's
After
been a few more moves after Queen
okay.
D8. Fabiano blitzed out Queenside castling, and then Bishop B7 was played.
Hmm.
And looks like both players are out of prep. Fabiano is taking his first long think of the game, spending over 10 minutes on this move.
I feel like once Fabiano starts thinking, his time just goes away very quickly. Like once he gets to that mode of
That's
like
true.
figuring out every single variation, before you know it, he has 30 minutes in the clock. So that'd be interesting to see how long, how deep he goes. My feeling is that since the position is so complicated, both players are probably gonna be in time trouble this game by like move 25, 30,
I think that's
because
a
it's only
decent
been
prediction. Yeah, just
yeah.
given how sharp the position can get from here, and like they're already both spending some time.
Hmm. Okay, shall we move on to a different game?
Yeah, I mean this is the only game we've looked at in the US versus Ukraine match.
Right.
I do want to check out the game between Ivanchuk and Wesley So,
Got it.
because Ivanchuk is one of the more expressive players, also one of the older grandmasters in the competition, but still incredibly strong.
Big following for Ivanchuk, a lot of fans. And I think this is a Queen C2 Nimzo Indian line where black plays an early D5, right?
Yeah, we can zoom through, but looks like some pretty standard opening theory. Point of classical Nimzo Indian is you support the knight with the queen, and then after a3, you can take back on c3 with the queen, so avoiding the typical double pawns. But of course, white kind of loses time, and black is able to strike in the center. White develops, takes on c4. I know Wesley is like usually very well prepared in these Nimzo Indian lines.
In general,
In general, yeah.
one of the best in the business.
There's still been a lot of games from this position. I vaguely remember Hikaru playing this in candidates a few years ago. These like Nimzo lines as black, specifically this position, like bishop a6 hitting the queen.
Right. I think Hikaru with black, in at least in classical chess, likes openings that kind of force the issue.
Very concrete and
Very concrete.
tactical.
Yes, with black.
That's true.
With white, I don't think it's like that at all. He likes
like the
game,
slower, ready openings, knight f3,
yes.
b3, etc.
And in blitz, he plays modern defense, like,
right? Yeah,
and all kinds of stuff. But with black, he's much more solid and concrete in classical chess, and I think that's helped him like his like rating in general, right? The solidity with black. And Wesley, I think, has probably a similar style of opening, maybe in maybe all-time formats. I'm not sure, but especially with black as well.
Yeah,
and this is much...
Wesley is just rock solid, I think.
Yes,
with all colors, and yeah, it's so hard to beat him.
Queen d7, Queen c2. So the theme of this opening is that white has the bishop pair, and I guess a pawn on d4. But white is 3 moves away from castling, which is a pretty big issue.
And Wesley struck with c5 in this position, so trying to open the center before white can actually castle. And it's hard to like develop normally with the bishop on a6, not like fully pinning the e-pawn, but making it so if you ever move the e-pawn, then can take away white's castling rights.
Right. So what I remember, the theme of this opening is black is not afraid to sacrifice a pawn on c7 or c5 for activity. And also black is not afraid of opening his king with bishop takes f6, gf6, because white doesn't have enough development to attack. Usually I've seen some draws where the queen goes to like e4 and then just makes a perpetual somehow, right?
Okay. Might
so
be
there's
one
probably
idea.
A lot of force. Okay, I see the statistics now, Eric. What's to say? 82% draw?
Yeah, so this position has occurred 52 times in the Masters database and 83% draw rate.
Another one of those
after the next move, rook c8. Rook c8 makes a ton of sense though, like pinning the pawn to the queen. And Ivanchuk played rook to d1. Wesley played queen e7. And they're still in like known territory. Wesley actually had this position from the white side against Fabiano previously, and they drew this. They drew from this position. So I'm a little bit surprised that Wesley's used so much time if he's had this exact position before.
Maybe he's trying. So Ivanchuk maybe is very unpredictable with his opening. So my guess is that Wesley knows this but hasn't reviewed it in a long time because he didn't predict this at all.
That's very possible.
Perhaps he's just trying to remember his preparation, or he forgot. So he's like trying to just calculate everything from scratch even.
Well, he actually had this position from the white side against Fabiano. So it's possible
if you don't remember anything.
Yeah, you don't always prepare it from the opposite side.
It can be worse to half remember something than to not know it at all, because if you half remember something, you're trying to backtrack your way or justify certain moves. And I remember spending sometimes in my own games, I spent like 10-15 minutes. I remember queen b4 is the right move in this position, but I don't know why, and I can't figure out why in the game, but all I remember is that it's the move. So I spent 10 minutes trying to figure out why queen b4 is the right move, and I still can't figure it out because of some 5 moves down the line. There's a reason.
Small difference, right?
But I can't tell. So do I trust my memory and play queen b4 and then hope that I figure it out, or do I find a completely different move? And it's one of those situations where it's like, it's really difficult to trust your memory or to just play as if you knew it. And if it was probably better if you didn't know it because you would play a normal move and not even spend time trying to figure out why this weird move is correct.
Hmm.
So I think these positions is black because of, bishop takes f6, opening the king side, and how sharp the position is. Wesley's trying to double check. And I had one more comment about this. Black is so close to drawing the game, and the game can end at any time in a draw, that it's okay to take a few more minutes than the opponent. So even if there's a big difference, let's say Wesley has a 40-minute difference, it doesn't matter because the game might peter out into a draw at any point. So it also depends on what stage of the game you're in, right? So this is one of the end stages of the game potentially. So maybe he's okay with spending time because you're not really saving it for anything.
That's very true. Yeah, that's a good point. I think we should move on to a game. I see a comment in the Lichess Twitch chat that Jobava
Yes.
is playing the Jobava London.
Yes, Megalodon is saying, yes, that's a very interesting game to look at then, because we have the creator of the opening, or at least the one who popularized it, playing it. So let's take a look.
Unfortunately, we don't have a video feed for this game, but we do have the moves. So it's Georgia against England. Jobava is playing Luke McShane.
It's also interesting to point that the flags are quite similar.
Oh, that is true. Yeah, it's super similar.
Yeah.
I'm very bad with country flags, so I'm
Me
still
too.
kind of learning what's what. But yeah, this is a kind of typical move order of the Jobava London. I'm curious if McShane would have prepared this against Jobava, maybe one of the more predictable lines. And we do see one of the main points of this early bishop f4 and knight c3 is in this exact position. You can play knight b5 and see how black defends the c7 pawn. And as far as I know, there's a couple moves black can play, knight a6 or bishop to b4, idea c3, bishop a5.
Mm-hmm.
But McShane chose knight a6. After e3, bishop e7. Yeah, this is probably one of the more trendy ways of handling the Jobava London as black.
Sure.
But Jobava playing the trendy way of playing this opening as white, just storming on the king side. And very often white looks to keep thrusting the h-pawn with h5 and h6. After c6, knight returns, knight c7, and knight e2. Okay, so they're already like out of any previous opening territory. It looks like knight c7 may have been the novelty, which is a little bit surprising.
I'm assuming that it was not a novelty prepared. It was a novelty on the board by the time usage.
Yeah, he already took a decent amount of time to play c6.
Right.
6 minutes.
So maybe is it because McShane is not a professional player anymore that he is not up to date with the trends of the opening? Is that possible?
That's definitely a possibility, yeah. And it's the type of position that can also just branch out in a lot of ways where you kind of have to figure out how to react to what the opponent's doing. And I like this move, knight e2 from Jobava. It's like, it feels a little bit weird to retreat and block in the bishop, maybe reminiscent of what Magnus did we saw moments ago in this Bogo Indian line with knight d2 blocking his own bishop. But one of the main points is in this opening, the knight is not always great on c3 because it is restricted by black's pawns. So knight e2 just aims to reroute the knight, very likely to g3, also maybe unleash the c pawn to eventually play c4.
It's amazing how the knight dances work, because the knight went from c3 to b5, back to c3 to e2. And in its mission, it actually made black's knight go to c7, which is probably one of the worst squares ever.
Right.
But white is trying to fix that knight now and leave black with the bad knight. However, black could also play knight e8, knight d6 if he wants to fix the knight. So both players could spend several moves with their knight to improve. But maybe the trick is that the knight on d6 may not be as amazing as black wants, perhaps. And yeah, it takes a lot of time to fix that knight. And even then, like, it's fighting for the same exact square as the f6 knight as well. And it doesn't really do anything about fighting for the e5 square, which is completely
Yeah,
completely up
e5
for
and is in
grabs.
white's control.
Right.
So yeah, it's a fascinating position with both sides having
Hmm.
awkward knights and then both sides taking time to maybe try and fix some.
Right.
Um, but yeah,
Confusing.
definitely knight e8, knight d6 is an idea for black to consider in the middle game because d6 does combine very nicely with the pawn structure. But
There's one
here,
thing
yeah, go
maybe
ahead.
black should also consider because 92 leaves the king in the center. So I would consider c5 as well, just to open the center.
c5 was played,
Right. Oh, okay, great.
which makes a ton of sense. Yeah, just
Mhm.
try and pressure the center, eventually bring in the light squared bishop. And Jobava responded with c3, so trying to
Okay.
ensure pawns are stable. Another benefit to having moved the knight away from c3, the pawn can access a
Hmm.
square. And now b5.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, opening up the position, right? Makes
I
sense.
like it. Yeah, just storm on the queen side, maybe induce some weakness. Jobava takes on c5,
Ooh, that's not
which,
something that you don't want to do as white, right? Because as a beautiful pawn on d4 is completely gone now. It's a
yeah,
little
it's
bit
usually a big
depressing to play that move.
no-no. Like conceding the center, now black has two center pawns, and if
Hmm.
black can achieve this e5 advance, then it could be very nice. But for the time being, white does have good control over
Hmm.
e5 still. So knight ed4, and maybe this is a point of taking on c5. d4 square is accessible for this knight. Bishop d7 and knight e5. A
So Jobava
fascinating
finds
play.
a setup to. I think DC5 is just to justify the knight position, right? And to do it pretty quickly without losing too much tempo.
Yep.
So white found two good squares for the knight in two moves. So that's the what you get in return for giving up that central control with the pawns. And maybe white can, because of the newfound stability in the center, white can probably still try to attack the king.
h5, g4. There was a comment rook g1
Oh
incoming,
man.
which also definitely an idea. It's
Well,
very
I
possible
don't
white might
know.
not castle this game.
Well, I would first put the bishop on d3, right,
Bishop d3, of
Eric, and
course.
just
Yeah.
get that in there first, and then decide how I'm gonna do this. G4 is, I really don't like that move,
No.
but maybe it's playable. It just feels so slow. Isn't there a faster h4, h5, or something faster than G4? G4
Like
just seems
h5,
like,
h6.
yeah, something a bit faster than G4, but maybe you can get away with it. G4, G5.
Yeah, I guess like g4 is usually more justified if black has a pawn in h6 and then you have the hook
Mhm.
to open the g file.
One more thing is maybe after, not after G4 per se, but isn't there an idea for black to go 98 and F6, or is that too? I mean, it could be deadly if it comes with tempo like that, right? Yeah,
Mm.
F6, E5. However, maybe it's not practical to play 98 because it leaves the king open for a little bit.
So I've
I
I've
don't
played
know.
like very similar setups as a London player. Like I like having my knight on e5, bishop on f4, pawn on
Hmm.
h4, and I've dealt with similar cases where black does try and achieve this move f6.
Okay.
One potential idea, if we just play out some moves, this
Okay.
might not be the best line, but let's imagine knight e8. There is an interesting resource to play h5, f6, knight g6, and plant the knight
Oh my
here, where
gosh, that's
if
a great
black
idea.
takes, you take back,
Okay,
and
Jade.
white
Oh my
just might be
gosh.
mating by force. Like let's say e5, oh no, I'm getting forked, but oh no, my rook. Someone call an
Oh my game.
ambulance, but not
Yeah,
for me. Yeah, so this probably won't happen over the board, but
that's a
some fun
nice idea.
lines to
Knight
think
G6.
about.
I was also thinking something after 98, like you can go bishop d3, f6, queen h5, right? Because you're in time to sack on g6.
Ah, yeah, bishop d3 also makes a ton of sense. f6. And white just has
Yeah,
so much attacking power, and black's pieces are not in great shape to defend.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
of
This
course,
is
g6, you take, and yeah, so many mating
probably it's
ideas,
something made. Yeah. Okay, so 98. I think it doesn't work, but it's good to see why it doesn't work
of
to
course.
kind of dig deeper into the position. Black needs to probably keep counterattacking then before. I don't know. Just open up the position, continue along.
Yeah, I mean, b4 seems kind of slow. Like, white's going to get all these moves in,
Yeah.
but maybe, yeah, maybe you just have to weather the storm as black. Another idea is knight e4, to just try and centralize a knight, and similar ideas with f6, and this might be a better version because you do
Mm-hmm.
block the diagonal with potential bishop d3.
94. Okay. Okay. perhaps. Although the f3 is coming at some point, right? Bishop d3, f3. No, but in the box queen. So actually, f3 is not something that Ben Feingold will also don't like. Won't like
Hmm.
that move. So not right now. Bishop d3 first, and
But yeah, bishop
but this
d3, and then you have to
f6.
worry about. I mean, it could
Yeah,
get like super sharp with just this massive
yeah.
clump of
Because there's
pieces
this
in the
takes on
center. Takes on
d7, and
d7.
the queen is hanging, and there's a pin on the knight and the pawn. Oh my goodness,
It could
there are
get
a lot of
very, very
captures.
messy.
There are a lot of captures.
Yeah, I mean, it's so
I mean, just to
much tension.
show one capture, it's like f6, knight d7, bishop e4, bishop c7, and knight takes d5, b5. You win a pawn. Or knight takes c6, excuse me.
Knight takes
But
e6, yeah.
but then you
Takes,
take on
takes,
d4
takes,
instead.
takes, etc.
But you can
But
take on
there's takes
d4
on
after bishop.
d4, yeah. But then queen d4, queen e4, so it's a lot to
Yeah,
calculate.
you could spend a lot of time in this position for sure. Okay, wow. So we should probably come back to this game at some point to see what does McShane play, because the right now position is after 95 is the current position, Eric.
This is current position, yeah. So McShane
Okay,
is taking his time.
definitely. So this is a very interesting, very rich position, and this is what I was talking about earlier. Both players are in that dark forest right
Exactly.
now, and it's only been moved 13. It's juicy. We'll have to come back to this for sure.
Definitely.
Okay.
So
Any
where to
other
go next? I see a request to take a look at the Le Quang Liem game. Top player from Vietnam,
Vietnam? Okay.
and he is
And they also have a
playing.
perfect score, right? 6 points, so
Yeah,
three
yeah,
wins.
they're playing one of the top seeded teams, Uzbekistan. As Le Quang Liem against Noterbek Abdusattorov.
And I think from looking at this position, it's also from a Tarash, maybe. The
Possibly,
d5,
yeah.
c5 stuff.
Let's go back. Let's check the opening. I mean, this can
Yeah.
come from a lot of different lines where just the
Yes.
center liquidates. Um, Comes from the English,
There,
so possibly we could transpose into a Tarash.
d5, c5. There was an isolated
Symmetrical
pawn. That
English.
was one. Uh-huh. E3, e6 coming in.
D4 first.
Okay.
Takes. But yeah, very similar because usually D5 will come, and this is how the center
Yeah,
will
there it is.
liquidate. Takes. Yeah, so basically a Tarrasch structure. Black having the
Yes.
isolated queen's pawn, which we know does not last for long. All pretty standard from both sides. Now both sides have the isolated d pawn.
Looks so drawish.
Yeah, maybe not the most fiery game. Already missing that Jobava game.
Mm-hmm.
Black does have the bishop pair.
Oh, bishop d8 is very ambitious, right? Just to
Ambitious or passive?
kills the rooks, though. Both rooks
I
are
mean,
like.
the bishops are hibernating, but maybe they'll come to
Mhm.
life someday.
That's a really interesting move, bishop d8, because bishop is 3 squares from a knight, so they're kind of dominating the knight, but the knight is dominating the bishop. So who's who's dominating what here?
I mean,
You
this
know,
knight, like,
so
it feels like an outpost, even though there's no pawn supporting it. But it's so well supported
perhaps,
by the bishop, and now, like, after rook
yeah.
fd1, queen a4, you'd be very, like, hopeful as
This
white
is
that you have something.
a moment for us to debut our guess the eval and check the
Ah,
engine
let's
at
do
some point,
it.
but not right now.
Yes.
We had to also ask the audience what the eval is here, but let's try to figure this out ourselves. Okay.
Yep.
I can go first.
Okay.
So black has the bishop pair, but white has much more activity and coordination and beautiful knight on d5.
Hmm.
That also makes black's king a little bit less safe than white's. Queen on a4 is actually a little bit exposed as well. So yeah, white has much more activity, which is probably the biggest factor here. Of course, black can play like bishop e6 and try to chop it off into a opposite color bishop endgame. So black has resources to get back, but white should at least be slightly better here. 0.5.
You're saying
Something
point
like
0.5?
that.
Okay.
Just 0.5. 0.5.
I'm I'm gonna take, I think, a safer route and just say zeros. I think it's just
Zero, zero,
equal.
zero.
I
Wow.
I just see the idea bishop e6, and if the bishop trades for knight, it's opposite color bishops. It should just be drawish. I am hopeful that white is somehow slightly better, but uh,
Oh, we have a comment from
We'll see.
Ilya who says 97 is critical, and Ilya says point 0.2 for white.
Point two.
So 97 is critical. Yes. Okay, let's
Makes
look at that
sense.
one. So giving up our beautiful knight, but we're gonna get our queen to
Targeting
e7.
b7, and yeah, black might have some issues
Uh-huh.
with the b pawn.
I guess black should blacks just sack the pawn or something, or what's going on after that? Or maybe just park the queen on a certain square. But after queen e7, am I threatening rook d8?
So we're saying knight
Yeah,
e7
yeah.
takes and then
First of all,
takes.
bishop takes forced. I don't know, but probably
Yeah, king
maybe.
h8 is also maybe possible where
It's kind of scary though. You're leaving
you
everything kind
sack
of.
this, or you allow takes, but then rook b8. But b2 is defended. But it's still opposite color bishops, and bishop f6 is coming.
Okay. So is there
So
anything else after king h8 instead of taking on?
instead of taking on c8.
Yeah,
It does look scary.
maybe king h8 is that's cold blooded. That's definitely the engine like move. But let's look at bishop e7.
Yeah, bishop takes e7, also
But now I'm
interesting.
threatening rook d8, I believe. It's not
That
much
is
of a. I mean, it
scary.
is kind of annoying.
And maybe queen
Mm,
a5.
that's so slow, and this is also b4.
Even
Hmm.
queen e8 looks kind of passive. I think that this would be probably a good version because with
Yeah,
bishops of the
So
same
maybe king h8
color.
is the move after that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, should we check the eval?
Yeah, let's check the eval. Let's check the
All
Lord
right.
Stockfish.
So I say zeros, which I'm already kind of
Point
regretting.
5 for
You say
me.
0.5. Ilya says point
Final
0.2.
answer.
Other chats seem to be a little bit silent. Oh, Lordu Fubu says 0.55. All
Also,
right.
shout out to Skokie. Somebody says, hello from Skokie, Illinois. That's Eric's
Nice.
hometown. And also, I live close 10, 20
Not too
minutes
far
away from
away. Yeah.
Skokie. We're from the same like location, Eric and I. Although you're currently, I don't know if you want to reveal where you are right now, but
I'm in
I'm in
St. Louis.
Chicago.
People know
St.
that.
Louis. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Mhm.
So it's point 0.3.
Point 3. So the prize goes to Ilya. I guess.
Ilya knows best. Yeah.
Yes. Point 3. Okay. So what is the? Let's just check the move as well. What is it saying? Is it saying 97 king h8?
So 97 is playable, brings it down to point 0.2. So only so much we can conclude from that. But king h8 would be the response,
And if you take
allowing
bishop e7,
takes.
is white just much better? Oh, you can check that afterwards.
Yeah, so this line is just pretty much drawn. There's actually rook c2 in this position.
Oh, rook
So
c2.
probably win back the pawn.
Got it.
Yeah. Um, if bishop takes e7, then white's doing quite well because takes
Hmm.
and yeah, b7 is a big
But
issue.
but Eric, why do we even need to play knight e7? What about some normal move like develop something?
And this is what the engine
Rooks
prefers actually, rather than going for knight
c1.
e7,
Yeah,
a simple like improving move, rook a c1, bring your last undeveloped piece into the game,
and
and
then bishop
then just
e6.
keep all the tension in the position. Bishop e6, it's giving a few moves. One of the top moves being g3, which is super
G3.
patient.
Okay.
Maybe the
Wow.
idea to play knight f4 and harass the bishop.
But it's still point whatever
It's still
3.
around point 0.3, yeah. So
Okay. All right.
engine is actually preferring white with not having the bishop pair, but having the more developed and harmonious pieces.
So I'm guessing that this game is heading more to a draw because of the obstacle bishop phenomenon that could happen at any point, right?
It's probably more likely to be a draw, but this is definitely
Hmm.
aligned with the style of Lequang Liem. I mean, he's super like classical positional player who is very skilled at grinding down these like small
Yes.
advantages, and he's a super
Yes.
annoying player to play against because if he has a small edge, he'll
I
just
played him
like
in
squeeze water
classical
from
chess.
stone.
I lost.
I
And it was a technical position as
I
well,
have
though.
the same experience. Yeah, twice actually. He's the strongest player I've ever played.
I had an isolated pawn, and it was like I don't know what to do with it. Like I
Ouch.
couldn't do anything. It was like I was just being uh contained or tied down, it felt like. And then I just lost.
Yeah, he's one of these players that like feels like you're getting squeezed by an anaconda. Like and it's so hard to escape
Okay.
the grip sometimes.
By the way, should we check Serbia, India? Because I think we haven't checked
Yeah,
the Indian
sure.
team at all.
One of the top seeds and a team of young superstars. We can start with Gukesh, who is okay. I think I know what opening this is. This looks like a Karo Khan. It's on the structure.
Yes, it does look like Karakhan where they play that h3 move and then black plays bishop f5 to trade off the bishop. Well, g6 and then bishop f5. Yes.
Yes, yes. Let's just go quickly from the beginning. But it is an exchange variation. Actually, I played this line against Arjun Erigaisi not too long ago in Title Tuesday, and we got a very, very similar structure. I'll have to check the game
g6
to see how similar it is, but yeah, this g6 idea supporting bishop f5, and
Yes.
this is how the structure will transform. Knight a3, idea knight b5, black prevents it with a6, knight c2, and now bishop f5. After takes, black does have double pawns, but the structure can actually be quite strong because after castle e6, the pawns are very well supported, not really weak at all, and black has a very good grip over the e4 square, along with a half open g
Yeah.
file.
I actually don't like what white did. Bishop takes f5 and you already castle. I mean, I see it, but I've seen variations where white plays bishop e2 after bishop f5 to not trade. Maybe not in this instance, but I've seen that as well, right? This bishop e2 move.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's like maybe counterintuitive, but it does leave the bishop a little bit awkward because bishop on f5 doesn't combine that great with a pawn on g6.
But must be some sort of preparation. No, it's not preparation because his time is so low. So
I think the
he didn't
point
expect a
of this is simply to bring this knight to d3. And he's vacated the d3 square by getting rid of the bishops. And yeah, we see this play out with knight ce1. So it's a somewhat high level idea, maybe reminiscent of the position we saw in the Jobava game, where black could maneuver the knight to d6. White is now looking to maneuver the knight to d3, which combines nicely with the structure, maybe looking to use this e5 square.
It just seems scary though. You have this open g file.
That's true.
And a beautiful knight on e4, and a queen is pointing down, and a diagonal on d6. It just seems like, what are we doing as white here? Are we just trying to defend the game?
Let's see. Let's see the next few moves.
Of all people.
Yeah, I kind of agree that it does look more fun for black to play, but
because this will make white drain a lot of clock time just trying to not get mated.
Yeah, and black might even actually castle queenside.
Right.
And if white plants a knight on e5, like ever, it's not an outpost because f6 just simply attacks the knight.
To play this against Gukesh is kind of one of those youngsters who can calculate really well.
Right.
It seems to be a little bit too risky. Okay, queen c1, Aruchi queen c1, very interesting. So he's trying to put bishop f4. If he can neutralize that bishop, then this position is safe.
Yeah, this makes sense. Yeah, if the bishops come off the board, and maybe this is idea, like bishop h6 looked a little bit mysterious. Like, what is the bishop doing here? Because clearly black doesn't want to castle kingside. But the point is to vacate the c1 square for the queen and then eventually offer the trade.
Right.
Now, I forgot to turn the eval bar off, which I do apologize for. So we already see the evaluation.
Oh, yeah. Is that better for black already?
It is better for black. Yeah, minus 0.4 in the favor of Gukesh.
Yeah, it's just the king safety. Somebody asked in the chat, why is it so much better? Just the king is just unsafe. And that's worth a lot. And the knight on e4 is very powerful. And I think it's hard to kick that out. And one of the main ideas for white in these structures, if both players had castled, is like I've seen sometimes you play like king g1, g4 even in some positions, but you can't do that here because black didn't castle and white has castled. So like
that's true.
There's no way to undermine things, or there's no undermining ideas at all here on the structure, this f5 d5 structure. So yeah, there's no like knight fe5 and g4 f3. It's hard to do that with this without black hasn't castled yet, and white has.
Yeah, it seems like black's in full control, and it's a little bit of some irony that white played the exchange Caro Kann, which has just such a solid reputation, and white's already worse after the
Yeah,
opening
that's
after
why
15
on move
moves.
number 9, like move number 10, bishop takes f5, and then castle. Bishop e2 is
Yeah.
interesting, or just castle. Bishop e2 was I like bishop e2.
Let me check the theory here because bishop f5 has been played before. This is actually really interesting. After bishop f5, black has a 55% win rate. So maybe it's
Maybe
already
the
in
knight a3
a
knight
dangerous
c2 is not
line,
so. You just made too many knight moves, I guess, with white.
right? Yeah, it
Hmm.
seems like a great line for black to play for a win. And looks like on the camera feed, white did. Oh, white played queen c1, so
Yeah.
it is Gukesh to move.
Okay. So let's maybe look at another board, Prague's game.
Yeah, we can. Praggnanandhaa, we see fully
Sicilian
focused.
knight or if I believe.
Looks like very typical type of Sicilian variation. Maybe some kind of Scheveningen. We can go back from the beginning just to see the opening.
Usually all this knight or
Najdorf,
transposing
right, with
shenanigan. Yeah, there
eventually
we go.
e6. But white didn't castle queenside. White castles kingside. Puts the queen on g3, rook on d1. So white playing very solidly. Threatens mate in 1. Sarana sees
Yes.
the move, plays knight e8 to defend. Goes
So I
back.
will say one observation about Sicilians though, the longer the fight drags on and white hasn't gotten an attack started, the more I will bet on black because
I would agree with that.
the long term Sicilian is just a counter-attacking opening. And if white doesn't seem like they've actually made any progress in the last few moves, like bishop h6, bishop e3, knight b3, just going backwards. So I think it's black's time to shine now, soon.
Yeah, and we just see the video feed catch up to the live board position. Prague just playing knight b3 there, and yeah, he's down about 10 minutes on the clock. And in body language wise, it seems like Sarana just appears to be more confident.
Mm-hmm.
And as you
Mm-hmm.
mentioned, yeah, long term in these Sicilian positions, if white doesn't get this kingside attack, and black has a half open c file to work with, has an
D5
additional
break.
center pawn as well with d5, yeah, lingering in the position. And it just seems like the play is easier for black too. Like put the rooks on
Right.
c8 and d8, and it's not exactly clear what white is doing.
I think what Prague is doing with knight b3 is he's trying to just force some transformations or force some issue. This move with knight b3. He's trying to make the game a little concrete, perhaps. I don't know.
Yeah,
There
I
must
mean,
be some
definitely creating the
capture, some.
tension between the
Mm-hmm.
knights. Again, I forgot to turn off the eval bar, so have the engine running. We
You can
see
turn it
it's
off now, yeah.
it's equal, but I'm actually glad I didn't turn it off because the top engine move for black is something I don't think I would ever consider,
Oh,
or
let
at
me
least
guess.
not consider like immediately. So, yeah,
I
feel
don't see
free
the moves.
to.
Let me guess. Oh, instead of knight c5?
Sarana played knight cd7. So in this
Oh, okay.
position, black had a really interesting tactical idea.
Interesting tactical idea. Okay. It's not knight takes e4. I don't think so. Is there some knight h5 d5? No, that doesn't make much sense.
Yeah, you want to look for forcing moves and captures, and
Oh, knight takes a4, queen c2?
yeah, knight takes a4 was a possibility.
Oh my
I'm
goodness.
curious if Sarana even considered this, given how quickly he played knight cd7. But yeah, this was playable, and apparently after takes, queen takes e2, black, okay, sacked a knight temporarily, but is attacking knight on b3, bishop on e2. If white plays knight
And
to
there's no knight d4
d4,
because of
then the
queen
knight on
a4.
a4
Ah.
hangs.
So is there a way for white to save the piece?
Um, I don't know. I didn't look at the engine beyond this line.
Okay.
We
Okay.
can maybe
Because
quickly check, given that this didn't happen in
sure.
the game. Uh,
Well, knight b6 is a move we should look at. Oh, but then what's the material con? No, queen e2 attacks on e3, so we can't play knight b6 either.
this is
Sorry.
playable actually. So after knight
Uh,
b6, you just give back the piece, and then you defend your bishop, and life goes on.
okay, live. Yeah.
Just a big trade. Um, Apparently rook d3 is playable. There's a few playable moves that all are equal according to the
Oh,
engine.
queen e2 knight c1. Is that trap? Oh no, almost
Queen,
trap. The queen c2 back.
yeah, the queen would always have a square. It seems
Okay.
like best move rook f d1,
Okay, okay.
just defend the rook on d3. And yeah, this would have been a mess. It
That's so
seems like it's
strange.
probably not the most practical line for
Hmm.
Sarana to calculate
Yes.
and go for. And maybe acknowledge this and just realize that white has so many options where the queen does nearly get trapped. And
Hmm.
the move he played, knight
Never thought that.
cd7, is just way simpler to understand.
But did he have a threat? Because could you just leave the knight on c5? This is what I was asking earlier.
Uh,
Prague is trying to force the issue, right? He doesn't like where the game is going. He thinks he's going to be strategically worse. So he's trying to be tactical and concrete. So was there some idea here,
I
like
do
some
wonder if he
takes?
was threatening pawn a5, because there is this pin on
Aha.
diagonal. And like if you can somehow remove the b pawn and then take the knight, then maybe you can win material.
That's a good point. A5 is it's kind of an annoying threat. So that's why he played knight
So knight
cd7.
cd7 just removes his knight from the possibility of being a target. And
Hmm.
now if a5, you could probably just take and life is
Hmm.
okay.
So there is there gonna be repetition knight d4, knight c5? No way. Prague's not gonna do something like that.
You know, that would be kind of sad. Yeah. Prague being the higher rate player with the white pieces just going for a draw after the opening.
No, no way.
Yeah, in a team format, I mean, sometimes you do see this if the other Indian players are doing well and Prague just wants to draw and be safe for the team, but I imagine he'll probably fight on.
Oh, somebody asked in the chat after knight b3, rook a c8, just to guard the queen. So
Yeah, rook
after
a8 looks
a5,
like a much more normal of a move.
but maybe we can still go into it because the structure is so damaged. Is that, you want to damage the structure a5 anyway, right?
Like a5 and then takes, and
Takes and
then
knight takes c5 and
black
trade
is
up
left with
trading
some
queens.
isolated pawns.
Yeah, that's a lot of weaknesses. Rook a1. I
Yeah,
think I take that
positionally, this
any
does
day.
look really nice for white.
Yeah. It's not just the material con, it's also the structure damage after a5.
Mhm.
So perhaps that's the reason why he didn't want to go into all that.
There's another question in chat. Why did black not play a5?
Oh, that's a good question for educational purposes, right? You're making a pawn move that can never be taken back, and there are so many pieces eyeballing b5 that this is a move that I don't think any uh grandmaster would consider even for a second, right? It's just too much weaknesses. Knight
Positionally
b5, bishop
weakening,
b5.
right? Yeah. Every pawn move you make, you gain control over a square, but you also lose control over a square. Knight b5.
That's so
Maybe
deadly,
not
knight
now, but
b5.
eventually would be
That's some
troublesome for
It's a
black.
permanent weakness, right? And you don't want to make a permanent damage to your position to solve a very temporary problem.
Hmm.
So that's why knight cd7 solves the problem, but doesn't damage your position long term. But a5 solves the problem, but creates permanent problems forever. So that's kind of the philosophy there.
Yeah, definitely. So knight cd7 was played. Sarana being solid. Prague taking more time. And Sarana is like a super strong player these days, especially in faster time controls. So if he can get the time advantage in this game from early on, then he's going to be a tough opponent for Prague to beat.
Yeah. I think I played Sarana in Title Tuesday, I believe. I'm not sure. But yeah, he's very good.
I've I played Sarana probably a handful of times in Title Tuesday, but he's one of the few like strong grandmasters I've defeated with the Stafford Gambit.
Oh, no
It's
way
one
with
of my most
Stafford.
memorable Title Tuesday games.
Awesome.
He walked into like 20 moves of prep.
That's awesome. Okay, so how about the game?
Should we just go through the rest of this match?
Yes.
Let's kind of get a sense because Gukesh is better. Prague is probably equal-ish. Arjun playing the black pieces against Injic. Wow, knight c6.
I believe probably we have a lot of fans watching, Indian fans from India, of course, following the team. So shout out to Everyone watching from India, of
Yeah, it's one
course.
of the teams with the largest fan base for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And this game, we're seeing a reverse Jobava London. So
Oh wow.
we saw not too long ago Jobava playing the Jobava London as white, but here Arjun Erigaisi playing reverse Jobava as black.
Yeah, the fact that
Similar
this is
ideas,
playable is a testament to like its sound system,
right?
right? The back can play this without a tempo.
And it's very dynamic
Definitely
too.
sound.
Like we see the same idea: knight attacking the c pawn, like moves the knight to the edge to defend, and okay, the knight returns. So again, this case with the awkward knights, like this knight can move to the edge, but this knight has spent a few moves and maybe still not the best on c6. So
Right.
rook b8. Wow, white putting both knights on the edge. Knight
Oh,
h4.
Ivanchuk is playing very, very concrete. He's trying to refute the opening almost from his play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just trying to snag the bishop pair, which he does. And then he goes for e4. So he got the bishop pair, and now he's looking to open the center. Brings the bishop to g5, bishop e7. Bishop takes f6, not the move I would expect, but maybe he's anticipating all his pawns on dark squares, which then makes
But
sense to
still.
probably get rid of the dark square bishop. So Arjun took back with the pawn, perhaps to discourage
Wow.
pawn e5.
What is that pawn structure called? Triangle?
It's this Tetris piece, like the
Tetris.
T-shaped
Yeah,
Tetris
exactly.
piece. Yeah, it doesn't last for long because black takes back with the e-pawn. So it's still equal material, but very imbalanced in terms of piece placement and pawn structure. And now Arjun puts his knight edge attacking the queen. Queen b5, c6, blocking the check and just discovered defending the knight. Queen e2, knight comes to c4. Okay, nice square in white's territory. And then finds a square on d6. We're seeing this theme a lot in these sort of structures where
Hmm.
when you have this pawn chain, the knight is usually pretty happy tucked inside the pawns like this. Castling king f8
I must give a shout out to all these youngsters who playing these uncompromising. Their style of chess
for
is so
sure.
fighting with black. Um, the fact that black got this, position, the deep dark forest that we're talking about, right? By move 10ish, both players are kind of on their own, a very unique position, and they just want to play mano a mano and just see who's the better player instead of relying on some deep prep in a drawish endgame. So I really appreciate the this kind of approach to chess that they're taking, and not just Jobava in with the Jobava London here, but black here with the black Jobava London, I
I've
suppose.
noticed this with Arjun especially. Like if you just look at his games, like every game he's basically getting his opponents out of their prep early on and then
Yeah.
managing to outplay them in positions which are maybe just not as easy to understand. And I think
Hmm.
that's one of the reasons why he's skyrocketed in the ratings and he's now number 4 in the world is this kind of uncompromising style. After knight e1, queen a5, rook c1. This is the current position. Black is definitely applying
Okay.
pressure all areas of the board.
Yeah, which I think is it safe to say that black is maybe better in this position because black has maybe better center control, like with that, but better structure in a way, because f6 pawn is actually useful, and the bishop on g2 kind of not that great. Not sure. Something is wrong with white's position. I'm trying to put my finger on it exactly.
Yeah,
Something
it's
feels
kind of
wrong with
weird
white's
to judge.
position.
There's a lot of different areas to look at. I mean, they both have these pawns on f6 and f3
Yeah,
respectively. So like the knights can't infiltrate each other's positions.
right. Okay, there it is. Black has a nice home on g7 for their king,
Mm.
but the same thing cannot be said for white,
Even with the king on
right?
g1.
Yeah, king on g7 actually seems safer, and the rooks are already connected after, and the rook on h8 is actually like pretty active, right? And the
That's
same
true. It
thing
has
cannot be
a
said
half open
for
file.
white's rooks. We can't say that. And the queenside structural integrity is better for black because b3 and c3 is weak, maybe slightly.
Yeah, I think they're very small differences, but they could add up as the game
Maybe.
progresses. Like the queen is more active. Black will easily connect the rooks and use the files. I'm not sure how much you can actually pressure the H file, but it is nice. I think
Uh,
this structure is slightly better than the structure because the pawn is closer to the center.
and there's one thing. Imagine if the knight goes to f5 and the bishop goes to d6. Then all bets are off. Rook h2, knight g3, rook. I mean, it's insane, actually.
Yeah, queen c7 even. You sack on g3 and
Yeah.
checkmate.
Wow. If black gets those two moves, then it's really bad for
Hmm.
white.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And like if you bring the knight to f5 and put the bishop on d6 as you said, then white can't get the same setup in
Yes.
return.
Yes.
And there's
And
no bishop
e3 is
h3.
weak. There's no e6 square that's weak. So
That's also
e3 being weak
true.
is also very important.
Yeah, e6 is covered from black, but at the same time, the square is maybe someday accessible because the pawn can't go backwards.
Okay, so minus zero point 0.7 for black. I don't
I'll
know.
say minus zero point 0.5. But
Okay.
yeah, we both like black. Let's see.
Yeah.
Wow, minus zero point 0.9. It's like
Okay.
almost one pawn advantage.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think it would be that severe, but
Yeah, is it knight f5 bishop d6 idea? Like when do you play it?
yeah, knight f5 you start with. Let's say knight d3. And I mean, these moves are just so natural for black. Engine. Okay, engine is giving a move here. Not bishop d6.
Queen c7?
I'm trying to understand this. Bishop a3.
Oh, typical engine.
Yeah, just
He
being
wants
very
to make you
concrete.
play rook c2 so you get fork on e3.
Ah, that's
I
nice.
think
Yeah, so
so.
you attack the rook. The rook is seemingly tied down to the pawn, and if rook c2, you play rook e8, not only attacking the queen, but setting up
Typical
knight
engine.
e3. And white
Hmm.
is like all it takes is two or three moves for white to be completely losing.
So what do you do after bishop a3? Do you sack
So
b4 or
the
something?
only move
So
is
b4.
b4 here.
Actually, that makes me reject bishop a3 because isn't the bishop just trapped?
There might be a5 coming. So queen c7. Now black doesn't have to worry about this pawn as much. There's rook ce1. Yeah, the idea would be a5. This is hard to go for
No,
though as a
yeah, that is
human
yeah. I don't think any human's gonna put their bishop on a3,
because
so let's
you
not do that.
imagine the bishop's just going to get stuck.
Yeah, that's gonna
So
not gonna happen.
the alternative
Just
is
bishop
just
d6
rook
or
e8
rookie.
to
Yeah.
start with,
Hmm.
and yeah, probably look
But yeah,
to
I think we
improve.
broke down this position pretty well then. The fact that white black is better, right? The e3 square,
Yep.
pressure on h2, potential sacrifices on g3, coupled with the thing that I pointed out, right? The fact that white structural integrity is messed up on the queen side,
Right.
which is shown with this bishop a3 maneuver, right? Because that c3 pawn is slightly vulnerable. So yeah, this
I'm
is
happy with the breakdown. Yeah, it's like sometimes it takes a lot of effort to actually understand what's going on in these top level
yes.
games.
It feels like we're detectives, like trying to put this clues together.
Right.
uh, somebody says great commentary. Oh, thank you. Good to see. I appreciate that.
Yeah, we do appreciate
Okay,
everyone watching across all the chats, Twitch and
absolutely.
YouTube.
Yeah. You know what,
Yeah, it's been
guys? In
fun.
the chat, put your city where you're watching from and what time is it there, so that we know. Are you staying up late or is it like part of your you know, work day? No, not really. It's a
Maybe
weekend,
some
right? So
people work on the
yeah,
weekends though.
yeah. Feel free to tell us your city and your time. You know, what room you're watching from.
I'm
Okay.
I'm in St. Louis. It's currently 9:46 a.m. I woke up well before I usually wake up this morning. I woke up like around 6 a.m. this morning. So
Oh yeah, I woke up at 4:30 a.m. I'm in Chicago, same time as zone as Eric, 9:47. And yeah, I see we have people from all over the world. Kenya,
Kenya,
Cologne,
Thailand, Canada, a few Canadians
awesome.
here. Singapore, Berlin,
Belfast, shout out to
Sweden.
Belfast. Awesome.
Yeah, good to see everyone.
Colombia, Colorado.
So, should we take a look at the last game in this match? I think we've surveyed
Yeah, why not finish it off? Yeah.
uh
And I see one
all
comment
the
saying, is the
games.
US in trouble versus Ukraine? Looks like 3 draws and Ray has a bad position. So we'll probably come back to the
Let's come back
board
to that
one.
one.
Yeah, let's finish off the Indian team and India versus Serbia, I should say.
Yeah, so we see all the cameras here. Let's go into the Vidic game. And oh, sorry, I left on the eval bar, so maybe we'll spend a little bit less time on this game compared to the others.
Sure.
But yeah, Vidit playing board 4 for the Indian team against Ivic. And it started as a Slav, which I don't have too much knowledge about the
Yeah,
specific
this is
opening
a weird one,
theory.
right? Yeah.
It seems like they got a
E65, I
pretty
think it's
standard structure.
yes. This is another IQP. So we see that IQP is making a big resurgence in top level chess.
Yeah, a
All
handful
these
of games
positions.
today with this isolated queen's pawn. Black employing a very standard maneuver of trying to get the knight to the blockading square on d5. a5 played, okay, maybe depriving black of being able to play a5.
Yeah, I actually never seen an IQP with the pawn so advanced. It's kind of
It's
weird,
true.
right? That makes it
It makes sense though. Like the
I
pawn
guess
supported
allow
by the
fianchetto.
rook.
No fianchetto.
And yeah, black going. Oh, you also discourage b6. That's a fair point.
Yeah.
So bishop d7, knight e5. The bishop tucks itself away on e8, which looks really strange and passive, but it is typical in these positions to just not allow the knight to trade
Mm-hmm.
for it. And now h4 from
H4.
Vidit.
Very Alpha Zero like move.
Very crab-like. This is a crab opening where you play a4 and
Yeah,
h4 and you
like
try and pinch your opponent. King h8, h5. Wow. The, like
yeah.
delayed accelerated
White's been
crab.
working out their pecs with those flies, you know.
Yep. And it's currently Vidit's move. He can't keep advancing the h pawn, but it does seem like he has some nice active play. And this is one of the benefits of having the isolated queen's pawn is as yeah, unfortunately the camera feed dropped. Hopefully it comes back. But white has more space in this position, so usually when you have more space, there's more potential to attack, and especially with an e5 and just more active pieces in general.
Right.
Seems like white is actually the one for choice here.
By the way, is it I don't know if I'm remembering this incorrectly. Has Visit recently being more in time trouble than usual? Or I think I saw his games in candidates. I think he was always in time trouble
I
in some
seem
of the
to
games at
remember that
least.
too. Yeah, maybe not in all of them, but maybe more so than the other players.
He's also lower on time. It's only been 15
15 moves,
moves.
which
You
is
have to
probably
make
not the best use of time.
25 moves in 45 minutes. It's not a lot of time actually. It's like two deep things and you're done.
This is actually one of
So
the things that one should do when trying to understand how they manage their time is like do the mathematical equation of how much on average can you spend per turn. And for Vidit now, yeah, he has to spend less than 3 minutes per move. And
and
so
it's a
far
sharp
he's been
position.
averaging a lot more than that.
Can we spend some time to figure out some plans here for white? Because it looks like a good position for white,
Sure.
but I don't see a clear attacking plan yet. So let's try to formulate something here for white.
I mean, one thing that I'm always drawn to in these positions are rook lifts. It's a possibility of like getting a rook to g3 to attack. Of course, you can't play rook d3 in this position. It's off limits due to the knight. But I'd be drawn to looking at ideas like rook a3 eventually, move the knight and then swing
Right.
over. Of course, you have to worry about this bishop controlling a3.
Interesting. So, but do we first? We don't need to do anything about the c1 bishop, I think, because it's already kind of developed in a weird way.
Mm-hmm.
Mm, something about knight e4 is attractive because it gets rid of that knight and clears the way for the rook, but it feels a little premature. Like I feel like I need something to before I play knight e4. One of the biggest problems for me is that I can never play bishop d3, right? Go queen e4 because the knight on b4 is there.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no way to get the bishop to the diagonal that I wanted to go. So it's a little tricky. Like there's no bishop b3, bishop c2. There's no bishop a2.
You might
Rook
have to be
a3 is
patient
def.
here and just like look to improve a little bit. I mean, you mentioned that this bishop, it's playing a role, but maybe it could still find a more useful
Yeah,
square on
true,
f4
true.
than
But
one
then your
undeveloped
bishop on
minor
f4 could
piece.
be attacked.
It's true, knight
Uh,
d5 and
However, that will lead to releasing the other bishop as well, to get some freedom. The c4 bishop can go to d3 in some positions, right? And
Hmm.
then get reposted. But yeah, bishop f4. I feel like the bishop is a little unprotected there. I don't know if I'll play like knight bd5 or rook c8 or something, right?
I think the idea, like, let's say knight bd5, you just put the bishop back on g3, and then once the knight commits here, then as you mentioned, yeah, bishop d3, and maybe look uh, to maybe
Mm.
eventually create some battery, even bishop a2 to b1 and put the queen on the
Okay.
diagonal, and bishop
Yeah, bishop
h4.
f4 is fine, I guess. It's been played, I think, right?
Oh, it was played. Yeah,
Okay, okay. Cool. Shall we go to the Magnus game actually? Because we haven't checked that in a while.
sure. Yeah, and
And
it was
everyone in the
interesting opening
chat,
as well.
please let us know if there's some particular game, especially the underdog story. Are there any games in the lower sections that
There was
maybe
a
we want to
comment
check out?
from Ha Luang a little while ago saying there was a smothered mate in open section, but I don't know is
What
what does
board, right?
opens. Yeah, what
Open is the
board?
current section.
Oh, yeah, open is just the main section. That's true. So if someone knows what board it happened on, we'd love to take a look.
Sure, yeah.
But we can pivot to the Magnus game for now.
We need a board number. Okay.
So
Magnus
Magnus Carlsen
Carlsen. We left off. Can we go back to the position in the
after knight
opening where
takes
we left off?
d2.
Yeah, 92 bishop b7, I believe.
And okay, it looks like we do have the number for the smother making.
We'll
So
come back to that.
let's
Yeah.
let's look at this first. And let's pay attention to the time management as well, because Black was taking some time from early on. Magnus moving a bit more quickly.
And Magnus is insanely good at practically putting pressure on the clock.
I mean,
Even so many games
eight
just
moves into
by
the
playing
game.
fast. Yeah.
He's only used 2 minutes. His opponent has used half hour.
That's not a good sign.
So
By the
castling
way,
d
did you
takes
notice that
c4.
he sacked the G2 pawn in the opening?
Oh, that's true. Actually, that's maybe
Yeah.
why the opponent took so long. Like, you have to calculate. Bishop takes g2. I would be terrified to play this against
Yeah.
Magnus. So rook g1, and White's going to have some attacking potential.
When Magnus offers you a pawn, I don't think.
When Magnus offers you a pawn, you think about it for 15 minutes and then you don't take it. That's what happened here.
Okay,
So,
that game is normalized somewhat. Oh, queen d5. Okay, interesting.
okay, threatening mate. Will Magnus see it? He does. He plays f3.
Okay.
Rook d8, bishop e2.
You know, world champions, I mean, the last world champion did not see a mate in two with Ding Liren against Magnus. He was a queen h7 check mate in two. Like,
Ding.
there was a game, yes, in Norway chess.
Oh, recently.
Yes,
I think I know what you're
didn't
talking
see
about.
mate in two.
Right.
So never say never.
It happens, yeah.
Yeah, never say never.
There's also that famous like Kramnik versus the Engine match where Kramnik
Yes.
like blundered mate in one.
Yeah, on h7.
Okay, so Magnus took his first long think of the game in this position, spending about 15 minutes to play queen to c2. Looks like a very normal move. And then
Okay,
his
so
one
what
plays
is
rook
black
c8.
want? So was black trying to play e5, and why couldn't black play e5 immediately? Because
e5 in this
sounds
position.
like yeah, it seems like a move that I would want to play because it just wrecks the center and just activates some pieces. Of course, there might be some drawbacks, but I didn't think it was the c7 pawn being the drawback. But I think rook c8 probably means that black wants to go c5. Not sure
Eventually
though.
get the knight away, and yeah,
Yeah.
c5.
But,
I mean,
but is e5? Can we look at e5 to see why he didn't play e5?
yeah, I don't see any immediate reason not to. Like, e4 is one first thing to look at, but after queen d4,
Or even knight d4,
bishop
maybe.
e3. Yeah,
Or
I
even
don't think
knight d4.
e4 works for white. That's true. Knight d4 also looks quite good for black.
But maybe first take just de5,
Okay,
and
knight takes.
then if I play e4, now I can play e4. If we check, I can play bishop e3, of course. And I have this issue with the knight hanging. I guess, right? This might have been what
The bishop's going
Victor
to
Kazik
develop.
didn't like. Queen e6,
And
but
white
White
gets some
is
nice
untangling
initiative.
very
And
quickly,
the
right?
position
Things are
opens up with white having the bishop pair too.
yeah.
So
And this
maybe
f3 e4 is such an annoying thing for black because it shuts down the bishop on b7
that's
and the
true.
knight on f6. So perhaps that's why he didn't play e5.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Just to point out the nature of the structure. This pawn
Yeah.
structure f3 e4 is amazing against a knight on f6 and a bishop on b7. Like these
And
pieces don't do
and for
anything.
black, there's no way for black to actually use the dark square weaknesses because black doesn't have a dark square bishop.
That's true
So
too. So this bishop is
white
just
can,
twice as
yeah,
powerful basically.
yes.
So rook ac8. Yeah,
So
maybe black
possibly
wants
going
to
for
keep
that.
the position closed, given that he has
Hmm.
the two knights against the two bishops.
So here's one of the most interesting paradoxes playing against the bishop pair. If you open the position for activity, you also open up white's bishops. But
That's
if you do
true.
nothing, white can start gaining space and getting better. So you're just like, what do you do?
To walk a very thin line, or just choose the outcome that maybe gives you the most happiness for your pieces.
It's very hard because if you open the position, it's gonna open the bishops. I would tend towards not drifting too much though, because overall, if you drift too much, white just gonna improves, right? Maybe I don't know, b4, bishop b2, rook c1, rook d1, and eventually you're just gonna drown as black,
Hmm.
right? So my feeling here is that since black is more developed, even though opening the position is detrimental, I mean, is opens to bishops, but black can overpower the bishops with the activity of the pieces, and then maybe white has to give up one of the bishops for the knight because to diffuse the activity, right?
Hmm.
So I think black probably should play c5 very quickly.
So are we going to see some like knight e7, c5?
I think so. Yeah, I
Hmm.
think so. Or knight a5, knight e7, c5 sounds good because the knight on c4 is actually not that supported as seems like, it's still, and the queen on c2 as well, right? It's gonna be a pin, so playing c5 makes sense.
But is white in time to play a quick rook d1, over defend the d pawn, and then go for
Hmm.
e4? Rook d1 looks really natural here.
Yeah, so is it rook d1 or is it like some sort of b4 and bishop b2?
b4 also looks natural, like maybe trying to discourage c5 and yeah, again look to defend your d pawn and then play e4.
But b4, maybe the problem is that the a1 rook hangs in some lines, like b4 e5 or something. I'm just trying to see what the
Mm.
tactics could be, like b4
Always have
e5,
to
and then
consider this e5 break. That's
and then
true.
I
So
take
take, yeah, compared to the other
knight
line we looked
takes.
at,
Oh no, but I can play e4 here anyway. It's fine. It's only
there's
knight takes
no
e5 that the rook, yeah,
queen
bishop
d4
e3.
looks like a fork, but bishop e3
I
blocks a
missed that.
check and defends. That's nice.
But could, yeah, there's nothing else, right? Yeah, okay, never mind. B4 is playable. Oh no, B4 knight, no, knight D4 the same thing.
Mhm.
Okay, knight takes D4 doesn't work either for the same reason.
But Magnus taking his time here. Has definitely a
Hmm.
few options to choose between. Should we do guess the eval?
Yeah, sure. The problem with Gesiva in this position though is that the position that could still transform so much, it's hard to. It's dependent on the variation that we choose.
That's very
But
true.
yes, we can just do a yes. So
Assuming
why does
Magnus
the
plays the best move here. What's the eval?
okay, guys, you can put in the chat as well what the eval is. Also, Magnus is playing, so But um, Eric, you go first.
Ooh. I mean, I have to assume white's better. Not only because it's Magnus Carlsen, but because it's a bishop pair, because white has extra center pawn. The question is how much better? Let's say plus zero point 0.5.
Hmm. Yeah, I think I'm leaning the same direction.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that black doesn't have an easy pawn break, and white has this like the center pawns ready to roll, and the two bishops. So yeah, 0.5 is actually very fair.
Okay.
Very fair. Maybe
Let's
even
see.
0.6.
Eigen in chat saying plus zero point 0.4.
Yeah,
A few people say plus zero point 0.4.
a very solid slight advantage, like a really solid slight advantage.
Actually, there's 3 different people across the chats, all of whom say plus point 0.4. So
Okay. I
let's
was at point 6, point
let's
5,
take a
point
look.
6.
Plus point 0.8.
Oh wow. So it's
So
pretty
nearly
bad for
a
black.
pawn advantage.
You know what?
Wow.
Another problem is black has no time.
The time
So Magnus
situation
is
too,
up in
right?
position and up in on the clock as well. Okay. Someone's saying to really look at the US game because
Yeah, let's
apparently
pivot.
US is in trouble.
Specifically Ray Robson against Anton Korobov, which we haven't looked at yet. We see Korobov there.
What
Very
is
nice camera
happening here?
view.
What
And
is
crazy
this
position.
opening?
Yeah,
Is
let's
this
start
a
from the
French or
beginning.
something? No, what is this opening? Is it a French?
Ooh, it started as a king's pawn.
Oh, okay.
Italian opening. 2
You
knights
got
with
it. That
d3.
was an Italian? That didn't look like an Italian to me.
It's Ukrainian and an American.
Did he play bishop g5 and got chased around with the bishop? That's possible.
Very possibly, yeah, this early
No, no, no.
h6,
No, h6, okay.
b4, bishop b6, a4. So white gaining space on the queen side.
Yeah, but usually white doesn't want to do this because now the queen side has grinded to a halt after this b5, right? So I don't know if white.
Maybe
I mean, it's
temporarily.
possible. Yeah.
Idea bishop e3.
Ah, okay.
The bishops are traded. H6, bishop b3. Okay. c6 and c4. So white making further progress with the queenside expansion. d5. Wow. And after d5, white takes and plays c5. And this is how we get this massive space advantage.
Sorry, can you
the
move
queen
a couple
side.
moves back, Eric?
Yeah.
Also, there's a comment that says he missed a button on his shirt, but I thought it was my shirt, but I think it's Carval's shirt.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I might have to specify who's missing the button.
Okay.
So, okay. Hopefully no buttons lost in this position. After c5, queen e7,
d5. Oh, got it. Got it.
d4.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't really see the structure in Italian
Wait,
so
one of the pawns
often.
made a journey, right? Did any of the pawns make a journey
Slow
somewhere?
motion replay.
Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Yeah. Okay.
There's
Because the
only the
structure
f pawn
changed.
that became an e pawn.
Okay.
But all the other
Okay. Got it.
pawns remained on their same files.
Okay.
And Ray, with his last move, knight to g4. So trying to shift the focus from the queen side, where white's doing quite well, to the king side, where maybe black has some attacking potential. Black is also threatening this fork on e3.
I don't think so. I just feel like white has gained so much space
It does look really good
on the
for
queen
white.
side that black is getting squeezed, and that d5 pawn is really vulnerable. The only thing going for black is that one pawn on e3, but that can be easily defended, and black hasn't even castled. And the bishop on c8 is not developed. The rook on a8 is not developed. The knight on g6 actually is not. It's okay. It's not that amazing.
Mm-hmm.
The knight on g4 is the only piece that's doing something.
It seems like long term, if this position ever goes into an endgame, and white's just so much better with
Knight
the
c3, knight takes d5 coming
past pawn
too very
potential.
quickly.
d5 is a weakness.
Uh-oh.
So what are we expecting from Korobov here? Just simply queen d2?
I was thinking just rook e1 or something, but
rook
maybe
e1.
why not rook e1? Is rook? Are you scared of e4 and stuff like that?
I think this is maybe one of the points for black, is to try and go for e4 and at least grab some space in the center.
Okay.
And then attack.
Yeah, that's basically black's only try. Is there some line where I can sack my piece, by the way, or sack an exchange or something like of that nature?
Yeah, I mean, white's pawns are so good. Like it makes sense to at least consider potential sacrificing ideas. Actually, I see a comment in chat who's leaking the top engine move, which is not a
Really?
move that comes to mind.
Knight
When
c3,
you
right?
first look at this
Okay.
position.
Okay,
But knight c3, yeah, just
yeah,
leaving
exchange
e3
sack.
hanging.
Oh my god.
I don't think it's even a sacrifice, because if takes, you just take here, and it's probably a good trade for white, right?
Really? I thought it was just move the queen
Or you
first
want to
and
move
then
the queen.
Yeah, I thought you move the queen.
But then
Oh, you don't have to. You're right. Knight takes d5 is fine.
knight d5 is a counterattack.
Yeah.
And the position opening up should benefit white.
But I think honestly, Queen E2 looks kind of good. No?
Yeah, white is maybe embarrassed with so many riches here.
Queen E2, Knight F1, Knight D5.
And
It's
d5
is
is still
that like game
hanging.
over? Yeah. So let's try that line.
Wait, so what were you
What
saying
is what do
after?
you play after Queen E2?
Oh, he made a move actually.
Okay.
Oh, he played knight c3. Okay, so we could still go into this. Can we take on?
Yeah, you can take. You can take. That's true. That's true. And knight takes D4, then knight F1.
And then knight f1.
Yeah, that's actually makes a difference. That makes a difference. Yeah, this is actually white's probably still okay, but
No, it still looks really good for white. I mean, even queen
so
takes
this is Queen
f1
E3
or
check though. It's Queen E3 after Queen F1, right?
oh, good point. Maybe it's just rook takes f1.
Yeah, but then I don't
But
want to trade queens.
yeah.
Yeah, no, this went wrong for me. So maybe not Queen E2, just knight D5 like you said.
But knight d5,
Or
I
can we
think
can we
like
can
if
we
you win
improve
the d
this?
pawn, you still want
Oh,
to look at
Eric,
queen e2.
how about Queen D somewhere else instead of Queen E2? Like
Queen d2.
uh Queen no, Queen E2 attacks the knight. I mean
Uh,
knight F1 attacks the queen. So Queen
right.
D3. Is
Queen
that a move?
d3, e4. But okay, let's start with knight takes f1.
Knight
And
takes
then you want to take
D5.
on d5. Interesting.
But then Queen D8.
Queen d8.
Yeah,
Then
I wanted to
rook
play knight takes E.
f1.
Okay.
White's like down the exchange, but looks like has an amazing position.
Okay, maybe we should check the engine because this position we
It's
kind of
getting
I feel
murky
like I'm
quickly.
lost.
We're probably like
Yeah.
making some oversights.
Yeah, probably knight takes D5 is
So,
a simple move without going into some insane
oh
variation. So
dear.
what is it? Is it knight E3, knight D5?
So after knight takes e3, knight takes d5 is the strongest. Queen d3 also keeps some advantage, but
Okay.
this seems to be the simplest.
And what was the queen D3 eval?
Queen d3 is plus 1.2 for white.
Okay.
In this
Okay,
line
so we
after
were completely
takes,
wrong. Yeah.
takes, yeah, as we actually there's move knight f4. White's still fine after knight takes f4, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I mean the current position after Korobov's last move, knight c3, it's plus 2.1 for white.
This is not. I think
And
Ray is gonna lose this game probably. Then this is so difficult to defend.
like if you can't take on e3, the alternative and the best move according to the engine is bishop e6, trying to hold on to d5. And then
Okay.
there's actually an incredible move for white. I don't know if it's actually the most human move, but the
Okay, hold
top
on. I
engine
got
move,
E. Okay, E4. Why not? You're also mousing over
e4.
it, so
Yeah,
I'm guessing it's E4.
sorry to spoil it a little bit, but I mean this would be crazy if this position happens. Just massive tension in the center, but white's pieces are just better placed. White's castled, and all these lines with knight e3 are like
You
totally
know,
fine for white, like queen
you
d3.
know which famous legendary old player would like this game? Chat. You can also guess. Really old, like legend, very
Really
old
old
player.
Steinitz,
Ancient.
ancient
No,
Greco.
no.
I can't think of too many ancient players. Morphe.
Philidor.
Oh, Philidor.
He said pawns are the soul of chess.
Ah, and you have this the soul in
And
the center
yeah,
and
all
on the
these
queen
pawns
side.
rolling.
Right. That's
Yeah.
true.
Philidor has these famous games where he just like use these pawn storms, right?
That's very true.
Have you seen his? Yeah, Philidor. He made the Philidor defense, but I remember he had some crazy pawn games, and this is one of those crazy pawn games. So Korba was channeling. What is Philidor's first name? Oh, Francois Andre Philidor. I think so, right? I
That's
think it's
actually a really
yeah,
good question. I don't know if I've ever like even
Andre something.
been
It's
aware
like
of Philidor's first
Andre.
name.
Yeah, I think it's F. Philidor F.
Someone probably
Francois
knows in
Andre
chat.
Philidor or something like that.
Did he have no first
Philidor.
name?
He's like hold on. He's like Drake, only one name.
Drake or
Okay.
Beyonce?
Yeah, it's Francois
Franklin,
Andre. Yeah, I
apparently.
was right. Yeah.
Franklin Andreas.
Guys, it's good to know people's, you know, first the famous people, like where they were born and where they were, what their names. It's kind of fun trivia to know.
Wait, but how do you
Okay.
pronounce this? So Franklin, I think, is the English version, but there's also Francois.
Francois,
Francois
I think that's
Andre.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we just switch to Ivanchuk's game? Ivanchuk did
Yeah, of
something
course.
super crazy. Look at his rook on
Oh my gosh.
h3. Like we saw it a few moves ago. It seemed all normal.
Okay. This was an 83% draw rate game, but Ivanchuk is making it
He's
razor
doing
sharp.
Ivanchuk things. Yeah.
He's pulling the he's trying to sway the percentage back to
Unleashing his
I don't even
creativity.
know. Yeah.
So we saw, I think, after rook c8, white played rook d1, queen
Yeah, I
e7.
was
This is all
expecting
still
some
theory.
perpetual or something.
And then he played almost a novelty in this position. Queen a4 has only been played once before. The main line is e4, offering the bishop trade. But after queen a4, things got really spicy. Black wins back the pawn. And then Ivanchuk plays h4. So maybe he just doesn't want to move his e-pawn and he wants to bring his rook into the game in the style that a lot of beginners do from much earlier on.
Mm-hmm.
And after c4, rook h3. It's a fascinating idea. Wesley plays h6.
This looks like some sort of online blitz game. Like you just
And
try
just
something for
maybe
fun,
leave the bishop on g5, do some
Yeah,
fishing hole trap, hope to
casually playing
checkmate
some
eventually.
3 minutes. It takes a lot of guts to try this against Wesley, so but I think
Yeah.
Ivanchuk, his temperament is like some games it's very unpredictable. Like maybe he shows up and he's peaceful one day, and maybe he shows up and he plays rook h3 the next day, right?
Hmm.
It's very unpredictable player for sure. I remember when he was playing Magnus in one of the, I don't know if it was Olympiad, but he's saying Magnus, and I remember that game. I think he was playing, not, I'm not saying he was playing for a draw, but definitely it wasn't like going crazy. He was trying to neutralize Magnus. That game I could tell from the game. It was trying to just neutralize, defend, make a draw. Magnus won that game,
Hmm.
but this I remember. Maybe against Magnus, everybody tries to not beat him. I don't know, but
That's
definitely in
possible.
this game, he's trying to. He could easily draw this game with White actually against Wesley, right? The position was so dry, but White wants to do this.
And I mean, apparently this idea is totally fine according to the engine. We do see the eval bar. Engine just says 0.0. But
Okay.
it feels like this position definitely has the potential to heat up. Depending, I mean, really whatever white does. Like the king's going to be in the center. Queens are not coming off the board anytime soon. Unless they do, like maybe white wants to queen trade with queen b4 at some point. But
Why is the eval if White is down a knight? White is not down a knight. The material is still equal. Yeah, he's sacrificing a bishop,
well, it's true that
but
black has one extra knight, but white has one extra bishop. So minor pieces are level.
yeah. um, And someone else asked, how close is it to move 40? It's move 16 right now. So yeah, this is gonna be time trouble for Ivanchuk. I have a pretty stark prediction for Ivanchuk. Unfortunately, I think he'll play well, but he's gonna make a blunder on like move 25 this game, and Wesley is gonna take advantage of it.
I mean, I think that's a very fair prediction because, I mean, yesterday's game is exactly what happened to Ivanchuk. Like he played a fine game and then in time trouble, he just blundered a very simple tactic in one move. And
Hmm.
that's what ended the game.
Should we review the other boards as well? We never even checked the Dominguez game, by the way.
Yeah, we should
And
maybe get an idea of what's happening in this
yes,
match. We see all the cameras here. Cameras have been dropping out occasionally, so apologies for that, but they are back. Oh, and now they're gone again. So, what to do?
okay.
Let's look at the Dominguez game.
Yeah, that
We
looks like an
have,
Italian or a Spanish, but probably an Italian
yeah, we
because
do
A4,
have
A5's been
another
played.
Italian. So,
Mhm.
there's two games in this match featuring Italian opening.
White played much more conservatively instead of in the Korobov game where White was going crazy with the pawns. But you can see Black has stopped that with A5. No more fancy pawn advances from White.
Yeah, this does slow down the whole queenside advance. Very
I actually play
typical
like this with
idea.
Black as well.
I see. Okay, I usually like to keep my pawn on a6. Is
Mm.
how I've played in the past. These days, I've just been playing Sicilian against e4. So
Hmm.
Not getting these lines too often. We see this very typical maneuver. Knight comes to g6. Good defender, also potential attacker on the king side. And going forward, it seems like both players are kind of doing their own thing. Knife f4.
That is a lot of bishop moves, by the way. The bishop moved from c4 to b5 to a4 to c2 to d3 to f1 to go to the starting square.
Wait,
So one, two,
really?
three,
Wait,
four,
so
six
c4.
moves. Yeah,
I'm just looking at lights for bishop. b5, a4, c2, d3, f1.
yeah.
Yeah, grandmaster
Six
level
moves
play.
in 16. So, oh my goodness, that's more than half of the moves that White played.
Well, a little bit
That's
less than
insane.
half, I think.
Sorry,
But
I'm sorry,
still,
33%.
yes,
Excuse me.
still a
Oh my
concerningly
goodness.
high ratio. And now g5. Okay, so Ponomarev trying to attack on the king side, despite having castle king side. He's using his shelter as a weapon. And Dominguez responded with g3. Ponomarev drops his
Well,
knight back to g6. So some nice kind of setup on the king side for black.
okay, this is one of the things about Italian that just irks me
Mm-hmm.
completely is that black can just randomly play g5 at any point and be better. Like he just played g5. This is a new trend with engines, you know?
That's, yeah,
Before
that is true, actually.
there's so many lines of g5 for against Italian.
It's more common when like the king isn't committed to castling, but maybe even in this case, if the
Nowadays,
king's
not
castled,
yeah.
you can still get away with it.
Nowadays, with castling, without castling, I think the engines even prefer castling. I've seen the engines say
Mm-hmm.
castle after g5 go into the so yeah. This move g5 is just so common now, and everyone's playing it.
And as white, like you sometimes try and exploit this move with like h4 and trying to do some weakness, but because you've castled on the king side, h4 probably not coming anytime soon. The
Mm-hmm.
other way to try and exploit such a move with black having pawns on g5 and e5 is to somehow get a knight to f5.
Yeah,
I
it's
would
not
really want to
happening
do
because
this
so much pressure.
maneuver
E4.
knight c4 to e3 to f5, but the knight is having to babysit the pawn in e4.
And what do you
So
do about that bishop on c1? You
that's a
know?
great question because your knight is tied down to defending e4. Maybe at some point you can look to play d5, but that unleashes a dark square bishop for black.
I think we can see from the time usage that Dominguez is feeling uncomfortable, just
Right?
like we are right now,
Just
uncomfortable
looking at white's
trying to find a
position.
plan.
I mean, bishop g2 seems like the most natural move. Like, might as well try and add another defender to e4, maybe even queen c2
Yeah, wow.
eventually.
So in this game, so we have so board 3 and 4. It's not looking. I mean, board 3. This game is still like close to equal still because it's very much white is fine, but definitely black is maybe a little bit of press here, and of course Corbo is like +2.
Mm-hmm.
So it's up to the Fabiano and Besley to shore up the white score essentially. So maybe you should check that and see
Yeah, I
how
mean,
that's
to
going.
be fair, I think there's a lot of life in this game. Like, this is
Yeah,
probably a
of
three
course.
result game.
Yes, of course. But the
But
time as well, right?
time usage, yeah. I mean, Fabiano, we saw a while ago out of the opening. There have been some updates,
Oh my goodness, Volokitin has only 20 minutes left. He
and
might not make it to time control.
time might tell the story of this game, given that they're still on move 18. So Volokitin has to average, what, like a minute per move, maybe 90 seconds per move with increment, but that's not much, especially against Fabiano.
So
We
castle
saw a
queenside,
nice
bishop
active
e7.
play from white. Queen e1, maybe looking at this a5 square for the knight or maybe even the queen. e6 attacking the knight. Knights get traded on f4. Knight e5, bishop 2, rook c8, and queen b4 brings us to the current position. So let's
So it
apply
looks
some
like
pressure to this
yeah.
d6 pawn.
So black's position is apparently objectively okay, but black's time is not okay. And that's
And it seems just more pleasant for white. Like you
For
have
white,
this
yes.
pressure, and also the fact that white traded off black's knight, which was on h5, is maybe somewhat beneficial to eventually having h4, h5, especially if black ever castles, and you can use the h file as a way of attacking.
So let's be concrete here. What's the next move for black?
Unfortunately, I
Bishop
have the engine
d6.
turned on. The engine has spoiled
Okay.
the best move for me, but I will say that the top engine move is probably not something I would start with.
King
But
King e7.
uh
No, I
King
don't know.
e7, I mean that's an attempt to defend the pawn. It's not engine's top three choices.
I don't think it's the right move, King e7. For sure not. I think that sacking the pawn makes more sense than anything. Just castle.
I'm trying to get a sense of what just happened on the camera feed because I saw Fabiano make a move. But I think the camera feed is slightly delayed according to the board.
Just
And
castle, right?
castling loses d6.
Oh,
Not
he
the
takes
best
with the
move.
queen. But you know those. Okay, is the queen takes
Queen
d6?
takes 6 and white's
Yeah.
just
Okay.
better. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I was thinking that I could keep the queens in attack, but after queen d6, I'm forced to trade queens, right? Unfortunately.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's really no
Sorry.
escape. No need to be sorry. The top move like looks so risky. I think I'll go ahead and show
Yeah.
it.
I don't know.
Top engine move is d5. I don't see black playing this, especially with this time situation. Like yes, you do kind of save the pawn, but you weaken defense of the knight. You open the diagonal, so queen
Oh
controls
my gosh.
f8.
So can't castle anymore. So
And
does white
yeah,
take on
it's
d5 here?
I mean yeah, taking on d5 and like rook he1 and
Yeah,
use the e
exactly.
file
Exactly.
looks super
And
scary
even
for
bishop takes
black.
b5, like Morphy style. You go rook e1 and you go bishop b5 check.
The idea
And then
might
just
be like some bishop f. No.
no way.
So what was the idea? Takes
Okay, take
bishop takes d5 and engine
rook
saying black
e1, let's say.
black is better here.
Black is better. Rook e1?
Rook
Sorry, what's going on
e1,
here? I don't know. What is this?
knight c4, and okay, black's pieces are actually fine. Like good coordination.
Wow. That's it. The fact that black can't castle and the two rooks on the open lines don't mean anything here. That's amazing.
There's also a big development in the match I see from MCAT
Okay.
in chat. Ivanchuk apparently has blundered. Wesley is now objectively better.
Did I make a prediction that he's gonna blunder and move 25? I guess it came much.
And maybe your prediction came sooner than expected.
Is it an actual blunder though? Because sometimes the engines are saying like some normal move is a blunder. So we had to really define what a blunder even means.
Yeah, it may have just been a mistake, but oh, he's playing super creatively. Like after h6, rather than moving his bishop, he did leave the bishop on g5. He's trying to fishing
Right.
pole trap Wesley So, where he's saying, "Oh no, my bishop." But if takes, let's say knight d7, you get mated. So Wesley did not take the bishop. He played knight bd7 here. And then Ivanchuk played knight d4, which the engine doesn't like. I don't know if I would classify this as a blunder, but it might just be overly creative, perhaps going down the wrong path. On one hand, he does open up his rook, but white doesn't seem to have the best harmony after bishop to
Yeah,
b7.
that's a good word to
What is
use.
white doing in this position?
White is all over the place. Bishop b7. But what exactly is bishop b7 threatening? Because if you go bishop e4, I can take queen e4.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he actually wants to like use his bishop. Maybe it's just a better square. Um,
So black is just playing chess. Be like, okay, I know you're giving a bishop free bishop, but I'm just gonna play chess and make you look like a fool, kind of, right?
that's possible.
Just
Maybe white
ignore the
wanted to
bishop.
play like e4, and does bishop b7 prevent e4?
e4 maybe I can take on g5 then finally.
Ah, that's true because white obstructs the diagonal and then take on
Right.
e4.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
Yeah, so basically black is playing chess then.
yeah, pieces are
Normal
just
stuff.
better placed. And we can see
Hmm.
Ivanchuk, one of the more expressive players, looks like he did play bishop to d2. So giving up any hopes and dreams of doing this fishing pole trap, perhaps rerouting to c3.
Okay, so not looking good for Ivanchuk. He did not blunder, but did he play bishop d2?
The move came in,
Or
yeah, and
okay, okay.
we see the camera slightly delayed, so eventually we will see him play this move. Or the camera feed will just drop, but we can imagine it.
Yeah, that's a sign that things did not go to plan. And unfortunately, I don't think White's going to be able to regroup in time this game.
Yeah, especially with Wesley having more time, having the better
Yeah,
position.
yeah.
He still has to prove it, though. It's like it's
This is
not
actually a
completely
very
winning.
good lesson on the dangers of attacking prematurely, right? When you try to go for the kill before you develop your pieces, if the attack doesn't work or your opponent just defends or doesn't take the bait, then you're just left with you're just in shambles here.
Yeah, we see kind of this happening to white with the pieces, especially the king still in the center, this bishop still not having any lethal
Yeah.
moves. This rook
In a
on
classical
h3, it's
game,
just kind of
this is the kind
a
of
failed
worst
dream from the white
one of
side.
definitely. Don't you think that it's one of the worst things in chess in a classical game? Because in a blitz game, you can just reset the board and it'll be over in 2 minutes, you
Right.
know? But in a classical game, you're gonna be sit there for about another hour or two in
Suffer
agony
forever. Right.
in this position, and that feeling of agony in a classical match will cause you to blunder even worse or get in time trouble even worse because wherever you look for a solution, it's just not there, and you have time to just dwell instead of
So
needing to make a move.
you do see this a lot on the like on the more amateur level when players get in like very bad or difficult positions that maybe aren't losing, then they just spiral downwards and they'll be more
Mm-hmm.
likely to blunder. At the top levels, sometimes you'll see the players like understand that the situation is difficult but really put up a ton of resistance. And I guess the two games to pay attention to in this matter are this game with Ivanchuk being worse but not completely losing, and also the Ray Robson game. Because
Mm-hmm.
Ray is still fighting, even though
Different
objectively like
position.
he's much worse. It's difficult, but I mean, when clock times are getting low, then I mean, momentum shifts do happen, and miracles do happen too.
By the way, d5 played by Volokitin. He's
Ooh,
a very strong
okay,
player.
spicing up. Now Fabi has to
Wow.
evaluate, like maybe sense the danger of the knight coming to c4 and yeah, black getting some counterplay. So
So how does
some
White deal with this? I have a couple of theories how
yeah,
White can deal with this. Maybe White can throw in this knight a5 move just to attack the bishop and control c4 a bit more before playing some business with d5.
I like
Although,
that.
if yeah, I just realized that knight a5, there's queen c7. I can play rook d2, right? Not a big deal, maybe.
Knight
Knight a5,
a5,
it's interesting.
attacking the bishop, queen c7,
Yeah,
counterattacking, rook d2 defending.
yeah.
Queen
Also, he's
c7
pinned.
would
So
walk
knight,
into the pin
the
too.
the most logical move probably knight a5, bishop a8, and then to see like what happens, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like knight a5 might be the type of move you just play quickly and then calculate later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we because if knight c4 is that dangerous, then we just
Take some measure to
chop
stop
chop.
it.
Yeah.
Right.
Hmm. So this is actually a very important moment because Fabi, this might be close to a make or break moment because if he finds the right sequence here to give Black one or two more difficult decisions,
Hmm.
Black's gonna flag almost. Just you know, don't give the easy move for Black here. Find the move that just asks more questions and doesn't make white's position worse. So
Yeah,
knight
keep the
a5,
tension basically.
keep the tension,
Yeah.
right?
And he has the
Knight a5
time
might
to
be.
actually like to spend here. That's a big advantage of having better opening preparation is he saves a lot of time early on. Now he can use that in these critical moments to put the maximum amount of pressure.
Yeah, I think Fabi's looking good here. Mainly the time situation. He's looking good
Yeah,
because
I don't
that's
think the eval bar reflects like
yeah.
how pleasant
Hmm.
it should be for him, but of course it's still going to be a fight.
As long as he doesn't go into like a 30-minute think in this position, then
Exactly.
it's
Yeah.
anyone's game. So yeah. We have a comment saying that somebody sacrificed a knight in the Salam Saleh game. So I think that's the UAE. Maybe it's UAE.
Yes.
LM. Yeah.
Let
So we
me
can maybe look at that one. Also, somebody said there was a smaller mate on board 76, I believe. Please confirm with me. Remember the person that said there was a smaller mate on one of the boards?
Right.
I
Yeah.
think it was
Which keep in
76.
mind. And I think that's in a
I can check it out
different
myself,
link
actually.
in the
Yeah.
broadcast. Yeah. Maybe if you want to check,
Yeah.
I can take a look at this Solemn Salah game. This is board
Yes.
one of Moldova against the UAE. Oh, Shitko is, I recognize his name from Levy's Norm tournaments that he played in maybe a few years ago. I know Levy has played this player at least once, maybe multiple times. And let's see how this game developed. It was a King's Indian defense. Looks like a pretty standard main line. It's h6 move, which I seem to remember Firouzja playing in his match against Magnus in the recent Speed Chess Championship. H6 is definitely not the most
Wow, I never
common
seen
move.
that before.
Did you watch the Speed Chess Championship? Like
I
Magnus and
watched
Hans and
the
Hikaru?
yeah, I watched the finals and the
Okay.
semifinals.
Because I'm pretty sure in the finals, Firouzja was playing this a lot against Magnus.
Oh, I missed the first half of the because I was
Ah,
sleeping.
okay. Because at some point in the match, like Magnus just like understood what to do against this and kept winning. But I wonder if Salem is playing this because he was inspired by Firouzja. It's just a slightly offbeat
Okay.
line, but still
So what
very
is the point
playable.
of this h6 move? What are they trying to do here?
I think it's just prophylaxis against bishop to g5, which sometimes you see in these lines. Also,
So like
if
bishop
bishop
e3, knight
e3,
e3,
there's
knight
knight
g4.
g4,
Right.
right?
Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Yes, that's the main
Yeah.
idea, it seems like.
So going forward, they reach this structure which resembles more of a King's Indian exchange, the trailing e5.
But these are pretty okay for black because the c4 pawn is not that good in these positions, right? Like there's no use for that pawn.
Yeah,
Is it
like
just
white seems
because
to be controlling d5, but you can't
yeah.
plan a knight there because pawn c6, and black is
Although I
doing
guess
normal
white can, yeah,
things.
white can get some expansion going because of that c4 pawn. And
Oh
okay, the
wow.
game got really concrete.
So the knight went back to e6, obstructing the queen from defending e5. White goes ahead and takes a seemingly free pawn, but it's a trade because black takes on b4. And then
Uh-huh.
this is where white sacrifices a knight with knight takes f7. And what's the point? King takes
Knight
f7,
e5
e5.
and knight e4, knight
Wow.
d6 check.
Yeah, it looks like some positional compensation. Like white's
Yeah,
gonna get the knight to
black
d6.
is discombobulated. He's not
It's
developed.
a nice word to
His rook's
describe
gonna get
this.
yeah. His king is all over. His queen is all over the place. The pawn on g6 is hanging. There's a fork on d6, and if the c8 bishop gets captured, the d7 knight falls.
There's a
Right.
ton of
So
pressure.
the knight e4 comes with like four threats: knight d6 check, knight c8, knight e8, queen g6, and rook d7. Like there's so many threats, right?
Black's position is
And
so delicate. Queen on
how does
b4.
but wait. Knight e4, bishop e5, right? That's the point.
So knight e4. Bishop takes e5. Yeah, seems to solve most of the issues. I mean, it leaves
Yeah.
h6 hanging. I think black is
So it's
still
that
under a ton of pressure. Take on h6.
maybe knight e4 is not the move then.
I mean, White's taking
Maybe
time
f4
here,
or
though.
something, or yeah, play some I don't know, some sort of prep move. Maybe not 94, something else.
Like f4
F4
first.
seems so slow though because knight
Knight
c5 maybe
c5. Yeah.
very slow. But
Should
oh,
we
f5.
do guess eval for this position? It probably relies on like very concrete lines.
Yeah, I guess the doesn't make much sense here, but we could just check the engine later. But I think f4, knight c5, f5 is something to talk about, right?
We should do guess eval and also guess White's top move.
Okay, guess why's top move is fine. I can do
Okay.
that.
Okay.
Uh, yeah, I don't want to lose that e pawn.
Uh-huh.
F4 prepares f5. Seems pretty multi-purposey to me. There's also bishop d3, actually. I just realized. Oh, no, but the 95, so it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, all roads lead to anything else.
f4.
Anything else. Maybe I'm just lazy because we've been commentating for like 2.5 hours. We didn't take a break yet. But
It is tiring.
f4, just my brain just says f4 and then just let black figure it out. And I want to say it's like 000 or something. No, plus 0.5 or something slightly better.
Okay, I'm gonna say that black is actually doing fine here. Maybe I'm
Okay.
biased given that black's the higher rated player. They're both GMs though. Um,
Yeah, maybe it's 000. I don't know. 000.
let's say minus 0.5, but
Okay.
f4 I think I like more than 94.
Yeah.
Let's see.
F4 000.
Oh, White's better.
Is F4 the only move? Because I don't see any other move for white here.
There's actually f4 is a quality, which is a weird word to describe this position.
It's 000 F4.
But
Okay.
knight e4 is actually the top move.
What? And bishop takes e5?
And then go into this line. Bishop takes e5, and then bishop takes h6. And black is under pressure. I mean, the line keeps going, I guess. Like, knight f6 is best.
But I feel like black is getting that his pieces organized now. But maybe there's some flaw.
Okay, there's a very specific line that keeps the edge for white. There's only one move here, which I don't understand at all. And this is sometimes a danger of using the engine to make conclusions too quickly. The best move is a3. You deflect the queen. And the idea is to follow up after queen takes a3, play c5. I guess you deflected away so there's no queen takes e4 here. And
okay,
with c5,
if
you're
this happens on the
clamping
board,
down.
we're gonna get a call from Kramnik. If a3 happens on the board.
Someone call the Wanders.
Okay, a3. So wait, hold on. So the point of a3 was to play.
You just want to play c5, but you don't want to hang a knight. So you make the queen move away.
That's so weird, though.
Yeah, it's a weird idea because you lose a pawn, but after c5, your bishop is ready to come in, and white's play starts flowing quite nicely, apparently.
Wow.
So f4 was played in the game, so he missed this idea.
Move.
And it's still like, super interesting. Like engine, okay, now giving minus 0.2, so yeah, I'd probably put more money on black winning this game.
The pieces will tell the tale. So
we'll see.
I think as the game drags on, black's chances get better and better if white does, because black needs a couple of moves to kind of organize the pieces,
right,
and get a blockade going on. So yeah, it was a brave attempt from Ivan to try this, definitely. Okay, guys, are there any other games that you want us to check? Please put in the chat, either Lichess chat or Eric's chat.
I say that we take our first break of the day.
Okay.
And
even better idea.
Yeah, maybe I can refill my tea and water, and
yes, I'll make tea too.
And we'll come back. So yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in. We do appreciate all the viewers across all the platforms. And stay tuned. We'll be back for more.
Yes.
what did I do? Sorry about that. We'll be back momentarily. Okay, we are back for more coverage of the 2024 Chess Olympiad. Good to have everyone across Twitch and YouTube, and very happy to be joined by my co-host, FM Gary Shankar. Welcome, Gary. How are you doing?
Good, good. Yeah. How was your break? Did you get some
It
tea
was
and some
good. Yeah,
refreshments?
I made some tea. I had a protein bar. Life is good.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I skipped breakfast, so I just ate a little bit of breakfast, so some energy, some potatoes. So we're
Nice.
good to go.
Awesome.
Shall we look at the women's section of the
Yeah,
Olympiad?
yeah. And I actually realized that I'm on the wrong tab. I need to switch to round 4 here. And we can click into the top match between India and France. France had a pretty convincing victory yesterday over Sweden. Both Pia Kramling and Anna Kramling lost to the French players. But yeah, I haven't had a chance to look at any of the games super closely in this match, so maybe we can just go through, do an overview, get a sense of who's
Sure.
in
And
shape to
correct
win.
me if I'm wrong. Did you say both Pia and Anna are playing the tournament, or just Pia Kremlin?
They are, yeah, they're both on the Sweden women's team, so
Wow. Okay.
maybe we
We
can
should
look at
definitely
their
check it out.
games too. Yeah, they're have to scroll down to find them, but they should be somewhere.
That's so cute to play on the same team as your mom.
Right.
It's so
And
awesome.
the captain of their team is their dad, or is Anna's dad, Juan Bayonne.
Wow.
So yeah, it's a family team.
That's awesome.
But yeah, let's take a look. I'm trying to find the video for this too. Hopefully, yeah, we have a
You got it? Okay.
collage of all 4 boards in this match. And Yeah, India is probably like the favorite to win the entire women's section, but of course, there's a lot of teams in contention. France has a lot of strong players. Board one is Harika Jornavali against a name I don't want to embarrass myself trying to pronounce. So Demont,
Mhm. Cornet. I
and
think the
Cornet.
wife
Yeah,
of maybe Mathieu Cornet, I believe, is another grandmaster from
that's
France.
possible.
Possibly,
You
yeah.
definitely recognize that name.
Mhm.
So current position, we see this pawn well advanced on h5, just kicked the knight away from the g6 square. This did come from Italian opening.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You can
C3,
zoom
D3.
through. I've seen a bunch of these today.
This is the
Uh,
same as linear
Dominguez,
versus, almost very similar to linear
super
versus,
similar.
yeah, who are,
Whoever his opponent is from Ukraine. But in Dominguez's game, his bishop went to f1 and then routed to g2. In this
Mhm.
game, bishop is staying on d3. Knight is on f1, comes to e3. Bishop goes back to e2. And white gets a bishop pair, gets some space on the king side. I mean, first glance, I prefer white in this position. Just having a bishop pair, having the pawn center, this pawn, I don't think is a weakness because black can't really attack it.
Mhm. Hmm. In my opinion, I don't know. The fact that white's king is so open gives me pause to say that white's better. Although,
Mm-hmm.
of course, the bishop can be rerouted to g2 if you want to, right? So that's probably not a big deal. Hmm.
And the one thing I would be scared about as white is the potential for f2 to come under fire with the bishop on a7, the rook on
Mhm.
f8. I mean, f5 seems like one of the main ideas for black to try and bust open the king side,
Mhm.
create
Mhm.
some attacking potential.
Maybe one way to look at this position is probably objectively better for white, but easy to mess up something bad in a
Gotta
practical
be
game.
careful. Yeah, have some danger levels. I mean, a move that comes to mind is knight h4, just to attack the knight on g4, unleashing the queen bishop battery, and then also maybe at some point get the knight to f5, or at least discourage black from playing pawn
Mhm.
f5.
Also, when the knight on g4 moves away, white can play h6, right? And then damage the structure.
H6, yeah, that's very true. That it's one of the main ideas of thrusting the pawn down the board, create some weakness in black's king side. So,
Okay,
how about we go
fair
through
enough.
these games and just do a quick guess eval?
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm guessing plus zero point 0.5. Well, one
Point
of my
5.
default guesses.
I would say, yeah, similar to that. White is probably slightly better, but very hard to handle position.
Okay, plus zero point 0.9.
Okay.
Engine
And
likes
knight h4 is the
white.
best move. Okay.
Knight h4 or king g2 are tied for
Mm-hmm.
top move.
Okay.
Um,
Great.
yeah, so looking good for India on board one. Board two, we see
Catalan opening.
in the. I'm also trying to understand how the camera matches up to the boards, but board two is the upper right corner. We see Sophie Millet. I
Millier,
don't know
maybe?
how to pronounce like French names,
I
so
think Millier, maybe.
okay. Um, I forgot to turn off the eval bar, so
It's okay.
looks like white's better though with some pressure, Catalan type pressure.
Yes, I'm
Knight
just trying to
c3 was
figure out.
last move.
White is up a pawn, right?
Yeah, let's actually go back and just see how the play
Yeah.
unfolded. Oh,
Another
another
Jobava.
reverse Jobava. So
Okay.
multiple instances of the same opening. Okay, a little bit
Hold
different
on.
from
Hold
the
on.
Arjun
Eric,
game.
who played Jabal London?
Yeah, well, Jobava obviously as the white side, but it was Arjun Ergaisi playing
Yeah,
this as a
and
black side.
they Team India probably has a similar coach.
Oh, that's possible. Yeah, are Vaishali and Arjun sharing the same opening prep?
I don't see why not, right?
Might as well, yeah. If
Yeah.
I know they have a
Okay.
lot of team spirit.
Mhm.
So yeah, just going forward here.
And it's super efficient to use it at the same round because it's like you can use the same opening, literally three people if
I
you
wonder
want
if there's
to.
a case where like the players are aware that there's the same opening on another board, and then they might be more inclined to observe that game a bit more. Not sure. Like they might be in different areas, like the men or the open and the women. So
Right.
anyway, we do see white winning the pawn on c6. So I wonder if this is some sort of gambit by
Somebody said, can you
Vaishali
go through the opening again real quickly for black? And actually, I would also like to see
for
that.
black. Yeah, yeah. So it starts as a ready knight f3. Black plays d5, g3, and then knight c6. And the point is, if white doesn't play d4, then black gets in e5, and then it's kind of a reverse Pierce opening. So this
Uh,
prompts white to play d4, and then bishop f5 brings us to
okay.
like the
So
main opening position.
we can conclude that Jabal London reversed happens when white tries to fianchetto. But in Jabal London for
Yes,
white happens in other positions as well. But with black, it's mainly only after
mainly in this
white
move
commits to
order.
fianchetto. Because
Exactly,
fianchetto, maybe it's a slower sort of move, so black can get away with it's a slower game, so you can play the same setup in a slower game.
exactly. And yeah, we see this
Okay.
idea, the early knight b4, provoke knight to a3. There's really no other, I guess there is knight e1 here, so maybe there is another choice. But yeah, white goes for this. And
Yeah.
then I do want to go to, apologies for the video feed dropping, but let's go to this moment where Vaishali sacks a pawn, maybe tries to get some compensation with the queen deep in black's territory. But it seemed like white was totally fine here. It plays c4, queen a4, after c5, knight b5. A lot of central pressure. Takes on c5, bishop takes c5. And after the trade of queens, white maintains initiative by attacking the bishop on c5. So black doesn't have time to capture on c4. Bishop d4 was played, and simply e3. So keeping initiative, attacking the bishop. And yeah, I mean, how to judge this? White is slightly preferred according to the eval bar, but black does have this pressure, keeps the bishop on this diagonal.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, development is still hard. Maybe white can give back a pawn and just finish development somehow, or something like that. I think that's how the game is going to turn out.
Like bishop d2 allow the
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
trade.
something like that. You just give up a pawn and then you trade on f6 and take on d5 or something.
The other
But right now the c
idea,
pawn is hanging as well.
yeah, c pawn is hanging. I mean, there's an idea in this position which looks weakening, but I mean, might be justified, is to play f4, is to kick the bishop away from pinning the pawn. And after f4, once the bishop moves, then you can maybe look to play a move like b3 and actually
I
complete
like
your
that.
queenside development. And the
Do
drawback
you
is
take
you're
on d5
weakening this
next?
structure. So let's say bishop c7,
You take on d5, right?
take on d5 first, yeah, because knight takes d5, there's e4.
Yeah.
And if pawn takes d5,
Bishop b3, yeah, or bishop
b3.
d2.
I mean, black still has some play against this backward e pawn.
Yeah, but now it
That's
looks like white's
interesting,
kind of untangling.
right?
Okay.
Cool. Okay,
So
currently
it
white
looks like white's
maybe
slightly
slightly
better.
for choice. Yeah.
Mhm. All right.
Moving on to board 3, we see a crazy position.
White looks like just crushing somehow.
Is
I don't
this a
know yet how.
Sveshnikov or Spanish maybe? The structure. Oh, it was a Sicilian, Najdorf. Okay. White gets this early f4, f5. Trade on d5. Okay, so this is how we get the structure. It
Mm-hmm.
seems like white built up a pretty strong looking attack, already threatening rook
Yes, very
h3, and
scary.
there'd be sacrificing ideas. So
The bishop g8 is kind of holding the fort.
black does maintain some
D3 sacking
defense.
the knight. Okay, so let's figure out what's going on.
Wow.
So let's go back one move because I want to know like why did black sack the knight when knight f3 probably had an immediate threat. So what is the threat of knight f3? And then why did black sack on b3? So these are the two questions
Okay,
right now we need to ask.
I think I know how to answer why did black sacrifice. Although
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure. I think the point is
Okay.
to remove the defender of the bishop, and then you have queen
But then rook d1,
c3.
right?
But then rook d1. But maybe the point is you just snag a bunch of pawns. Queen takes, you get initiative, and then you
Okay.
try
Okay.
and
Sure.
queen a pawn eventually.
So is a question, the reason I asked the first question, like what is white threatening, is because what was black forced to do it, or
Was there any
what black
rush?
is doing it out of their own volition? Like, uh, this is something that they had to do as a last resort,
I mean, the
or
question is,
black had other
what
options.
else do you do here as black?
Oh, so the threat is queen h5, knight h4, I think.
Oh, that's actually nice.
Yeah, yeah.
I
Okay.
see. Okay.
Wow. That's
Wait,
actually very dangerous, no?
can white just ignore everything on the queen side and play queen h5?
Oh my God. Okay, hold on.
Sacrifice a rook and just go for smother mate. That's a party on the h file.
Okay, that's brilliant. If queen h5 is but let's just go slowly and then look at queen h5 from the beginning
Sure. So
position.
queen h5 here. Like black takes the rook, right? But if you take the rook, are you just getting mated?
You don't have to take the rook, right? Because you can do something defensive.
Like what?
I don't know. I don't know.
It just seems like black has so few defensive resources. The bishop is tied down. This bishop
Oh, there's a
doesn't do
cool line.
anything.
Bishop f8, knight h4, bishop f7, queen h7,
Okay, in slow motion. Bishop f8,
knight
knight
h4,
h4,
bishop f7.
bishop f7.
Not that it does
Oh,
anything. Yeah, queen
that's
h7
nice
check.
though. Oh no, my queen.
And then,
Take, check, and then mate.
although I think after bishop f7, probably even knight g6 is winning, honestly. But this is fancier.
Yeah, I like the fancy way. Sack the queen. And I mean, queen
Yeah.
f7 doesn't help. Knight g6.
Actually, bishop f7, knight g6 is not that clear because bishop takes g6, pawn takes g6, h6, bishop h6 doesn't really do anything, right? It's not
That's
that clear.
true. Yeah. There's actually a question about
So,
h6 after knight h4.
okay, sure, let's take a look. But that looks, oh my goodness, right?
It looks
Can I
terribly
sack on?
weakening.
Yeah, I can just sack on h. So how do we do it here? Just knight g6 and knight f8 and bishop h6, yeah.
It does. Yeah, it seems like knight g6 first, and
And the question is, do
then
you take here? I think we should take on h6 in this position.
I think either
Oh,
way,
no,
I don't really
yeah,
see the difference. Both look crushing, right? Like takes
yeah,
on
yeah.
f8, takes and then
Because
takes.
after here now, this is there bishop f7 is a question, or queen f7 or something like that.
Ah, I see. Queen
We
h4,
can just retreat. Yeah,
keep the tension.
this should be bad for black. Bishop
I've
h5.
bishop
Just
h.
try, and then king g8 or something. Just try to hold on.
Oh,
No,
black is
it's lost.
crumbling
It's
though. Yeah,
lost.
rook
It's lost. Yeah, it's
g3,
lost.
etc.
Although there's a
That's
rook hanging, by the
interesting.
way, thing. But okay, yeah, it's lost. Okay, let's go
But
back.
what if we do this line without? Oh, maybe you need bishop f8. I was thinking if knight takes a1 first, and then h6 here, but this is just worse because we take and yeah, black is falling apart instantly.
Do you want to check with the engine to see if there's
Let's
any
do
merit,
it.
or are we doing
Yeah.
nonsense?
Let's see. So we're thinking queen h5 is working
Chat,
for
what do you
white.
think? Queen h5 looking good? Not sure. It
Okay.
looks very dangerous.
I'm gonna toggle
Can we
on
can we look at the move after knight a1 again?
queen
See,
h5 takes and
yeah,
then
knight
knight h4.
h4. Yeah, it looks bad.
Yeah. Okay, let's see.
Let's see.
Okay. This position's winning. If we go back to the current position, queen h5 is the top move. White can sack the
Wow, we
rook.
did it. Okay.
So knight b3
Wow.
is just an attempt to distract, but
This is why the main question was, what if knight
that's
f3
beautiful.
threatening? It's very important to answer this question. And black didn't answer the question or ask the question. Oh, she missed it.
Did she miss it?
She missed it.
Okay, we have the video feed. Looking at this top right corner. Queen c. Oh, c takes b3 was
She
played,
took
and
the
then queen
knight.
c3. It's a big miss. White's still doing well. But the crazy thing is, if white plays the most natural move, rook d1, black's actually getting a lot of counterplay. Queen takes b3,
Mm-hmm.
and the rook and bishop are still kind of hit. You would think rook d2 here, which is the best move, but it allows rook c1. And black all of a sudden is causing some headaches for white. King f2, rook
King
c3,
f2.
it's not super clear.
Okay. This looks still dangerous, but
I mean, white should still be better, but this is exactly what black wants, is to
mm-hmm.
complicate things and shift the focus away from white's mating attack on the king side.
Okay. All right. So looks like Divya missed a brilliant win with Queen h5, and the game is gonna kind of drag on. And we have a comment says Fabiano's losing, but should we go over to that one?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of updates. It's going to be hard to look at everything
Yes.
in real time, but yeah, that sounds like a pretty big update. So let's go back to the open section. Board one, match one. We see Fabiano's opponent here, Andrei Volokitin.
And we
And the
left off after
current
d5,
position.
and the suggestion was knight a5
A lot
by
has
us.
happened. Losing might be a strong word to describe the position, but let's see. So we saw d5 played, a very
Yeah.
bold move. Fabiano took a long time before playing c3. We were liking knight
But can you look
a5.
at Can you look at the engine to see what was the top move there? Because we looked at knight a5.
So there's a few top moves. Like h4 and a4 the most typical engine
You gotta
play.
be kidding me! Wow.
But knight a5 also like basically the same
Okay,
evaluation.
c3. How is it?
c3 also playable. Yeah, a lot of the moves
Okay.
actually keep the game level.
Okay.
Queen e7 takes. It is slightly preferring black though. Takes, and bishop e3. Apparently bishop e3 is a mistake. I'm not sure why though.
Hmm.
It looks natural. You want to maybe
I,
support f4.
but do you think that practically Fabiano trading queens when the opponent has such little time let him off the hook? Because now the moves for Volokitin is,
A bit
they're much
easier.
easier, right?
I wonder if he, like, after c3, did he have any other option though? You might have to allow the queen trade
Yeah,
once queen
that's why
e7
I'm saying
happens.
c3 might not be the move. Because remember we were saying that if Fabiano finds the move that keeps the tension on the board for a couple more moves, then
That's true.
Volokitin might flag. So c3, queen e7. Maybe he missed
You know
queen
what though?
e7 or
I'm
yeah.
realizing with knight a5, queen c7, black's not only threatening to checkmate in one, but black also has the idea knight d3, which maybe would drive him away from going into this
But
line.
rook d2, unfortunately, rook d2 stops
Rook
that, right?
d2. Oh, that's true actually. Yeah, rook d2 would keep the tension.
Yeah, maybe this is kind of what five. Yeah, I don't know.
Um,
Crazy position. But let's see the current
I
position.
mean, the current position, along with the time situation, like it's still, I think it's still a 3-result game. Volokitin has fallen below 5 minutes. Fabiano still
I
has
don't
20
think that the
minutes.
time is a big issue now anymore. As much.
That's true. Yeah,
As
I mean,
much.
yeah, it's definitely simplified. There's an attack for white.
However, the fact that black's better, it actually is making it worse for black, I think, at least
There's more
in some
pressure.
regards.
Yeah,
Because
might be
now you
true.
have a choice. Do you play for the win or do you just play it safe?
That's
And
very
that
true.
being in that indecisive state could run your clock down to 1 minute easily.
You also have to kind
So
of keep a look at your teammates' boards, like, and kind of judge. Do you go out
yeah.
all out for the win, or do you just try and be super solid and be okay with a
So,
draw?
can we do some concrete moves here? I don't know if the engine's open. I just see the eval bar, but
Yep.
bishop c5 check is kind of a threat because then you don't want to play king e8 because you block your rook, right?
It might be a positional
So
threat. I'm wondering about this pawn on f3. Like, just bishop takes f3, win a pawn? It's not the engine's first move, but it looks playable.
yeah, but again, bishop c5 check makes the king block
Bishop
the
bishop
rooks.
c5, there's rook takes c5.
Not right now, of course,
but
but like at some
like
point. Let's say I
takes,
take first, and then yeah, take,
and then
check,
bishop c5,
king
king
e8.
e8.
That's not a big deal. Apparently, it's not a
Apparently,
big
it's
deal.
fine.
It's fine. Yeah, maybe h4, h6, right?
Yeah, I mean, black's up a pawn. H6, yeah, H6
Yeah,
is a really nice idea
yeah.
to
H6 is a
activate
problem.
the
Oh,
rook.
okay. So can we go back then? So bishop f3. What is the move for white after bishop f3?
So apparently, like, white still has compensation here. The best move would be knight c5, threatening a6, and also ideas of rook
Oh, that
to
makes more sense.
d7. And
That
it's
makes
not a
more sense.
huge edge for black.
Could we see that happening if he didn't take the pawn yet? But we could see that happening. What
So
is another move
this is the
besides
current
just taking a pawn?
position. The top move, according to the engine, is
H6
h6,
again.
which I think is just a really nice
Nice positional move.
resource.
Yeah.
Maybe sometimes difficult to consider when you're so focused in the center, but pawn on g5 and the rook on h8, that makes a ton of
Oh,
sense.
look at the time. Oh my goodness. 1 minute versus 20 minutes.
Yeah, we see his body
With,
language too. Like he's kind of squirming
with
in his
17
chair.
moves to go. The fact that he's better, actually, it's making it worse, honestly. It's because, there's so many ways you could play this as black.
I wish we could see a heart rate monitor. Like, the heart's got to be pumping right now because he basically has to play blitz for the next 17 moves. And
Yeah, essentially.
Fabiano has time to
Rapid.
slow down and think in the critical moments. Yeah, more like a rapid game.
And once you go below 1 minute, you start to spend time just looking at the clock and writing the moves, because
That's true.
you make the move, you write your move, you look at the clock, 15 seconds has passed.
Yeah, time goes so much quicker when you don't have much of it.
And Volokitin is it's like inertia. He's been going at a pace of 3-4 minutes per move, 5 minutes per move, and he's still in that pace right now. And he's gonna have to switch from that to instantly going to 15 seconds per move.
It's
That
such a
adjustment
difficult
is
thing to do, is switch from classical mindset to blitz mindset.
Mhm. Okay. I can't really believe that he's splitting his time. There's no way he's actually doing this
In
to
this
himself, is he?
position. I mean, according to the clock, he has less than 20 seconds. Is he going to flag? We can't actually see the clock time. It might not be synced
He must have
entirely.
played something, and there's no way he's just gonna let himself go down to that low time.
Okay, he did. A few moves came on the board. He did take on f3.
Okay.
Again, apologies for the camera dropping, but
Okay, so he played a move with eight seconds. Is that correct,
it looks
Eric?
like it.
He did
Yeah,
get up.
because
Yeah.
he had 8 seconds
Oh my
before
goodness.
taking on f3.
He went from 8 minutes to 8 seconds. He went from 8 minutes to 8 seconds in one move.
Yeah, he took all his
Oh
time
my
to take the
goodness.
pawn, and yeah,
Okay.
misses h6, which is the best move. Not easy to find given the circumstances. Fabiano quickly responded with bishop takes f3.
Yeah.
After he takes on f3, Fabiano, I like the speed at which
Quickly
Fabiano's
responded,
playing.
but yeah, he's putting the pressure on the clock now.
Knight c5, and
And
white has good compensation here.
and
Multiple
Volokitin
threats.
is back at the 17 seconds. He's playing on the edge again. It was the critical move. I disagree. The critical move was to get to 8 seconds. You already.
Okay, he
There's nothing
plays
more
rook
critical
d8
than
with
getting to
9 seconds left.
Yeah, because every move from now on is a critical move.
Right.
Because you have no time.
I see the video feed is slightly delayed, so we do see this exchange on f3. But we do have the current position on the board. Fabiano wins back the pawn. Knight takes a6. And in any case where the rook comes to a8, the knight can come back to b4 to defend a2. So material's equal. And even though the engine still slightly prefers black, I mean, this is a 3-result game. White has a 3-on-1 majority on the queen side. Black has a 4-on-2 majority on the king side. Trade on d1.
Wait. Is there a pawn sack? It's not really a sack, probably, but it's kind of fun to look at. was the idea after knight h2? You know, what is the trick
Oh,
that
oh no, my pawn.
there's probably some trap. Oh, is it bishop c5 check, king e8, bishop d6 or something, and then knight c7 check and bishop e5 check or something in that? I don't know
Wow,
exactly,
that
but
might
there's
actually
some
work
trick.
though.
Yeah, there's some trick there. Uh,
You're calling it.
oh my
And
goodness.
now
Okay,
the
so
eval loves white. This is
yeah,
what
because
happened.
yeah, you check and then go bishop d6.
You saw that so quickly too.
Yeah,
So it's just forcing moves. King e8 only. I mean, rook c5 is legal, but king
yeah,
e8
that
only
is the
logical
count.
move. And then bishop d6. This is the only way to win.
And then knight
Uh,
f3,
because you would hit the knight and you threaten knight c7. So if
knight
knight
f3,
f3, knight
c7, king
c7,
d7.
king d7.
What I wasn't sure is after bishop e5, king e7, my knight is hanging, so I need a
That's
better
true.
move than this. Oh,
So it's
maybe I
actually simple
just
here.
just take the pawn,
Just take the pawn.
and I still have the same threats.
And the
Oh,
black's
can
king
you
is a
go back again?
target.
And I can. Okay, I don't know how to go back even, but I
I
can.
mean, this is a big threat.
So king e8.
King e8.
You can make a draw if you want, but you're not gonna.
So the thing here is white cleaned up the final pawn on
a4.
the queen side, just
You just
a4. This pawn has a clear path. And
yeah
we see Volokitin snag that pawn on h2. It looked like he was just panicking there. And look at Fabiano's expression. Like he
yeah.
knows something is up. And this is where
So
Fabiano will like take his time and actually like
this
sink his
we
teeth
saw.
into the calculations.
It's almost like we saw this disaster just coming from a mile away, right? And it's just happening like it's playing out. And well, Keita knows that this is gonna happen, but when
Hmm.
everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face, kind of thing, right? Like when he knows this, is gonna happen to himself. But when you're in the moment, you just freeze up. And honestly, that 8 minutes to 8 second thought, um, thinking was the blunder of this game,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, it's just time management. And this, I think this goes
It's
back to even like Fabiano's opening preparation. Like he put on the pressure early. He's able to drain his opponent's time early, and it shows
yeah,
later on in these critical moments.
it's
And he finds
But
bishop
he really brought it
c5.
down himself here because I think that position didn't deserve an 8 minute think there because there were so many moves that you could have played, right?
Right.
Um, yeah,
So
it's
king e8
unfortunate.
and bishop d6 on the board. We're just seeing this play out.
And the reason I say this with such confidence is I am myself make this mistake so many times
Right.
and get in time pressure. So this is like seeing a grandmaster at 2600. Oh, he was 2700 at some point.
Hmm.
Will Keaton do the same mistake? I don't know how I feel about that because I do this mistake all the time. But again, it's about when you're in the ring, there's so many other factors that just make you freeze up,
It happens to
you know?
everyone. And look at
Yeah,
this. Volkeaton realizes how
how
bad
bad
his
it is.
position is, and he
But
takes on c7, which
this
honestly
doesn't
might
help.
make it worse.
I think White can actually play c4 at some point, sack the pawn, and then go a4
Yeah,
if he wants
the
to.
rook is so well placed on d1, cutting
Yeah.
off the king.
Can we check that,
All white needs to
Eric?
do is make a pass pawn. c4 is a top move.
Okay, yeah. That's why, yeah, because it's cut off,
Nice.
right?
It's
It's
cut
cut
off,
off, so
and it
yeah.
prevents bishop d4 as well. So if takes, we might see this play out. They currently have this
Uh,
position on the board.
I feel like a prophet this game because it's
You predicted
like
so much. Yeah, it's incredible how quickly you see these things too.
uh maybe I just got lucky here. But C4 it might be played soon. Oh my goodness.
Remember why we switched to this game? We saw a comment in chat saying Fabiano is losing.
Yeah,
And yeah, after a few minutes, he's now pretty much
he's
completely
winning.
winning.
It's all it takes. It's that in chess, just one mistake or just getting low on time and then it's over.
And yeah, moves are coming in. C4 was not played. Yeah, maybe
Oh,
you,
okay.
you should have taken over as American board one for a move, but yeah, Rook D8 was played. Still looking really good for white. He's
Okay,
just going after
this
the
is
B
yeah.
pawn.
I'm just concerned that the H pawn is gonna run a little bit. Oh, but the bishop
Rook
is
B8
so
is
good at
super
covering.
sneaky because, okay, it looks like the obvious threat is Rook takes B5, but he's also threatening bishop to D8
Oh,
with the
okay,
skewer.
okay, okay.
So
Oh,
using
that's just
clearance.
nasty. Okay.
Black has no time to push.
So 94 or
Black has to play
something?
like
Or I think
another.
resign actually is the next move.
No, you don't resign in a team format like this when you have four connected pass pawns. But
Considering Volokitin's the way that the game just turned out, resigns would not. I would not be surprised.
really,
It's just like, yeah, because it's just so disappointing how it turned out.
I think we're going to see at least a few more moves. I mean, it's a great example of all pawns but no hope. It's
Yeah,
Beth
Queen's Gambit
Harmon,
reference.
whatever.
Okay, there's a couple of requests. An FM upsetting a GM. Unfortunately, that's not even a surprise anymore these days.
Right.
But the Bearish versus Soupy, I think that's England versus Brazil. So that's probably something we can check.
Yeah, should
Then
we veer away from this game given the
and
fact
Magnus game,
that
we haven't checked that in a while either.
that's true. Yeah, and we do have the camera feed of Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, let's go
Oh,
there
Magnus
first.
is already done, so we might not have a camera feed of the players present.
Oh, Magnus won.
He did win, and we did
Okay.
see the position around here from earlier after Rook C8. So let's just quickly see how this game ended. He played
Well,
B3,
B3 very
solid
conservative.
move.
Okay.
B5, knight B2. He fianchettos a knight, maybe to reroute to D3.
That pawn
E5,
break
knight
did
D3.
happen. Oh, that
So
one I
he
didn't.
allows a
It's a pawn sack.
So what's the point? So if pawn takes pawn, he just wants to play E4, and
Really?
that's really
Yeah, I
interesting,
guess
actually.
that must have been missed by black. The fact that the eval bar is showing that it's much better for white is very interesting. That Magnus didn't even, I mean, he saw that so easily.
Yeah, white just has like good positional compensation because his pawn's blockaded.
Yeah.
The structure is super solid. Engine's even saying queen c5 with a big edge
Oh,
for
that's
white.
so elegant. That's such an elegant pawn sack by Magnus, right?
Yeah, it looks like he wins it back eventually because like after
Yeah.
takes, he's hitting
But honestly,
b5 and
Eric,
b7.
I wouldn't even trade queens. Just bishop f4, right? And just like enjoy the position,
Also looks totally fine. Yeah.
right?
Let's
And
see what
rook
happened in the
c1 and
game
just
though,
yeah,
because
okay.
his opponent played e4, which okay, he gets this outpost on c5. And after some sack, okay, knight takes d4 is interesting because he gives up the knight for two pawns, but he's attacking the rook and the king. But after king h1, the bishop is still hanging. It doesn't seem like black is getting enough. Takes on f3. Pawn takes f3, good choice, leaving the bishop attacked. Bishop a8. And
Look at the
Magnus
time
has time
difference
to defend the rook. Still maybe some complications, but at this point, I mean, Magnus has an extra minor piece. His king is safe. He offers a queen trade, uses the g file, creates some target on g7. Oh no, my bishop. If the rook takes the bishop, it's checkmate. And yeah, now he's threatening back rank mate.
By the way,
E2 is
black was
covered.
threatening this. Well, not
Sack on
really, but
e4.
rook e4 was kind of a threat. But Magnus is doing the offense is the best defense.
Right.
So
His pieces are just on such good squares for defense and offense. And his opponent resigned in this position, given that there doesn't seem to be a good way to deal with this threat.
yeah. I was just curious. This was a very smooth game.
It did
By
feel very
Magnus.
smooth, yeah.
What was his longest think? Because he did start thinking at some point. So I'm just curious, where did Magnus actually start to think? Is it after the pawn sacrifice? Like, what did he?
Yeah, he took a
Yeah, I'm
long
just
time on
curious.
b3, took about 15
Okay,
minutes,
okay.
and then knight b2 is played quickly,
Forced.
and then knight d3.
The pawn sack
So
he did
here,
take some time. Okay?
yes, yeah, because he had other options. Like he could take, and this is also better for white. But knight d3 is a very classy Magnus move.
Okay. That's actually a beautiful game. I honestly think that watching Magnus play is like it's such a gift. Like
It
just so
is.
beautiful. Some of these games. Just genius at play, for sure. Okay.
So we're reaching the moment in the round where a lot of games are featuring time trouble. Games are finishing quite quickly. Like there's been a lot of results determined. Arjun Erigaisi has defeated Alexander Ingic. We saw this Caro-Kann position
Yeah.
earlier.
I think we called this game too, the 9 to 5, all the pressure stuff. Maybe we can.
Yeah, it looks like the
quickly-
camera feed is frozen, but I think the players are done right now.
Yeah.
When we see the results. So let's just see how this game finished. Arjun putting his pieces on great squares. Knight on d6 is so lovely combining with the structure. And yeah, I mean, the pawns on light squares combine with the dark square bishop, also playing against white's light square bishop. Seems like a positional masterclass from Arjun, who is continuing to move up in the world rankings. I think he's gained some points. Like he's won all his games so far. Yeah, using the A file, creating the gun on the A file, and white's resorting to pure passiveness.
Wow, what a
Knight
game.
takes c3.
I think the back rank
because
is
d4.
and then queen f2, I
Ouch.
think, is the last move.
Rook a1. Okay,
Oh, not even
pinning.
queen f2. You know, this game, what happened is that Black did a Capablanca style game where he attacked the king side, forced white's pawns to move to the dark squares. Then he switched over to the like switched over to the queen side immediately, used the other color complex. He used the dark squares and the light squares. I think he used both colors very well here in
Yeah, it's
this
a
game.
positional masterclass. Just the
Yeah,
way
he
he
switched
worked the
over
whole
very quickly
board.
too. Yeah. Wow.
A
There was a
great.
little queen shuffle with the queen c7, then the queen came back to b6. Provoked b4, then a5. So this is actually probably a really good game to teach strategy, like attacking both flanks, and the principle of multiple weaknesses in play here, right?
Definitely. Especially from
Because
the
White's
Caro-Kann, too. Like, after seeing this game, it inspires me to maybe pick up the
the Caro
Caro-Kann.
Khan. He definitely put the can in Caro Khan for
Mm-hmm.
sure. Very nice game by Arjun Ergaisi. I had to clap for him. This is a very good game.
And by the way,
Maybe I can give a lesson on this game, actually.
oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I just want to say that Praggnanandhaa drew against Sarana like very quickly. They just repeated moves
Ah,
in this
okay. So
opening.
this confirms that Prague was uncomfortable because there's no way Prague is a very fighting player. And the fact that he drew is just means that he knew that he was probably verging on being worse. And
It also helps when your teammate wins so quickly.
mhm.
With Arjun getting the full point. Now it's 1.5 to half for India over Serbia. And looks like the other boards are fully in control for India. Gukesh has a very pleasant position against Alexander Pretke. And Vidit also has a great position against Ivic. So we might
Was
see a three and a half
Gukesh
to half in this round, in this match.
was Gukesh's game the one with the exchange Carol that was kind of dangerous, and then White managed to neutralize the bishops with bishop f4?
The Gukesh game.
That was a crazy game,
Oh,
but
that
then he
was, yeah.
transformed.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
it
sorry.
was.
For some reason, I was thinking that was the Arjun game, but the Arjun game was a
No.
reverse Jobava London.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so this is a Gukesh game with the double F pawns. Yeah, we've seen uh, this idea, and we last left around Queen C1, Bishop F4. But Gukesh building up a really nice position.
Okay. By the way, we have a really nice comment from in the Lichess chat. They said, "Nice commentary, the best I've seen so far." Thank you
Oh,
very
we
much.
appreciate that.
We appreciate
Thanks
that.
so
Thank you very
much.
much, guys. That motivates us to keep going for sure. So yeah, the end game
So the
was
queen trade
White is
happened, which seems like a success for white,
yes,
given
yes.
that black was the one attacking. But even in the endgame, like black is doing very well with all the
Mhm.
positional assets. White doesn't have the same sort of outpost. Not easy to kick this knight away with f3. Even if you do get in f3, you're going to be weakening your king side. So black just kept building up. Again, we're seeing
The G4 break finally, but
yeah, this
maybe
g4.
too little, too late.
But black playing on all sides of the board, queen side, king side, center.
And White sacrificed a pawn. Is that right? At G5?
Does look like it. Yeah, g5. It was a
Is that
positional sacrifice
desperation?
to maybe access this e5 square. And white plants on e5, so nice looking outpost. I think the problem for white is like what do you do next? Black still has these horsies crawling all over the position. Nice
Yeah, I was
outpost on
trying to figure out
b3, threatening
why
this with
this
the
endgame.
pin.
Why is this endgame so sharp? And I think it's because the structure, the Carlsbad structure, but it had something else going on that made this so sharp. I don't know what it is though. Like if you go back after the queen trade, I thought it was gonna be peaceful,
Mm.
right? But something about it, I think it's maybe the pawn on f5, right? And the knight on e4, just making it much more sharp than a regular Carlsbad position.
Well,
That one
also
pawn
just the
f5
break with g4, I think
made
really
it. Mm-hmm.
made things more concrete. And the
Mm-hmm.
fact that black created some weakness on the queen side. And with, I mean,
Is
generally with all four knights on the board, like you're going to have all
Yeah.
these like horsey
Okay. My theory
shenanigans.
here is that white felt like if white does nothing, white's gonna be suffocated. Like a5, b5, h5, you know? So
Hmm.
white felt the need to do something really quickly, but what he did probably wasn't that good because he sacrificed a pawn and
That's
he
possible.
got some space and stuff, but I don't think it's good, right?
Yeah, I mean, the knight on e5, it looks powerful, but for the time being, it's just kind of sitting there. Black is able to play around it, and Gukesh is slowly improving. And then e5 actually obstructed the rook battery, so he moves his knight away to attack e6.
Mm-hmm.
Black simply plays rook e7, rook h1, knight h4, nice outpost. Yeah, both black knights have found new homes. King g3 brings us to the current position. Both players under 10 minutes, Preki below
I
5
don't think
minutes.
the home on b3 is good though. That's a bad house. Like it
That's
should be on
yeah, it's kind of
c4.
out
Yeah.
of the action, like watching from the sidelines.
Yes. I think knight a5, knight c4 maneuver would be good
Yeah, earlier there
at
was
some
a pin
point.
on the c file. Black was threatening knight takes d4, but that's no longer a possibility in the position. The other idea is to maybe target f3. Like, can you start with rook f8,
Yeah, yeah.
even rook f7?
So is white's threat f4 or something? No, it can't be. It can't be. It
That
can't
looks
be.
self. I mean, there's always not f5 and then
Yeah.
take. Not to mention here, there's h5 as well. Just kick the knight.
It is black's turn here, by the way.
Yeah, and it
So
looks like so yeah. Again, we're seeing delayed, slightly choppy video feed.
h5
But
on
now
the
we're seeing
board.
Gukesh did play h5.
So knight e5, I'm assuming. And then what exactly?
I mean,
Does black need to
h5
hurt?
enables maybe eventually g4 just to try and open the file and leave no shelter for white's king.
But after knight e5, does black have time to get the other knight in the game? Or because I don't think white has any plan here,
Yeah,
right?
maybe as black you can just be patient and like
Yeah,
reroute
knight
this
a5
knight.
now. Knight a5. I don't know where it's going, but can get it out somewhere. But maybe there's another move as well,
I mean,
which
there's
I'm not
also like
seeing.
knight f5. Like,
Check, yeah.
I would be inclined to create an outpost on g3, like play h4, knight g3,
Oh wow,
potentially.
that's an interesting idea. So king f2 or king h3. I don't know which
King
one to be honest. King f2
f2 looks
probably.
logical.
Yeah. H4 is kind of hesitant to play that move because of the g4, but maybe knight g3 is such a big threat. I could be wrong. I don't know if I like h4 to be honest.
Yeah, you do concede the g4 square. Um,
But
I
how do you
mean,
exactly defend against knight g3? Because also I must add that after, let's say you could go rook, you had to move the rook somewhere, one of the rooks somewhere, right?
rook e1, let's say. I mean,
But
still
now
knight
the h pawn is
g3.
kind of, yeah, yeah.
Black is definitely making progress here. And this pawn on
What do you
g5 is
do?
so nice in restricting knight f4. So white can't actually add another attacker so easily to e6.
So what do I do now? I don't know how to proceed as black though. Is it knight g3?
Well,
Is it
let's
h3?
let's go back because we're kind of
Okay,
deep into the lines. This is the
okay,
current position. So Gukesh is thinking here.
okay.
Um, a camera keeps cutting in and out, but
Elias
hopefully it
says
comes back
Fabi
at
got
some
away
point.
with murder, by the way.
Yeah, Fabi was
Really?
in trouble, and then like within a few moves, the whole situation reversed.
But Ilya, I don't know about that because the opponent had no time. So to me, it felt like everything went according to plan in a way, right? maybe not as smoothly, but kind of according to plan. You get a big time
At least the
advantage,
final
and then you don't.
result. Yeah.
Right. Mm. Okay,
Apparently,
Dominguez
Dominguez
game is a draw.
is a draw. We didn't look at this one so closely. I mean, we didn't quite like his position earlier, but um,
Ruslan tried to force everything.
yeah, apparently Dominguez was like clearly better around here.
Yeah, Ruslan just went. White had no space, but black just played d5 and gave white all the activity. I didn't understand that. Okay, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
And they drew. Like there was no need for black to play d5 and open up the position. I don't think, but did it anyway.
I wonder if
Because I
Dominguez
wasn't really
drew
sure what the
thinking
plan was.
that he wants to let the other players determine the match. But we
Pardon
should
me?
maybe it may have been a strategic draw, but
Oh, on board
of course it
three.
depends on other boards. Yeah, with Dominguez.
Okay, so let's take it from the top. So Fabiano already won. Not yet.
Well, Fabiano is just
Yeah,
having
okay,
his
it's
opponent
over pretty
suffer
much.
here. I mean,
Okay.
that's a perfect image matching
Oh no,
the
he made
position
time
to the
control.
expression.
He made time control. So do they get another 30 minutes?
They do get an additional 30
Oh
minutes, so
no,
his
that's
opponent
that's the
has
worst 30.
30 minutes to sulk and
That's such a
accept
sad sight to see that
his
camera
doom.
angle. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness. That is such a sad.
And the crazy thing is, Ukraine still might save the match.
He's thinking about why he took on H2, or he's thinking about
Not the current
something, right?
position.
Yeah,
Yeah,
another
just
kind of perspective.
earlier.
He's thinking
Right.
about like, oh my goodness, why did I think so long for this more? Like, why did I take on H2? Something like that.
By the way, Ilya's saying the game is becoming very
Okay,
interesting.
let's take a look.
And this game might determine the match. Ray Robson playing the black pieces against Anton Korobov. This game has yet to reach move 40, so both players approaching or already in blitz territory, basically.
Okay,
Ray
I have
with
no
two
idea what's
minutes.
going on. Like, I really don't
Should we just
understand
catch
what is
up what
happening.
happened from the
Yeah,
past? Because we last left
knight
around
c3.
knight
Yeah,
c3.
okay. So bishop
So bishop
e6
e6 was
declined the
played.
exchange.
E4 was missed. Yeah, we were not fully
Okay.
expecting Korobov to play the engine move. Queen e1 allows Ray to play e4. And even though white's still better, Ray has some life.
Wait, why not knight e3 earlier after queen trade?
Oh, in this position. Probably rook e1 and then d5 hangs.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, okay, that's fine.
That's okay. Yeah. It's good to point out these things. Sometimes it's easy to miss. So, yeah, Ray definitely having some life. I mean, nice outpost on g4. Okay, he retreats. Korobov gains more space on the queen side. It resembles a King's Indian structure with queens off the board. So, yeah, this could be a long grind. Ray stabilizes, and this is a big pawn on c6. Korobov wins a pawn on h5. I assume there's tactics. Wow.
Exact exchange
So he
for knight
sacks
g4.
exchange, but he's going to win g3 or e3. Ooh, spicy.
So all of white's pawns are kind of belong to black now.
Yeah, I mean, he wins the base of this connect 4 pawn chain. So now it's only connect 3, and more pawns are targets. I mean, also knight c2 in the air. So knight b3 is played probably to defend the d4 pawn. And Ray has a chance to take on g3, but instead
Okay,
he
so
starts with
there's a
king
lifeline
f6.
tactic, right? Knight g3 rook h8 saves the fork. That's the lifeline.
Ah, good point. So black doesn't actually win
Yeah,
back the
that's a
exchange.
tactic that's very funny because the rook on h1 hangs on to the other rook for dear life.
Right. It's all the long
Okay,
distance relationship between the
yeah.
rooks.
And now we
Rook
see
h8
this
is
move.
played here.
Okay, so what I'm understanding is Korobov wants to just promote his b6 pawn. So he's just trying to trade the rook off. So
Win
he can go like knight
a5.
a5 or something and win the game.
Right. So Ray plays knight
So,
c2,
but
king
that doesn't really
d2.
protect the a pawn though, right? Knight c2.
Apparently,
Okay.
king d2 is a massive mistake. Like king d1, and I don't fully understand this. Um, But yeah, king d2 allows takes. Ah, so he's sacking his rook. He's sacking another exchange.
Oh my
But the
goodness.
point is he's going to take on b3 with check. And okay, where does the king move? A king
D2?
c2,
C2, sorry, yeah.
and then he has knight fd4 check.
King
And he's
B2.
going to just take on c5.
So your double exchange down.
But you have two pawns. So what's material? Two pawns and knight and bishop for two rooks. Super weird material imbalance.
Sorry. Two pawns. So basically, let's just say knight and two pawns cancels out a rook. So black is an exchange down, essentially.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, right?
it's bishop, knight, and two pawns for two rooks.
Yeah, so one rook cancels out the bishop and two pawns ish.
Okay, ish.
I'm not
ish,
saying
yeah.
I'm not saying
But it's so hard to like just rely on material situation where you also have to
Yeah.
see the positional factors. Black has two connected passed center pawns and super well centralized harmonious pieces. White's king is still a target. Anything can happen here. And White's winning a5.
Okay. So, okay. Can we go back to that second rook sack? Because I just want to count. So essentially, the first exchange sack wasn't that good for black, but Ray's second exchange sack is actually really good because you get two pawns and a knight, and the passers. This is a good way to summarize this position.
Mm-hmm.
His second exchange sack is brilliant, right?
I would say so. I'm just trying to take us
Okay.
to the current position
Mhm.
because moves did come in, and we are seeing this play out. According
Okay.
to the eval, okay, White was supposed to take on d4, but Rook takes a8. Ray might actually win this.
That'd be insane. Oh yeah, and I think that Korba must have missed this idea. It's very easy to miss that, right? Because you have 2 minutes on the clock and you're not thinking about unforced captures like that. What a crazy game. And
And it's going to stay.
C2.
I mean, they have 4 more moves to make
Mhm.
until reaching move 40.
And the thing is, rooks aren't that effective here, and the rooks are disconnected as well. So,
And yeah, we see Korbov on the camera. Looks like there's a shot of him playing Rook takes a8. Ray quickly took on b3. And the current position is king c2. So Ray,
I think I can paraphrase what he's thinking. He took the first exchange, like, first exchange. Second time is like, oh, here we go again. So second time he takes another exchange, but this time not good. It's like deja vu, another exchange sacrifice.
well, apparently Ray just went wrong. And the eval bar is here to help us because knight takes e5 is supposedly a massive blunder. But you can't blame the players here. Like
That's the most natural move there.
It looks so natural. Like knight fd4 was necessary. And the point is White has rook f1 here. Threatening g4?
King E6?
Is it that simple? King e6?
King E6?
And rook takes f5. I don't understand this. Rook takes f5.
And
King takes
rook
f5 and rook a5 apparently is... I mean, now I understand is White's going to win d5. And
Oh,
okay.
there's no way he find. Wait, he found it?
He plays rook f1.
But Korobov finds this.
He finds it. I mean,
There's
rook
no
f1
way.
is natural because you're threatening g4.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that part
Is he
I
going
get.
to find rook
I'm
takes
saying,
f5 though?
There's no way he finds that.
He might. I mean, it's forcing. And once you realize you take on a5 and you win d5, that's not good news for black or for Team USA.
So the way to look at this position is White is already up in exchange. So if you sacrifice the exchange back and you get another pawn for it or two pawns, that's a big win.
That's
Or even getting one pawn.
Super beneficial transformation.
It can get really confusing when you're double exchange up or double exchange down because you don't know what's going on with the material, you know? But yeah, White can afford to give one of the exchanges.
I think
sure.
Ray Ray is understanding his predicament here. Although, okay, now we just see rook f1 come on the
Okay,
board
let's stay on this game because
for sure.
I'm very curious to see if Mr. Carabao will play rook f5.
Okay, king e5 played.
That might he
And
just
yeah,
oh
Korobov
my
finds
goodness.
it. Rook takes it. I mean,
That's
it's
genius.
once you get to this position, I think it's very findable. And the moves are coming in. And
I'm looking at the
knight,
camera to see like how body language is, and I don't know if it's a current position or it's a delay, but
it is delayed. So we're looking at the video from right after rook f1 was played.
wow, that's amazing.
And I mean, Ray took all his time here before playing king e5. He played it with 16 seconds left. And unfortunately for Ray, I think the current position does not look so salvageable. Of course, he's going to try and fight, like plant the knight on d3, but the position is simplifying like big time.
Okay, so this is now once again Corvo's winning, and this time there's no tricks for black anymore because the position has simplified.
So the best try is knight d3. You lose
Actually,
d5, and then you play king g4, and you pray.
okay,
The
that
problem is White's going to get an additional 30 minutes to navigate through this position.
yeah, okay.
So
Do we have a different move? No, not
knight
yet.
d3 was played. Yeah,
And 95 is the 40th move for Anton, which I think will be played. He'll
it
probably
was
take his
played.
time here. Did he play it?
He did play it. So he does get the additional 30 minutes. It doesn't reflect on the clock immediately,
Yeah.
but he will have 32
Well,
minutes
yeah,
for the rest of the game.
both players need to make the time control, I believe. I think the reason why it doesn't add for white is because the FIDE rules, I think they don't want to tell you when you reach 40 moves or something, right? They want you to keep score
It requires
and
you
track
to
it yourself.
claim the situation. Yeah, there's been a few
Exactly.
instances with players like making mistaken notation, missing a move, and then flagging
Hmm.
because I think it happened once with Hikaru. Like
I think it's an
he,
archaic rule, though. I think that clocks should have a move counter on them, to be
I
honest,
agree.
because it's such an old rule about writing, because it's basically based on the clocks that are analog.
I think the problem
Or,
with a move counter on the clock is like a player could like be sneaky and like press the clock once when their opponent is gone, and
well,
then it could be wrong.
true. That's not gonna happen.
But in a top level event, yeah, especially.
Yeah.
So anyway, they do get to this position. Ray did play king g4. Both players do have an additional half hour now,
Okay. So maybe
and
we can stop
we
with
can
this
come
game
back.
because we reached a point where they're probably gonna be slowing down now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, should we take a look at the Wesley game?
Yeah.
Given that I feel bad switching away from the camera feed, but we do see Ray play king g4 there. So almost certainly it's going to take some time before we see another move in this game. Let's look at Wesley's game. Ivanchuk. Oh, okay. So they just played move
40
40.
moves again.
Rook
Okay.
takes e4 was move 40. Wesley with the black pieces. Oh, this is a big imbalance.
Wait a second. Ivanchuk is up a knight.
But all the pawns are hanging. Is Wesley going to have 4 pawns for a knight?
I would think he would have 3 pawns because a5 pawn will fall as well,
A5 should
right?
fall, yeah. Oh, that's fascinating.
Isn't that a draw though?
It should
This
be
should
a
be a
draw.
draw.
Yeah, we see the
Yeah.
eval bar maybe slightly better for black. But I mean, if this game is a draw and if Ray loses, then the match will be a draw. This would be 2-2. Fabiano won. Dominguez drew.
Right. So this is actually a very important game. This game is going to determine the result of the entire match, pretty much.
Do you think the result of this game is more up in the air than Ray's game against Korobov?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. There's still room for Wesley to push with the three passers.
Yes.
I might make a
If they
prediction that
reach,
this could be the longest game of the round. Like if Wesley really wants to win for Team USA,
we have our work
maybe
cut out for us
do
then
some grind down. Yeah,
for another
it's
hour or
there's
something,
three
maybe more.
minutes left of the morning in U.S. Central Time. It's 11:57 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so we
Yeah.
are approaching the 4 hour mark.
Yeah, I don't think why Wesley wouldn't try because the person with the pawns, they're the ones that could do anything, right?
Hmm.
So, and there are two rooks as well. You can't discount that. So if anyone's having a chance to win, it's black. I don't think there's any realistic losing chances for black, right? It's hard to get
You
anything
wouldn't
going
think
with
so,
them.
yeah,
Yeah,
unless
don't think
like
so.
you get forked or something with a knight on the board, but don't think Wesley's going to walk into any of that.
And also, even if black blunders all their pawns, it's probably still a draw if you trade a pair of rooks. So
Yeah, yeah. And rook and knight versus rook is a pretty well-known draw.
yeah,
Um, you mentioned that black is losing the a5 pawn, but just to like play out a move or two, if king
sure.
d1, black
Or
can
king
take with
d2.
the e rook. Okay, king d2, a bit more centralized. Rook e takes a4, defends a pawn,
Oh, I didn't check that one. It looks
and
awkward though.
maybe white can still go after it, but
Well, I'd probably go king c. No, here's what I do. I'd go king c2 now,
king c2, okay.
and then just try to trap your rook or something. Just
And
move king.
if rook takes h4, there's rook
You
h8,
can't
a little
take
bit
yet.
annoying.
Yes, those rooks seem
That's a
really
little,
awkward. I'd
yeah,
rather take
especially
with the
this
other
rook on
rook and
a3.
just let him take my pawn and just do something else.
Right.
Maybe that's also a draw. Yeah, I
Yeah, if
don't
we just
know.
like play this out,
Yeah.
I guess you
But by
could.
the way, this is interesting. If I
Mhm.
take on h4 with the rook, that endgame,
This
what it's
endgame.
not so easy for white to draw this, right? Or am I going crazy here? Because this endgame, it's not something you kind of study. I've seen this in the 100 endgames you must know book
Uh huh.
or something. I not book. I don't know where I've seen it somewhere, and I don't even know the technique here
Knight
because
versus three
this looks kind of
pawns.
scary.
I think with the pawns so uh unadvanced, I don't know if that's a word, but pawns are not
Mm-hmm.
dangerous yet. White's gonna have time to
True.
just blockade with the king and knight.
To just play
Um,
chess. There's no setup or anything that we need to know about this position. I fear that this can get really bad for white if they're not careful. But I could be wrong. Maybe that's an easy blockade.
the cool thing is, this is already a table-based position.
Okay.
So I mean, we're watching on Lichess. There's built-in table base. Looks like every single move, every single legal move for white. Oh,
Okay,
you
let
know
me
what?
play out.
Okay,
Yeah.
there's two losing moves for white. Do you want to try
King
and find
C1 and
them?
King C2. Yeah, and I see it.
Yes.
And I see it on the
Okay.
screen.
So King C1 would
But
be losing because G5. So timing
because you're
might
too
matter a little
advanced, yeah.
bit.
But can we play it out a little bit? Like for example, play King E3
Okay.
and then
Let's
G5
say, yeah,
or
G5,
whatever. G5. Knight gets Knight C4, G4 or F5.
F5,
F5 is good.
95.
Sure. And
I
then
think at some point you're just not going to make progress. Like, like for example, if F4, you play this and then you have a
okay,
blockade of all the
that's fair.
pawns.
King G3 then.
King G3. Yeah, this does look a little bit scary. Knight. So here there's only two drawing moves, knight F3 or knight D3.
F4 check and King E4. Is that the idea?
F4 check. Okay, every king move is drawn. King E4 looks fine.
Yeah, F3 and then King
F3,
E3.
King E3,
Okay.
G4.
Okay.
And
That doesn't look
eventually
that
you create this
easy.
blockade. So the king is tied down
Okay.
to defending the G pawn.
Okay.
And also if
Okay,
like king
you get
H4, G3, you
stuck.
can just probably sack the
Okay.
knight.
Fair enough. Okay, let's
Yeah.
go back. We don't want to spend too much time here.
Okay.
It looks scary, but it's fine. So black should take the pawn then on H4. No, it should not. Should not take the pawn.
So yeah, cases where like white's totally fine trading off all the rooks.
Mm-hmm.
Ivanchuk played king F2. Which actually makes some more sense. Just make sure the king is already in front of these kingside pawns.
Okay.
See him play it. there on the video.
All
See
right,
a
so
lot
I
of
think we've
observers
covered.
too, which it's got to be cool when you're playing for a different team in the Olympiad and Ivanchuk is just a short walk away to check
Do
out
we
the game
recognize any of these people in the
in the
camera?
background.
Okay, that's the Pada behind Wesley.
Ah, okay. You have good vision, grandmaster
I don't
vision.
recognize anyone else.
I
I
see
don't know the other
Ray.
person.
I see Rave in the far corner there.
Mm.
I mean, we can also see him play Korobov here.
I think someone from the women's section. I think the TD is watching the game with Korobov and Ray, right?
Yeah, generally
Tournament
towards the
director.
end of the games, there's
Yeah.
always going to be at least one TD per
Okay.
board.
Should we move on to a different team because there's some comments saying uh Rapport's game, also Vidit's game, the Indian team's game. Also, we can look at the Anna Kramling, Pia Kramling game as well.
Sure.
And I also saw a crazy. You remember the board with the smothered mate? It wasn't a smothered mate, but I think I found there's a mate with the king on
On
e5.
e5. Ah, yeah, I saw that during our break. I was curious. It was
Don't
not
know
the
if you want to check
prettiest
that out.
sight. It might take me some time to actually like find
Yeah,
it.
we don't
Like
have to. It's just
maybe towards the end we can like do a
mhm.
highlights reel. I have the report game pulled up. Apparently he's completely winning. Has 3 pawns, all of which are passed. It's actually very aesthetically pleasing, like a socially distanced pawns. And just king a6 and march the b pawn should be good enough to win.
Okay, okay. Yeah, no, report did not flag. I think they once they reach 40 moves, you can even leave your clock to flag, and then the clock will automatically add 30 minutes to your time. Right? That's probably what happened.
Yes. I really enjoy looking at reports games. We haven't looked at this game at all, but I'm always curious about like his opening ideas. And this game,
Mm-hmm.
he just I just
Did he
see
have
based on
anything?
notation. Look at this weird move, pawn h3. It probably will go into like a normal Italian, but I've never seen h3 in this specific position.
Me either, yeah.
Like usually it's only d3, c3, castling, maybe sometimes Evans Gambit with b4.
Okay, I'm curious to see how Black responded.
So yeah, Black played normal moves, and then it looks like
Oh,
it
just
just
transposed.
transposed into normalcy.
It's a fake novelty.
Yeah. Although this position has 0 games in the Masters database.
Queen e7 is a little weird, actually. I don't think I've seen that before.
Definitely a
It's a
rare
novelty.
move. Queen e7 has been played 6 times before out of
Okay, okay.
558 games.
I don't really get it, that move, but okay.
And maybe it's to stay flexible. Like in some cases, you might be waiting for white to castle, so you can play like h6, g5 and attack. But black, okay,
Noted.
castles.
Fairly
So
equal.
yeah, black
Not
wins a
anymore.
pawn.
Somehow Black got his queen on h7.
Yeah, something went wrong. Like
Mm.
these horses created some issues for black on the king side, and this queen on h7,
And the rook on a7 too.
and black's
That
yeah,
is just that
black's
is kind of
pieces just
weird.
seem in disarray. And we do see the result come in, so report did win
Okay.
this game.
Wow, that is a weird game indeed to see Grandmaster get his queen on h7 and then rook on a7. And then,
Yeah, pieces totally misplaced.
normally you don't see that.
It does seem like very clean conversion too from the white side. Outside pass b pawn. White cleaned up the king side pawns, and the game ended here.
Okay.
So that means Hungary. Looks like Hungary has already clinched the match because they won on board 3.
2.5.
Sugarov defeating Sonis, and Gladora
Sugarov
drawing
plays
on
for
board
Hungary. I did
4.
not know that.
Yeah, I think he recently switched federations.
Okay.
There's only 1 game going in this match. Peter Lecko, who I know is a fan favorite.
Yes, I love Peter Lecko. His commentary is one of the best.
So yeah, this time he He's a player, and we're the commentators. Tables have been turned, and looks like
Is
he's
Peter in trouble
defending a
because
worse position.
he's down a pawn?
I just instinctively flipped to Peter's perspective because I want to
That's
try and see what he sees.
because yeah, you're just down a pawn without much compensation. But
Yeah,
I know that these positions somehow you can, there are times you can hold it because, well, let's say the knight goes to like e6 or something. Although it's not easy, maybe it'll stay on h6 just to.
blockade.
But I don't know what blockade is there even. I think
Mm-hmm.
the idea for Leko is to play a3 here, right?
Or do you just want to wait? Like you have a decent structure, your f6 pawn's defended. Maybe play like
Okay.
c6 b5 and then just do nothing. And it's not
Mm.
easy for white to challenge the d file. Like if ever king e3, there's knight g4.
Okay. So set up a blockade, kind of fortresses idea, right?
Possibly, yeah. I mean, maybe the
Mm.
bishop will reroute to somewhere else, but
Do nothing, yeah?
I
Okay,
mean,
Peter, like,
thankfully for Peter, he can lose a game and his team still wins a match. So that's a great thing about team chess in this regard.
mhm. There's a comment in chat. Who's your favorite Peters? Peter Lecco, Peter Swidler, or Peter Griffin?
Peter Griffin, yeah.
Peter Griffin is a grandmaster, a family guy.
I've only met two out of those three. Peter Fiddler and Peter Lecco are both very nice in real life, as well as virtual life.
Yeah, Peter Swidler is amazing as well. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know though. It doesn't seem like something feels like black can't hold the fort that easily, that white will find some way to make some progress.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know exactly how. You could also blunder in one move with king e3 and then get forked on g4 as well. Just
That's, yeah,
saying.
500 elo chess, king e3.
Yeah. I know. I've seen even GMs blunder like this in Blitz, You
It
just
does
make a move
happen,
and
yeah.
yeah.
It actually happened to Ivanchuk yesterday
Okay, there
against
we
Bobby
go.
Chang, like blundering a knight fork in one move.
Can happen.
Yeah, especially in time trouble.
Yeah.
So I guess maybe we can update on results, and
Sure.
I'm gonna quickly break the scene here and show the Lichess standings. So, quick status updates. Let me refresh. Hopefully this works. Did that work?
Yeah, I can see
Kind
it.
of.
It
Okay,
looks like
yeah.
we see the
There we go.
US, but I can only see the half of the standings, but it's fine, I guess. Oh, now I can see the full thing.
Yes. So,
Mhm.
um, yeah, big matchup in top match, USA versus Ukraine, as we were watching. Ray in a losing position, but maybe some outside chances of surviving. And Wesley might try and torture Ivanchuk in this endgame.
So the US, do you think it's gonna be, what is the actual result prediction for us, like percentage wise?
I think it's most likely going to be a draw
Draw, yeah, two
overall.
two.
Yeah.
Me too.
Which is not like catastrophic. Like it's a long tournament, 11 rounds in total, so
Mhm.
many more matches to be played.
Hungary has won
Hungary
already.
has won, so they move up to a perfect score overall in terms of match points. India is leading against Serbia. Gukesh. It's actually nice. This is a beautiful view from Lichess. Shout out to Lichess
Mhm.
devs and like broadcast team. It's so easy to not only see the match status in terms of score, but also see like who's better. So India's leading 1.5 to half, but they're also
Yes.
better on these boards. Vidit and Gukesh both have slight advantages. So we could see 3.5 in this match.
India's probably gonna win this one.
China, we haven't looked at. We did see the Ding Liren game ages ago. That was the first game we looked at on the stream.
Yeah.
But Ding has drawn Hike Martosian, and there's only one game going, which is going to decide the match. So, do you want to hop into that one
Sure. Yu Yang game.
against Gabriel Sargisian?
Like you see, yes.
Let's
That will
go into
determine the
this.
China versus Armenia match.
And yeah, China having good chances to win this game and the match.
Okay.
I'll just go ahead and adjust the camera feed. I'm going to do this on the fly, so sorry if it's a little bit scuffed, but we'll bring the players a
No, I'm
little
sure
bit
the audience
larger.
appreciates your efforts, Eric.
Yes,
Looks
there we go.
good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they have passed move 40. Should we quickly just see the opening, like do a speed run through
Sure,
this
why not?
game?
Yeah, probably
English
Neo-Catalan.
opening.
Oh, English.
Queen's Gambit declined, exchange variation. One of my favorite openings from the black side. And yeah, it looks pretty standard. Though black going for a quick c5, which you usually don't see when black commits to c6 so early. So maybe
I
a
would
slightly
add
new
that
idea.
it's actually not standard because h6, bishop h4, bishop g3 is already kind of weird. I think
It's
the
true.
Yu Yang Yi with playing bishop g3 is to keep the bishop away from the knight e4, knight h5 tricks, right? Like knight f3, knight e4 or something.
Yeah, there's all these 94 ideas to force a trade of the bishop. So it's a very good point that white perhaps playing a bit prophylactically to preserve the bishop.
Yeah.
And
But
we
this
see
allows
that,
black to strike something new
yeah,
because
white
white
spending
didn't
time
play
with
it.
moving the bishop, moving his h-pawn, and black tries to exploit this with c5 and
Yes.
build up pressure in the center.
It's quite amazing that this line, I remember that in the past, people would just blitz out 12, 13 moves of theory and get to like a standard position with the knight on f3 and the bishop somewhere and like and it was like they wouldn't even look to see any different nuances. Like they wouldn't even care, try, right?
It's
And
true.
now with engines, like they're trying to see, okay, maybe I play h6 first and then I play knight e4. Then white's like, oh, you want to play h6 first? Then I play bishop g3 first. And then black's like, okay, if you want to play bishop g3 first, I'll play c5.
There's so
So
many
it,
small
it's just,
nuances.
it's branching out into completely
Yeah,
different things. But there's a lot more creativity now with the computers and people are trying.
for sure.
But the problem is that it's the rate of creativity is there, but also there's just all the ideas are already being once the idea is found, then people start to play it a lot, and then
It
the
becomes
idea gets
known and
used
people
up.
like dig deep with the
Exactly.
engine. Yeah,
People are trying hard to find these tricks. But then yeah, after a while, maybe like a couple months, it's like
it can die
somebody
quickly.
knows.
At least at the
Yeah,
top level.
unfortunately.
At lower
Yeah,
levels, like ideas, there's a lot
it's
of
fine.
ideas that you can use as
Mhm.
surprise weapons and players won't know about. But top level, you have to constantly stay up to date with opening theory.
Yes.
There's a pet
Still fascinating.
line I adopted recently in this position. Like for so many years, I just default to c6. But there's a
Hmm.
small nuance where you delay c6, you play bishop e7, e3, h6, bishop h4. And in this position, there is a kind of a new trend that's been featured in a lot of like grandmaster games, including Carlsen playing this as black, bishop g4. And it's just a new surprise weapon to try and induce white to play queen b3 or queen c2. And there's all these new ideas where because black hasn't committed to c6, like for
You
example,
sacrifice the pawn.
if white plays queen b3, you sack the b pawn, you play knight
That's
d7, and then
nice.
look to play c5.
Wow.
So I played this recently in Beal, and actually had a very nice result with it. Like my opponent spent so much time thinking after bishop g4, and I was prepped pretty deeply.
Nice.
So,
Yeah, so
but
it's worth it to look for those deviations early on and so, into thinking that okay,
definitely,
c6 is the move, and then there's nothing, no coverage on anything else, right?
yeah. Sometimes if you
And
like, if you decide to just play c6, then you're missing the opportunities of these
yeah,
other slight deviations.
I feel like I've been duped by all the chess books and all the past, you know,
Yeah.
knowledge. They make you think that there's only one path in an opening,
Hmm.
and it kind of stifles your creativity a little bit.
Yeah, there's so much room for creativity, and that's the
Mhm.
amazing thing about chess is, especially with the like the increasing use of engines. I think if you ask someone 2 decades ago what they would think, like, and like how engines would impact the game, a lot of people assume that engines would actually hurt the game and make chess less creative. But we're seeing that engines are actually enabling more creativity in chess because they're
Mm-hmm.
making lines which used to be maybe considered unplayable viable options,
Yes.
and
So it's a
it's great.
double-edged sword for sure. Uh, it's just the rate is so fast. Oh, we have a question by the way. One comment by HT. It's like fast fashion openings. Sometimes, yeah, there are some. This one is not fast fashion. There are some openings that are throwaways. I'm not sure if
Yes.
this Bishop G4 might be one, but they're definitely. I know throwaway openings. When you see it, you know it.
Oh,
Uh,
definitely. Yeah.
but the one question in the chat was, can people stack? Yes, you can. You can arrange your boards in any order because I believe Team India had a different stack before. Their higher shared player was not on board one. You can stack it any way you want, right?
As
You
far
don't
as I
have to
know,
have the highest
most
rated
teams
player.
like
Yeah.
keep a general rating order, but I think the one requirement is you have to predetermine your lineup, and then you can't keep changing your lineup as the tournament goes
Oh,
on. Like you have to have
okay.
a fixed order for every round.
Right.
Of course, every team has 5 players, so one alternate, and then
Yeah.
you could strategically like have an alternate sit
Yeah.
out so certain players get their preferred color or preferred matchup. But usually
I
the
don't think,
captain is like in control of this.
yeah, you're not really putting a person as a sacrificial lamb at all. That's not gonna happen. The reason somebody would put someone else is based on the styles. For example, if someone's a really sharp attacking player who does better, has a much better decisive score result against low rated players, then maybe you want to put them on a lower board, right?
Hmm.
Uh, you want to put, let's say, you want to put a solid player on board one. If you know that your board one is overall not that high rated, then a solid 2660 or 2700 could draw a 2800, right? So it's the styles that matter too. Definitely.
I'm seeing a comment that we should definitely address. Wesley is dead lost. Can we switch to this
No
game?
way.
Is Ivanchuk using his horsey? How did this happen? I mean, Eval Bar says +5.
Did this just
But a
happen? He's
few
getting
moves ago,
mated?
we thought Wesley was going to be the one torturing Ivanchuk and not the other way around.
He snuck it in there.
So he won A4, but the knight came to F3. And
By the way, I don't like
apparently,
that rooks being stacked like that on the side,
yeah, the
right? That was
rooks
kind of
kind of get in
weird.
the way of each other. Rook A3
Yeah.
was played, the first mistake. And then he plays
So
Rook
what is the mating
E2.
net? There's a mating net apparently. That's the only way that White can win this. So can we figure
There's
out the
only
mating
one
net?
winning move, which unfortunately I see, but
Okay,
I don't fully
I'll try to guess.
understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's White to play and win. Okay.
Yes.
Only one winning move. Okay. So Black is threatening Rook E3.
That's what it seems like. Yeah. Ah. So there's a move for white to kind of deal with this idea, kind of play offense and defense at the same time.
Okay, hold on. I'm looking.
I
This
still
is
don't
kind of
fully
exciting.
understand this, but
Okay, this one idea is like Rook D4, Rook F4,
okay,
or
well,
Rook
we just
D4,
see
Rook
the move
B7
come
works.
on the board. Yeah, Rook B7 is
Ah,
played,
okay.
and this is the only winning move, but it makes a ton of sense because that pawn's attacked. Rook E3, white can just take and defend and threaten mate. And if king, okay, first of all, if that pawn moves, there's Rook H8 mate. So it seems like the only try is king G7, but then white has Rook D7.
How could Wesley get his rooks disconnected like this? You know, like when he took with the rook, if he after King F2, if he just took with the other rook, he would be much more coordinated,
This moment
right?
before, yeah,
Yeah,
Rook
if he take with the other rook.
A, and then he can win the H pawn, right?
Yeah, I don't understand.
Yeah, it is strange. Maybe he was trying to create winning chances.
I really don't understand this because like you take with the other rook, it just makes so much more sense, right? You try to win the H pawn,
Right.
then do this thing.
Maybe he
Because
was.
what he's trying to do, he's trying to stack them up again on this on horizontally
Uh-huh.
after stacking them up vertically. So like, why don't you just do it in the first place and take with the other rook so it's already correctly?
I think he was probably in this mindset that he can't lose, and he just got super complacent
Maybe, right? The
and
sense of
like
danger
didn't
was
realize the
gone.
danger. Like you just assume that you're targeting the king. If the knight walks into the pin, you start attacking the knight, and then you don't realize that white's just in time for rook b7 threatening
Hmm.
f7.
Yeah, it's actually also I had to state that king on g3 is such a big attacking piece because there's no like rook a4, rook f4.
Hmm.
There's no way to get the rook. So is there really no defense against anything here?
So king, yeah, because king g7. I mean, it's so easy for white. Like black's just dead now. Rook d7, game over. Engine says the best move for black is rook e1,
Okay, what was the
allowing
idea?
takes, and the idea is you take here and you hope that the king takes so you win back the rook.
Oh no,
This
but
is
of
what the
course
engine
not. Yeah.
says. Yeah, of course white takes and then it's winning. So, but there's like nothing to try. Like Wesley could very well resign in this position after rook b7. Like we don't need the eval bar. I'll leave it on just in case people want it, but
Mm-hmm. That is a very strange turn of events that in a end game that almost no danger for black because we were talking about can black lose this, right? And we said no.
yeah, it was really unfortunate for Team USA where it seemed like Wesley was in good shape earlier. Ray was fighting back. So now, actually, I had asked you earlier which game has the result more in question. Is it Ray's game or Wesley's game? And you said it was Wesley's game. Now the result is not in question in this game. Like Wesley's gonna probably resign here. We see we see
Oh my
Korobov
gosh.
looking on, maybe understanding that their team is on the verge of winning this match. I look at Korobov in the background. Like he can't believe it. Like what's happening.
Can we go check Korobov's game really quickly?
I kind of want to just like see Wesley's.
You want to see Veli's
Actually,
agony?
let's keep the let's have the
He's in agony.
multicam. So
Okay.
we see Ray and Wesley, but now we are on Ray's game against Korobov. I wonder if Ray knows. Ray's probably been thinking for a while, so he might not know the update in Wesley's game.
But this game,
I mean, King
there's
King
not
takes
much tricks, right?
G3.
So white is going to play like knight 97.
Yeah,
Or
97 looks so strong because you're threatening the bishop, and the like if the bishop has
and
to
then
move, you win e4, or you go after b7.
so maybe black can preface king g3 and play like f5 or something like that. No, but then still knight e7.
Yeah, f5, 97. It just seems too slow for black.
And then
Bishop
bishop e7,
e8.
rook a7, right? Yeah,
G6 is also attacked.
yeah, bishop e8, rook a7. I'm
And
assuming
yeah,
knight c5,
c5.
just a5 and a6 anyway, right? And I can take on a6 with my rook or whatever.
Oh, king takes g3.
A6.
A6, f4.
Oh, you
This
want
is
to do
what you hope
that?
for, like some counterplay.
Wow. Okay. King d4. Just
King
curious. I just want to see how
d4.
bad I can mess this up.
I'm cheating with the engine moves e3.
Okay. Oh, I have a trick here. Okay, I can go AB7, and then I have knight f5 check after e2, right?
But knight takes b7.
Rook b7,
e2.
knight f5, rook e7.
I think black's just in time for bishop c6 and
Oh
then
my
queen next
god.
move.
Okay. Okay, I played with fire and I won
Yeah.
a stupid prize because I played a stupid game.
Okay,
So,
but
okay.
this all stemmed from f5.
Okay. Yeah, f5 was a good move then, right? It can create some chances.
Yeah. Yeah, so f5 maybe the best fighting move.
Okay.
Um
So f5, what is the most conservative way for white to try to win this then? Maybe not a5, right? So f5, knight e7, should be 8, rook a7, knight c5, king d4, maybe?
sorry, you're going to have to repeat that cuz
Oh,
I
yeah,
was
sorry.
just
Yeah,
looking at the
so
camera feed.
just a regular f5,
So f5,
knight
knight
e7,
e7, bishop
should be 8, rook
e8.
a7, knight c5, king d4. Is that the right move?
So a5 is fine. Rook a8 apparently is a top move,
Okay, then bishop
which the point
f.
is if bishop takes a4, there's rook a5.
Oh yeah, I didn't even check
And
bishop a4.
white's just going to win the bishop and win the game.
Okay.
So yeah, this seems pretty hopeless. I mean, not as hopeless as Wesley's position, but I wonder if Wesley is waiting for his opponent to come back so he can resign. Have you ever been
Oh,
in that situation where you want to resign but your opponent's not at the board?
That has happened very rarely. There has been times where I should have resigned and I wasn't at the board.
Mm-hmm.
Like I hated my position so much. I left when the time control
That's
hit,
rough.
and then my opponent just sitting there with the winning position, and I just left. Not
Rage
leave the
quit.
playing hall, but I just went to the bathroom or something and
I
just kind of
gotcha.
compose myself. You know.
Yeah, I've probably done that too. Sometimes you just have to use the bathroom too, even if you're like completely
40
losing.
moves.
Right.
If you want to resign, it says a comment, and your opponent isn't at the board, just press the clock without. Oh, wait. That's not a very serious comment, right? You would stop the clocks and you would have your score sheet signed. I think that's how you do it, right? You want to resign.
Right.
Yes. I see Dominic in the chat. Hello, Dominic. Who actually set up all the code? And I mean, like who's helping us with the setting up the OBS and all these scenes, right?
Yeah, it's been pretty smooth today. Apart from like the camera sometimes freezing or going out, but it's been super nice to have the video feeds, see the player expressions, even if it's not quite what we want to see, rooting for the US team. What to do.
Right. Should we switch to another game? Guys in the chat, if there is another interesting game that we missed to cover, please let us know. Although we are reaching the end of the second time control as well. There's actually about half an hour of play left. Maybe a bit more, actually.
We were going to actually look at the Chinese game because the result of the remaining game is going to determine the match.
Sidetracked.
We did get sidetracked because, yeah, we, I think we got the word that Wesley blundered.
Yes.
But it does look like Yu Yangyi is going to convert this position. Just given that he's up a pawn, a5 is loose. You never know, like blunders happen in the late stage of these games. But
well, wait a second, Eric. It's an opposite color bishops, and white is not even up 2 pawns yet. So is it?
That's true.
The win is not completely sealed.
So there's a few like important moves to consider here. The problem for black is every single pawn is weak, even f7.
And the king
is also weak. And the king, yeah, with the bishop pinned on the 6th rank. So the most elegant move here is rook f5. Taunting the bishop, can't take the rook, and we're threatening to take the pawn. And also we're preventing king g7. We're also preventing rook f8 because then the pawn is pinned to the rook. So
And rook a7, maybe rook b8 or something. No, our rook's hang. Oh wait, can we do that?
rook
I don't know.
a7,
Can we sack the exchange and go rook b8? I'm just curious.
rook.
It's probably a
Oh, that's
blunder, but I'm
interesting
just
because we're threatening mate, but yeah, it doesn't
yeah,
quite work.
because
Black will take and play f6,
I
and
take.
then the rook helps defend.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay, that makes
that's okay.
sense.
So yeah, rook a7 is a try, but once the rook comes to f6, we chase the king back
Oh, then rook
to the
b8 and
rank,
rook h8 threatening
and
mate.
then
Rook h8 double check mate.
oh, that's actually really beautiful.
Yeah,
This is
very
threatening
pretty.
mate in 3. So now
Oh
we
my
say, oh no,
goodness.
my pawn. Rook takes a4,
Yeah,
and then rook
that's so
h8.
pretty.
Oh no, my rook.
That's pretty.
Yeah, decoy the king to the corner, and then double check, and then checkmate.
Yeah,
So
that's very
yeah, really
nice.
nice mating that with the bishop piercing through, the rooks coordinating nicely.
That's a beautiful mate. So is that the main line? Like rook f5, rook a7, rook b8, and what else can you do though? Oh, rook f5, king h7. Oh, but then g5 falls.
Yeah,
Okay.
black's so tied down here to
So
g5. I mean, yeah, the pieces just don't help defend everything.
so white is winning not because of winning a5. It's actually I'm attacking the king.
The king is kind of the root of all problems in black's position, along with the weak pawns and the dark squares.
So rook f5, is this like the end?
Uh, it yeah. I mean, it's +4.
I don't even see the +4 part.
Yeah. So the best line, I guess we can go through king h7,
Okay.
rook. Oh, sorry. We were looking at rook a7.
Yeah, but why not king h7? It's check, so king
So
h7.
king a7. Yeah. So here there's rook b5, and now we go after the g pawn. And the
Now
plus
rook
four,
g8, then you can
rook
take
g8,
on
we take
a5.
on a5. We're up 2 pawns.
Okay.
Passers on the queen side.
Okay, so China will win this match thanks
Yeah.
to Yu Yang play, and looks like Ukraine
And
is
Ding.
winning.
So Ding drew. We saw this game earlier.
Yeah, you saw it here. It
I
was prep from
don't think it was super
Croce.
eventful. We do see the king on e7. I mean, the big thing I want to highlight, let me just verify this, but I'm pretty sure with this draw, yeah, Ding Liren has fallen below Hans Niemann on the live rating list.
What is his rating?
So Ding is now at 2732.6, and Hans is at 2733. So
Wow.
Ding is 18 in the world, Hans is 17. Of course, this could change with every round, but
This is like the olden
yeah.
times. It was nice when Magnus was world champion because you could say that the world champion is the best player, the dominant player.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of awkward to have a world champion that's number 18 in the world, you know?
Right. It might not last long. Gukesh.
Yeah.
Gukesh is number 6,
Yeah, but there's no it's not a dominant
but not,
either.
yeah, I mean, compared to
Yeah.
Magnus, right? Should we check out
Not even
Gukesh?
dominant number 2.
We saw his opening from earlier. This Karo Khan. It looks
Yeah,
like he's
absolutely.
still pressing. We actually see
Yeah,
a
he was
lot of
up
the
a
same
pawn.
ideas we were analyzing earlier.
The knight came out from b3, right?
Yeah, like he built up this pressure on the king side. A lot of improving moves, a lot of knight maneuvers, but eventually knight a5. And then h4. So it's interesting. He's conceding the g4 square, but he's controlling the g3 square. And imagine eventually he wants to bring the knight to g3. We
Yeah.
finally see a trade of knights on e5. Oh, maybe he just wants to play knight c4 too. Like if the pawn takes, then knight c4 is really nice.
Mm-hmm.
And if the knight takes, then yeah, knight f5 into g3.
Right. So Gukesh is pressing. It's going to be pressing for a long time. And I should add that this is already the second time control, and Gukesh
Right.
only has 9 minutes left. And that means that he's not going to get any additional time anymore. So that is an important thing. It is very likely that if Gukesh doesn't manage his time, that he's going to squander his advantage, extra pawn, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the game will be a draw, very likely. So that's kind of important. But should we look at Vidit's game? Because the other ones, well, right now India is leading, but we never really checked this game.
Yeah, so if, I mean, worst case scenario for India, if Vidit and Gukesh draw, they still win 2.5 to 1.5 because Arjun has won his game.
Right.
And Vidit has a very safe position. He's up a pawn.
Okay.
Off the color bishops, maybe more likely to be a draw.
Okay. The question is how big of a margin that India will win. Not that India won't. India is going to win this match, but we don't know by how big of a margin. It could be a big margin
Yeah,
if
if both
Vidit
players
and
win.
Gukesh wins. It'd be like a pretty much a blowout victory, 3.5 to half. But we don't know that yet. This game might be a draw, right? Yeah, like you said.
Yeah, I'd probably predict 3-1.
So
I'm gonna put my money on Gukesh, and
Gukesh is going to win this game, and then this one is
yes,
going to be a draw, right? Okay.
even though the eval bar says plus 1.1 for white in this position, it just seems very difficult to actually grind it out with opposite color bishops. But you
Right.
never know.
Yep. Okay.
So
Should we take
I
like a
kind of want
5 minute
to.
break,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
do
Let's
you
take
want
a
to just
5 minute
finish?
break. Actually, that's a good idea because then we
Yeah, we
can.
only took one break this so far,
That's
and I
true.
think
Yeah.
I probably need to get some tea and more caffeine
Me too.
to
Me
to
too.
maintain focus because my analysis is starting to suffer a little bit. I can tell. So
I feel the same way. I know it's a long
yeah,
stretch of commentary.
yeah. So let's take a small break, and then we'll come back, recharge for and finish off the rest of the games. Maybe yeah, around 5 minutes or maybe a little bit more. We'll say in the chat exactly how much.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Well,
Okay.
stay tuned and
Thanks.
see you guys soon.
Okay.
Okay, welcome back everyone to our coverage of round 4 from the 2024 Chess Olympiad. We are approaching the final stages of today's round. I think most matches are determined, but we were just watching the final game in, I think, one of the biggest surprises of today, USA versus Ukraine. And
Yeah.
yeah, if Ray loses this game, then Ukraine will win the match. Do you think there's any hope for Black in this position, Gary?
Nothing.
No.
Even the pawns are blocked now, right?
Yeah,
There's absolutely no chance.
White has a super stable blockade, and
Yes.
Engine is giving plus 6.8 in
Yeah,
White's favor.
but there's no way. There's no way.
Not only are the pawns frozen, but so is a video of Ray. So unfortunately, yeah, not looking good.
Yeah, he really opening middle game position, and but that double exchange sacrifice, he almost even turned it around. But Korobov, he kept his composure really well and found some really precise engine-like moves with returning the exchange sacrifice, at least one of the exchanges, and then going into winning endgame. So I would say that the victory, if he wins this game, it's very well deserved by Korobov for playing such a um tactically fine game, right?
Yeah, totally agree. Very impressive on his part, and a very pivotal game for the match too. It's gonna boost Ukraine, assuming he does win, to a perfect score in the tournament. And maybe we can just pivot to the standings for the round,
Sure.
because
Have they been
a
updated
lot of
though?
matches are done in terms of overall
Got it.
score.
Okay.
And yeah, we can see the standings. Again, if you want to look at this page on your own, just go to lichess.org, click into the Olympiad broadcast, and yeah, assuming Korobov wins, it'll be 2.5 to 1.5 in favor of Ukraine over USA. Hungary clinched their match against Italy. I have some tea stuck in my throat. It's been a long day. So Hungary won 2.5 over Italy. One game still going, so it might even be 3.5 in Hungary's favor. Oh, actually, no, it's Peter Lecco, so it might be 2.5 to 1.5. Hungary still winning the match. India seems like they've clinched, even though two games are still going. Both
Mm-hmm.
Gukesh and Vidit are still trying to press for a win.
Yes.
China did defeat Armenia. Um,
By a
I'm not
cinch.
sure why this is not updated. Let me try refreshing here. Yeah, China Armenia 2.5 to one and a
Nice.
half. Oh wow, big upset, which we didn't really look at. Vietnam taking down Uzbekistan.
And
Uzbekistan,
we
one
have a
of the
streamer,
pre-tournament favorites.
Min Lei, is playing as well, right? Go Min.
Right, and he like his result doesn't even matter for the outcome of the match because boards 2 and 3 clinched it for Vietnam.
Oh,
Uh,
Eric, you had to switch scenes because the it's cut off on. I think you're in the wrong scene.
am I in the wrong scene? Ah, I
Yeah.
see. Okay, yeah, sorry about that because I refreshed. Here we go. Thanks for that. Um, do
Yeah,
you want
it's
to
good now.
do you want to look into the min game just to see
Why not?
why not?
Yes.
Yeah. um, oh,
Very
it looks
loved
interesting.
streamer. Okay.
Yeah, Blitz and
He
Bullet
was
specialist
no,
approaching
this is
Blitz
not Min's game.
territory.
Min
Oh
Min
no,
was
that's
yeah.
yeah, that's true. Min actually won.
Yeah.
Oh, they're
Yeah.
both named Min actually. The boards 3 and 4, but Tuan Min
Oh,
is the streamer that we know quite well from Twitch.
they have the same first name and the middle name as well. Interesting.
Yeah, so it's Tuan Min Lei and Tuan Min Tran.
Okay.
Okay, let's quickly look at Min Lei's game. Taking down Sindarov. This is a pretty big upset. Seems like it was some sort of Neo-Catalan reverse Grunfeld.
Yeah, I played this line against Grandmaster Azarov, and it was a draw. It's very drawish. It's a safe line though for white, because it's an end game
Super
where
solid.
yeah,
Double
very solid.
fianchetto. I see the Lichess analysis has run, and there is a big blunder on move 30.
It's okay. We need the analysis because we're
So,
getting tired. So I
right.
could use the computer analysis right
But
now.
white was applying a lot of pressure, and this was a moment after bishop d6 knight e8, and it allowed white.
Is it a puzzle? Hold on, let me see. Knight is a blunder because what is the puzzle? Bishop takes e7 must be the move, and then there's some follow-up forks, right?
Yes, bishop takes e7, bishop takes e7, bishop d5, and this e6 square
Right, but I can
is.
hide on h8, right?
Oh,
What?
not the e6 square,
F5?
the
No, no, no,
f5
not F5.
square.
Wait, and then rook
Knight,
g3 mating net?
knight
No
e
way.
f5, and the
Rook
rook is
g8 mating
swinging
net.
to g3.
Oh my goodness.
Black
That's a
can't
crazy
take
tactic.
the knight because
That is
rook
so
g3
sneaky.
and white's mating by force. The king has 3 legal moves. All of them get mated. King f8, rook g8 is
That
mate
is
instantly.
nasty
Same thing with
stuff.
king h8. And if king h6, then
Knight f5,
check.
bishop f7.
King h5 and bishop f7 checkmate. And he
Wow.
found it. He played knight ef5. Wait, did this
Men would
happen in the
find that in
game?
3-minute chess, but okay. Yeah.
This happened in the
Wow.
game. Yeah, it was actually mate. Was it mate on the board? I actually don't know because I played out some of the moves, so
Yeah, okay.
uh,
We
I'm not
won't
sure
know.
when resignation took place. But
Knife f5,
knight
as they say.
f5 ends the game.
That's like a lightning from blue, not clear sky, but it's definitely like a bolt from somewhere
Hmm.
without. So nice game. Um, did we look at that Divya game that was kind of crazy in the women's
In
section?
the
Although I don't know if you had to,
match
yeah.
one in India's match, we can
Yeah, we
take
should
a
probably
look at
check that
that.
out and update the. Oh, it's
Looks
done.
like all the
So
games are done in this match. India won 3.5 to half.
oh, that was a pretty big victory against France. And Divya also won that game, although she missed that queen h5 beautiful move that would have won faster.
Right.
However,
Yeah, this queen h5 moment. I think it was
yeah,
this moment where white could have
yes,
sacked
that's
the
nice
rook,
sack.
but played a little bit more safely, but still, okay, managed to get the job done. I think we're going to see some big swings in the eval bar. At some point, the position was
Oh, it was
like
kind
close
of
to balanced.
all over the place a little bit. Okay,
Yeah,
because they were low on time.
some time trouble stage. White was losing at some point. Oh dear. But White's attack still proved to be
So the
somewhat
swindle, it
dangerous.
turned into a swindle then.
Yeah, Black was completely winning in this game. Then King
Hold on.
G7.
But even queen takes f3 is good for uh even queen takes
Yeah,
f3 is
this
good
is a
because
huge miss.
you can give up your queen because rook
Just
g7
takes here. Maybe
and you have
she was
bishop
scared of Queen
bishop,
takes G7.
but black has a million pawns
There's
for
so
the
many pawns. Yeah, this would be a win for Black.
and queen d8 maybe you can take a draw
Bishop
or
G8.
bishop g8.
I mean,
Yeah.
Black is now threatening mate, and White has no
Oh,
way to
so
stop it.
Mitra could have just done this.
Yeah, it was a
She
big
got
miss.
scared.
In King G7, it was an attempt
And she
to
had 4 minutes
defend
left too.
F6.
It was not hard to calculate that in 4 minutes, right? Queen f3, rook d7.
Yeah, I think she played King G7 a little bit too quickly, not realizing this is a big opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, King G7 looks fine, but the problem is Queen stay on the board, and it gives White time to orchestrate counterplay. And then once F6 falls, okay, the G file is
So,
neutralized.
okay.
F6 falls, and it's Black's king who's in trouble.
That was a big turnaround. Okay. Because the pawns are going to take a long time to reach the end of the board, but the king is going to get
Mhm.
mated first. That's the
Wow,
issue.
this is not a clean game though. Like at some point, White gave up the whole advantage,
Again,
and then it went from equal to mate in 9. Rook g7 allowing queen h5 and rook c1. And even though black has 4 pawns, all passers, white has 3 pawns, rook c8 is hard to stop. And white's queen is
Rook
beautifully placed,
g7.
covering
But what was the
f3.
other? Rook g7 feels a little normal, but it weakens the. What was the right movements for
So
rook
black
g7? Just
had to play king h6
6.
and
Ah.
understand that we're attacking the
Mhm.
rook.
So I think what we can say is black really didn't want to hang any piece in this game, and then
Right.
hung the king instead. Eventually,
Eventually, yeah, rook c1 was eventually
black.
found, and
Yeah.
rook c7 is an interesting try. Oh no, my rook. If you take, it's
Hmm.
mate, but we start with a check and then take with check. Black has no time
Hmm.
for counterplay.
Yeah. Black really didn't want to give up any piece today, or like allow any sort of piece to be taken, even though black will get something back, right?
Right.
Or take the knight. So probably nerves.
That's very possible.
Yeah. Okay.
So nice overall start for the Indian women. Perfect score so far. I do want to briefly mention that USA women did win their match pretty convincingly over
Oh yeah.
Netherlands. Carissa Yip winning her game, Irina Krush winning her game, and Alice Lee winning. The only draw in this match being Begim Tokiryonova. I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly, but this was the only draw in the match. So,
There's another streamer, Anna Kazarian, playing for Netherlands as well.
oh yeah, playing against Alice Lee.
Another way.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, we didn't have time to look at this game. It seemed like a Roslimo can skim through. And I think after this stretch of commentary, I'm going to spend some time just digging through all the games we didn't get to look at and see
Hmm.
all the moments that were missed. Overall, this seems like a pretty nice game on Alice's part, creating some tactics on the king side. And this was the final position, black winning the knight on f5.
Yeah, I played Alice Lee in a Norman event,
Mm-hmm.
and I think I played Carissa and Tucker Genoa as well. In many Norm events actually. Carissa, I think I played like 3 or 4
Oh,
times,
wow.
and I commentated with her once for the Kasparov Cup
Oh, that's cool.
Invitational. That was also cool.
I've never played, like, out of all 4 women who played for the US this round, I've played none of them
Oh wow, I played 3 of
in
them. Okay.
rated slow games. I have played Alice in some like Chess Kid versus Streamers match, but yeah, the
Now she's
others,
probably much stronger every year than
it's scary.
whenever
Yeah,
that
I
happened.
beat her in this like Chess Kid match, so I have to just never play her again and post a perfect score for life.
Hmm. Okay, were there any other important matchups? Also, to the chat, if we missed a game that you guys really want us to cover, this is the time because we are actually past our commentary time. We're going overtime at the moment.
Yeah.
So please give us your request if there is one. Also, thanks for being with us all this time.
And the open team for the US has officially
Canada.
lost
We
to
didn't.
Ukraine. So Ray Robson going down to Korobov. Canada, yeah, we haven't looked at.
So any of the chess bras playing? Are they?
No.
No.
I know they've played previous Olympiads, but it's Canada versus Greece. And actually, 2 games are ongoing. So the match is not
Okay.
determined yet.
Oh,
Canada is
that's
currently up
so
one and
Amon
a
is
half to half.
that's a miss. Amon and Eric could have both played, right? Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, they would have qualified
Yeah.
on the team. Like, the team has at least 1 IM. Actually, 2 IMs for this round.
The Theodore game is the best game of the year, says Can the Caruana.
Oh, the best game
So
of the round so
Atilius,
far,
hey,
in my opinion. Okay.
let's check it
Should
out.
we just see from the beginning?
Maybe really quickly. It's the opening.
Theodoru is like a super interesting player to watch in the opening. Like,
Yeah.
he's armed with so many cool opening ideas.
Yes.
And this is a Roslimo Sicilian. Nothing too
Very
crazy
top
just
rated
yet.
player.
98. Yeah, the knight reroutes. Sort of reminiscent of the Aronian game from round 1 when Aronian was losing after like 10 moves as black. This is
I
a better
heard that. I didn't
version.
check it out yet. I'll have to check it out later.
Yeah, it's a similar line, but after like e5, the knight went to h5 and g7, and Aronian just got like a losing position super quickly. This is much more stable.
Okay. Also, thanks to this nice comment saying that they like our commentary.
Oh,
Thank
that's
you
really
very much.
nice. Yeah, big thanks to everyone tuning in today. It's always nice to have some positive vibes in chat, and yeah, big thanks to all the production that made this possible. Dominic, who does a lot
Absolutely.
of work behind the scenes, and the FIDE
And the
team for
mods as
supplying the
well.
video
And the
feeds.
yeah,
The
mods in
mods
the chat
too,
as well.
definitely.
Thank you.
So yeah, going through, I really like how Theodore like got a super dynamic position. Like white has this pawn chain, pawn center, but black
Hmm.
minor pieces are decently placed for the structure.
By the way, I have a commentary about Rodrigue. He was an IM, sorry, he was an FM or something, or IM,
Hmm.
and he played in the IM norm section, and he went 9 out of 9.
Oh wow,
9 out of 9.
that's one
That
nice
is
way to get a
actually,
norm.
and the performance rating was 3,000 or something.
That's insane.
So he's a very strong player.
Yeah, I know
White.
he got a title like not too long ago. One
Yeah.
of the biggest talents for Canada.
The year overall in terms of performance rating.
Yeah, just because I'm going through the game quickly, I'll have the eval bar turned down. It says white's slightly better, but black has like a lot of interesting pressure. And
I think Sean is in his 20s, early 20s,
it sounds about right.
pretty young. So let's just quickly go over to the
Yeah,
end.
it's a long game.
Yeah, it is a
Just
very long
zooming
game.
through. Okay, some trades. Yeah, at some point G5 was called for. Oh wow, so things got spicy around here. Black
Yeah.
sacrificing the
Excellent.
bishop, but not really because you win back the knight. White advancing the center pawns, black advancing the
Oh
kingside
my.
pawns. White was
Oh my.
winning.
But
White won a
he's
piece,
up.
but after G4, black is stirring up some counterplay. And okay, apparently bishop f6 was a huge blunder, even though it threatens
Wait.
this move.
Okay, I have a question.
Yeah.
Is the right move HG4 and then rook H1 or something? I'm just trying to go the craziest move
Oh,
I can
that's kind of
find.
cool.
I don't know if it is. I'm just guessing. That would
Um,
be interesting.
the best move was bishop g5.
Okay.
So he
So
moved
H6
the
D4 rook
bishop.
H1. Is it good though?
Is this good? Oh,
I
this
just
is
want to
also
activate my
winning for
rook.
white. Yeah. But rook
It's a funny move.
h1.
Oh, I
Oh, it's
lose.
mate because check and rook a1.
Oh, I pin your queen, but I lose my king.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so exciting to see the pin on the H file. You forgot about the first rank.
Okay. Yeah, we don't want that. We don't want that. Okay, sorry. That felt cool to play something like rook H1, but anyway.
But there were some
Uh
massive jumps in the eval
okay.
bar, like both players missing things. Um, yeah, white was in severe time trouble. And it looks like white bailed out for some
Just
repetition.
couldn't handle the heat with the yeah.
So the missed
Okay.
win, there was probably a few missed wins starting here with bishop g5
G5 attacking the pawn on
to try and grab the pawn. It's scary though. Like the win for black is, or sorry, the line, which isn't winning for black, but you have to endure as white, is this. And then
you're protected
take.
actually.
Yeah, and the bishop actually shelters the checks, which is important on the g file.
Queen F2 wins, right?
So queen takes f2 and everything's under control.
And after bishop F6 is still winning.
So
No?
bishop f6 is drawn because of g3, which was missed. He
And
started
then
with
after
rook
rook
here.
it's winning again.
It's winning again due to queen c2 check. And then I don't know if I understand this. H takes g4.
And then the rook H1 trick again.
So after
I think
rook,
at that point.
so white just neutralizes with rook g1.
So
And this is
right? H takes c4 if black plays hg4.
oh hg4, then rook h1, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Finally it works.
And g3 you respond to the
You
check
make-
with your own check.
Yeah.
And then the queen's coming in.
Aha, wow. So this has to be set up pretty well. Interesting
Yeah.
game. So, what's the score in this? It's a draw on the
So
first
this is a
board.
draw.
Oh,
Draw
it is
on
a draw.
board 3,
Ah,
and
so
Canada
Canada is winning.
won board 4,
So it's Tavanderans is that's the game that decides. Tavanderan holds this,
which is looking very
and
likely. Yeah, White has
yeah,
to win for the match to be a draw. But
this is
if this
probably an
pawn
easy
comes off
draw.
the board, which is
Yeah,
going to
Canada
happen
will win
probably next
this.
move.
Yeah, Canada will win this.
Yeah. I mean, the one try is rook h6, but then king d7.
King
And yeah,
D7.
it's fine.
I think we should go to Gukesh game because
It's probably the
I think
most,
somebody was asking about it, and
yeah,
also they're in time pressure.
most prominent game. Still ongoing. Gukesh below a minute. Do we have
Yeah,
the
we probably
video
should
feed?
stick here.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
yeah, this is the top game. All the other games are pretty much done. So we should really focus on this one. Looks like F4. Okay, White is trying to force the issue, and now it's like blitz mode right now. Both players playing on increment
Moves
essentially.
coming in quickly as well. So it seems like Gukesh has made significant progress. Rook's double on the f file, knight planted on c4. Very nice outpost.
1 sec. So is White gonna take?
Yeah, can White get away with taking
H
the pawn?
Well, it's Black's turn. So
Oh yeah, that's true.
okay. I'm just trying to see like what is the plan here for Black to win the game.
And Gukesh getting quite low on the clock. I think the clocks have been like decently accurate. Unfortunately,
Yeah, they
it's
have been
hard to
good. They
see
have
on the
been good.
video, especially now. But Gukesh, apparently he's below 10 seconds. Wow. Rook f6 with 5 seconds left. This was not the best move.
I don't even know what the right move was. H4 probably was the right move. I don't know. Because it makes sense to play H4. You
Yeah,
know?
the best move according to the engine was rook h8 and just support the h pawn.
Okay. Or
Rook
H3
f6
wasn't on the.
maybe as a waiting move. Yeah,
I
h3
think he
was
could.
also playable.
Knight takes F4 and then maybe E5 or something. I'm not sure what's going on. I don't know what's going on.
That actually looks pretty good though, because if
Yeah,
it
why
takes
didn't he
on
play
e5,
H3?
I'm not sure. Maybe time
Yeah.
trouble.
Can you check H3 really quickly? I just want to see.
So in this position, h3.
Yeah, H3. How
Yeah,
bad is it?
there's rook h4. It's pretty good for black because it looks like the rooks shift over rook g7,
Okay.
and then the
It's
rook can
probably better than rook
infiltrate.
F6, but it's still complicated. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
let's keep going back then. So we have rook F6, which is a slight error,
So
and
he
then rook
loses the h
G8.
pawn. And black
White
is
has
still
a
up a
slightly
pawn
better.
though.
Mm-hmm.
And rook g8 was played.
So threatening rook G3 check, winning the knight.
Correct.
So,
But can White get away with taking?
oh
Ooh,
my
he takes
goodness.
on f4.
Okay, he self pins. Okay, give me a second. So E5 is the most horsey move here.
Yeah.
It also feels like the right move.
And the king is going to be a target. E5, White has to take back.
Yeah, the knight D3 check. King F2 knight D3 check is winning.
What if king e3?
King E3 is a good point, but then rook
g3.
G3. And there's a lot of forks in the air because king D2 knight
Yeah,
F3. So
king d2, knight f3, and if king f2,
king
there's
F2,
rook
king
f3.
rook F2. So how does he get out of that?
I don't think he does. I think e5 is winning. Oh, he misses it.
He doesn't play it. So okay, so E5.
E5 is winning according to the engine.
Yeah, takes.
Oh, this is actually like pretty straightforward, right? Like
yeah, E3 rook. What did he miss? Rook G3 and rook F3.
everything is winning. Yeah, it's
King F2 knight D3.
what if knight d3, king goes back to f3?
And then I pin again.
And then you
on
F8. Yeah, you create the battery.
He missed this.
I think it's just a time trouble. Maybe he saw rook g1. It looks good enough. And it does still look really good for black. There's rook f1 in the air. There's rook b1 going after b2.
He must have been scared by something. I don't know what he was like, because e5 is very forcing. There's only one move after e5 to take. So what was he scared of?
And
I don't know what he
there's
was
rook
scared of.
takes e5. Uh,
Sorry, what?
is rook takes e5 any concern? Idea after takes. There's rook h5, but just rook
Oh,
f5
okay. I
should be
didn't even.
okay.
Yeah, rook f5. Okay.
Yeah, everything was winning for white or for
So e,
black.
e5 is such a nice move to play because there's so many knight forks and the opponent has to figure it out.
Right.
I guess rook g1 also keeps the tension. But okay, so if I were white here, maybe why do I want to play rook f2 or something? Is that bad? Also, it's black's idea also to play rook b2, I'm assuming, to win the b2 pawn.
Rook
Rook b1,
b1.
excuse me. But main idea, of course, is rook f1.
Yeah, this does look
So
incredibly difficult for
yeah, it
white
does
to
look good. Okay,
defend.
so let's play rook f2 for white.
Rook f2.
And then there's e5 and there's rook b1, right?
E5 is like always a move to consider, but you have to be confident if you play it with so little
Yeah.
time.
E5, because the problem is take king e2, I'm assuming. Because king e3, knight g4 is work.
Mm-hmm. There's a good
So
point
king
in
e2.
Twitch chat from Abi A saying rook g1 did some job, took a minute and a half from the opponent. And there's a point in these situations is sometimes when both players are in time trouble, rather than giving your opponent easy decisions or forcing moves, you just play a move like rook
Yeah.
g1 and
It's,
you give them
I
so many options.
I agree with that, except if you get a free fork, you
But
play that.
e5 was just winning by force, yeah. So it doesn't
Yeah,
matter if the
if
moves
you
are
win by
easy for
force,
white.
then yeah, it's easy moves, but easy moves that lose the game.
That's true.
So, so I guess it's fine. So rook f2 is gonna be played, right? Most likely, and then rook b1 will be played, I think. Or do you need to play e5? I guess I'd rather go rook b1 instead of e5 then, because I don't wanna unpin the pieces.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
but
there was
can
a
the
move.
Caruana?
Rook g4 was played.
Okay. So more forcing. So rook b1, I'm assuming.
Rook b1. Yeah, I think you have to decide, like, do you want to throw in rook f1 or play rook b1 immediately?
Oh, rook
Both
b1,
moves
maybe rook
seem
g2.
viable. He starts with
Okay,
rook
checks.
f1.
Oh, now you can't trade rooks, so b2 falls then.
That's true. This rook is tied
So
down, so white's going to have to
king g3.
move the king. The king has to defend the knight, so king g3 seems to be the only move, which
And
is
then
played.
rook b1. But now there's also knight
Oh,
d3.
man. So I have the engine turned on. We see the eval
Okay.
bar, but the first
Yeah.
move of the engine is absolutely insane. Like try and consider the most insane move you could
After
possibly
rook b1?
imagine in this
After rook
position
b1? For black?
after king g3 in this position.
Okay, the most
Black to
insane move
move.
for black. Okay, I'm gonna find it.
Like the move you would consider last. I don't understand it at all.
Okay, it's king c6, knight d6, knight e4 check. Maybe.
No.
No, it makes no sense. I'm
Okay.
blundering the e-pawn.
He plays e5. E5 is a fine move. The top engine move
Okay.
was b4.
I considered that, but after cb4, I don't know what's going on. What's the point?
I don't understand. A takes b4. The point is king c6. I still don't understand. It's a king walking. Maybe
Wait.
the king's walking in somehow.
Okay, rook takes e6.
Rook takes
And then?
e6. Rook
And then
takes
you just lose
e6 knight.
because and then
Apparently
knight
this.
b2.
We're winning b2 and then queening.
Okay, so that's why I wanted to play cb4, Eric.
cb4 here.
Yeah.
And then the point is rook d1 and then d4 is weak.
Okay, nobody's finding that.
No. He played e5.
Nobody's finding that.
And then d takes e5 was played. And knight takes e5. So Gukash still in the driver's seat. Material's equal, but look at black's pieces. White's
But
still a little bit tied
is
down. Rook's
this
attacked.
e5 is way worse though, because there's no pin. You had
The
a
knight's not
pin.
pinned, that's true. But the rook's
Yeah,
attacked and the rook's tied down to defending the knight.
I guess it's not even close to being as good as the other one.
Oh, but he leaves his knight undefended, counterattacking this,
Oh,
and if
that's
knight
a nice
moves,
move.
there's rook takes d5.
Oh, I think he blew it, guys.
But is there rook g1?
I
Ah, but
can
you block on
block with the
g2.
knight.
Ooh.
This is a to it's this is a toss up. I
Okay,
think
rook
he blew
g1
it.
was played. But the line goes on, right? Because okay,
Knight G2 or G2.
if you block with rook, then take the knight will take. It's okay. And if knight g2, now there's no more pressure against d5 from the knight.
There's a funny line, Eric. Rook
Let's hear it.
F3, King H2, Rook H1, King H1, Rook H3, and then Knight F3. I
Wait,
don't
slow
even
down,
know what
slow
that
down.
does.
Rook f3.
Okay, no, go back.
Uh-huh.
After Knight G2, I just thought of this. Rook G1,
Okay.
Knight G2, Rook
Ah, rook
F3,
f3 here.
King H2, Rook H1 check. It doesn't do anything. It's just funny.
Why am I not understanding this
And
takes?
then Rook H3
Ah, that's
check.
funny. It's just a
Yeah,
fancy way
or
to
the
trade.
other way around. Rook H3 check and then Knight F3. I don't even
Yeah,
know what it does.
the knight doesn't really help shelter the
Yeah, it doesn't
king,
do
but
anything, does it?
we just trade and yeah, probably equal from
It
here.
it's just flashy. It doesn't do anything. Yeah,
So
but you
they
can't
currently
sack a
have the
rook for fun.
position after rook g1, knight g2.
Yeah. So if
It'd
you
be
want to
funny
trade
if
a
we
pair
see
of rooks,
that.
there's that. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. I mean, it does actually let go of the pressure on the knight, but yeah, it doesn't do anything.
So it looks like, yeah, knight g2 is played.
I
Video
mean, if
feed
you
is
want to
slightly
confuse the
delayed.
heck out of your opponent, you can try, but it doesn't. It's so forcing that it doesn't do anything. Um,
So I think knight c4 is like more confusing for white. It's another
yeah,
situation
yeah.
where white has options now. And this is exactly how Gukesh should try and win the game, is just put the ball back in the opponent's court. And
Mhm.
now, even though there's maybe not an obvious threat for black, like the pieces are finding good squares and there's still a lot of pressure. King seems very shaky on g3.
I must say that I think uh, this in the World Championship, I don't know, but if Gukesh gets in a mutual time trouble with Ding Liren,
Hmm.
I think that that's not his strong point. Like, Hikaru would do well in low
I
time.
agree.
Magnus would kill in low time. He would be very good. I think, yeah, Fabiano, I think actually also has a weak point there, and
Hmm.
but Nepo doesn't, for example. But yeah, Gukesh, he should avoid these things because you can really blow your advantage. Um,
I remember his one loss in the candidates
yes, against Ali Reza, he
against
got
Ali
swindled
Reza.
in
He
a
was he
good
was like
position.
outplaying Ali Reza from
Yes,
opening middle game, and then time trouble happened, and Ali Reza unleashed his
yes.
godly blitz and bullet skills.
I think
So
Hikaru and Magnus, they're just on a different level when it comes to just that practical, just finishing it off style. There's
right,
just something so natural and elegant about the way that they convert those positions, right? Even with no time.
oh for
And
sure.
Ali Reza is just crazy good at chess in low time. So
So a few more moves have been played. Rook h5, maybe keeping the status quo, and then king c6. Doesn't seem like the most dangerous move.
but
Seems
now
like a
pair
waiting
K is the
move.
one with 10 seconds. That's kind of important.
That's true. H2, maybe a panic move. He does overdefend the knight, but the rook is now very passive on the square.
Did I
And
see that correctly? 3 seconds?
he has
Yeah.
33 seconds. Yeah, so he made the move with 3 seconds left. And now Gukesh should realize that even though this knight is well placed on c4, it would be even better on e4. And he can get there in two moves.
96, right?
96, 94, I think, is going to be really annoying for white to deal with.
But it's kind of hard to
Move
you have a knight
backwards.
that's pressuring b2. You want to it's it's hard to move the knight away from a already decent
That's
spot.
true. He plays king c5 instead. Maybe he's looking to play d4, but the rook returns to h5.
Maybe knight d6, king c4, and then knight e4 and get the king like active. I think knight d6 is good here, right?
You imagine eventually he's going to find knight d6.
Yeah. It's just that the knight's going to be very tactical on e4. That's basically it. And I think with low time, instead of trying to win a pawn, you should go for more than a pawn and go for the king and the go for forks essentially, right?
That's true.
Not we're not trying to grind this positionally. Just get a fork in there somewhere, and GMs will fall for a fork with no time. There's no difference. There's no difference.
Yeah, the last few moves are just kind of moving around, like Gukesh moving his
Hmm.
king. I wonder if they're gonna repeat once. I wonder if he played this move hoping that Predke repeats the position with Rook H2, so then he can go for knight D6 D4.
Why not Rook G5 or something just to stop the check and then just chill?
Yeah, Rook G5 also makes sense. Yeah, I think the Rook is probably much better placed on G5 than H2.
I'm trying to understand because at any point
He plays
black can
Rook
go Rook B.
H8,
Okay.
so a bit more active than Rook H2
I don't know. I just don't like that G file check being available. You know, uh,
for
it
sure.
just feels a little 96 maybe now, right?
Yeah, again, knight D6 is probably the plan Gukesh has to go for if he wants to win this game.
I feel like knight D6 is not forced, but I like it because it also protects the king a bit more as well.
Prevent any Rook C8 shenanigans.
Yeah.
He goes for Rook B1, maybe the more human move, going after B2. Honestly, this makes sense. I mean, this is the main weakness in White's position. White can't defend it another time.
But knight D4, D6 is the strongest move here for black.
Knight D6 was the top move,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
So rather than being materialistic, black could
But
have
can we
focused
just
on
look at that a little
activity.
bit? Because after knight D6, what is, let's say I play rook, I don't know,
H5 or something.
somewhere. Yeah, sure, sure.
So black just comes in with all the pieces. Knight
Check.
E4,
King
force
H2.
King H2,
Rook
Rook
F1. Oh
F
my
F1
goodness.
threatening mate. And the rook's coordinates, I mean, you have a check, but doesn't do much. And this knight is so
Oh,
badly placed. There's also the skewer,
so
so if knight moves,
93.
knight E3, rook
Oh,
H1,
you check twice and then
check,
you take.
check, and then you take the rook. So this didn't happen. I mean, knight G6, it's hard to calculate everything with so little time. Instead, he played rook B1. And I mean, black is still in the driver's seat. Like he wins a pawn. These pawns are now more vulnerable.
Mhm.
But white's getting some counterplay. Rook C8 attacking the king.
So this is the current position. So things
This
have
is the current position.
changed.
Yep.
So if White's pinning his hopes on getting that D5 pawn, can you even do that? Because king,
Maybe.
where does the king even go here?
King B7 hits a rook, but then white can trade, right? Like takes, and then rook
Rook
D8.
C5.
Or rook C5, yeah, attacking two pawns. Oh, but are
Oh,
there
rook takes F4.
tactics? But rook takes F4,
Okay.
rook takes B5.
But that might be winning for
But it's a better ending for black.
maybe winning, right? Because king C6, rook B2, rook C4, rook C2,
Yeah,
D4,
I mean,
something like
this,
that. Yeah, and then rook C4
it's equal
and rook
material, but
C2.
black's going to be winning this pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then should be winning.
Wow.
So that didn't happen. Uh-oh. Did white walk into a fork? King B7 was played. White played rook E8. And then knight D6 forks the rooks, but it's not so simple because there is rook B8 check.
Then king C7? Oh, but then knight D5. Okay, I lose the game then. Okay.
So rook
Sorry.
B8 is like the only move
King
for white,
king
right?
C6,
King
right? King
C6.
C6. Yeah.
So this is likely to happen.
So what's happening is that the white's king is now almost getting mated because the rooks are gone from the defense. Is that
Yeah,
fair
the
to
rooks
say?
are kind of committing to
Yeah.
counterplay. That is fair to
They're
say.
not as safe as what Black's king has knight on d6, which
Protecting
both
some
defends and
squares.
attacks, and it will only jump to e4 when the mate is secured.
Yeah, knight e4 is actually a really strong threat. So this position is what happened. King c6 just played, and now rook e d8. And I think this is just a like defensive move. He's saving his rook, but now black has time to pounce.
So
Okay.
knight e4, king g4 is the idea, I'm assuming.
Knight e4, king. And there's also rook b3 here. Just can you clean up pawns?
Yeah, maybe what black shouldn't go for the king just yet.
But knight e4 does look very attractive. You just have
is
to.
there idea for white to play rook b6 check?
Oh, that's scary. Maybe.
But okay. So
But it's just a trade.
well, I win a pawn, but okay.
Let's say rook b3, then black's going to win these pawns in the end.
But the knight's hanging on d6. So if you look at that line, rook b3,
Rook b3.
rook b6.
Here, takes.
Takes.
But we defend the knight, like king c.
Oh, king c6 is fine. Okay, yeah. Okay, this doesn't work. Okay, so rook b3 actually is also preventing rook b6. But I think white's threat is rook b6 in the position, maybe.
Very possibly. But Gukesh didn't play rook b3. He plays rook a2. Same idea.
Okay, same.
Going after this undefended pawn. Yeah, it's a very long game. Definitely going overtime. But by the way, Vidit is on the verge of winning too. Like he has a crushing advantage. This opposite color bishop ending. We can
sure, we can look at BD's game.
Yeah, we can just see the multi-camera view from this match. But maybe we can just stay on
Magnus
this game.
did play today. He won. Nice game. Apparently, David Howell's game is also interesting. In the chat, I see.
Oh yeah, it was England against Georgia. So Jobava won with a Jobava London today.
Oh, there we go. But David's game is still going on. So if David wins the game, he will equalize the match.
Oh.
He's up a pawn. Ooh,
a must-win situation.
David is charming. Yeah, absolutely. David follows my Instagram chat.
Nice.
I saw. I guess he likes the puzzles I post.
Yeah, there's still chances. I mean, bishop versus knight. Not super obvious, especially with the time situation.
I would think that black is winning this game, but maybe there's a way for the knight to just pick up all the pawns, right?
Yeah, especially with the outside pass b pawn.
Okay, there's a really funny idea. Oh no, it's not that funny. It doesn't work. I was thinking of, because the corner is h1 square.
Yeah, so if you can win this and then sack for this.
Yeah, I just need to win those two pawns.
Right. Like for example, can we? I want to just share an example line. This might not be the best move. Knight g3, king b4, king e4, king takes b3, f5.
This was my funny idea.
Takes
it doesn't
and then
work.
takes. And then takes and then takes.
Yeah.
And then we just run to the corner and it should be a draw.
Yeah, it doesn't work if my king's on f3, because if I go king f4, they go h4. But if the king is on e4, it could work. Right? So actually, yeah, this one actually, yeah, I wanted to play f5, knight f5, but king e4 is much stronger. So is that the drawing idea then? To play this?
That's one idea. I mean, the engine refutes it because there's apparently bishop f6 here.
I start with king e4 instead of knight g3.
Oh, king e4.
Yeah, why not? Centralize the king, threaten to play knight d4, etc., etc. Knight d4 already draws like
Oh, we're threatening king e5 too, which
or knight d4, right?
knight d4 as well. Yeah, that's a good
Faster.
point.
I don't want to stray too far with the king because then the h pawn is kind
Hmm.
of it's fine. Okay, this is a draw.
Yeah, it should be a draw. White played knight c1, maybe a little bit passive, but still holding
Yeah, I don't
on.
like that. I don't like that
I think
move.
the idea is to walk the knight to d3 and e5 and target g6.
Okay, I like it now.
But he responds with bishop f6. But once the knight gets to d3, white creates this wall.
But king
But
d4
king
breaks the
d4.
wall.
Yeah, this isn't so clear. Knight's gonna have to move. Ah, the knight can move to like f2, and the king can't move here because of the fork. And then it's a different wall. Bishop h, let's say
I
bishop
don't like
h4,
this wall looks very funky. Like it's not a real wall. It just
a fake wall.
it's not. I don't like the wall.
Is it a fence?
It's just tactics.
There's just so many holes. But you do create
Yeah,
this wall on the c file, so the king can't attack the pawn easily,
I
and the knight
guess.
restricts the bishop.
Should be 7.
But white actually has to make a commitment here. You either have to play this, allowing this, or move the knight, allowing this.
I don't like this wall. King
Yeah.
okay, we have some moves though. The king bend back to
Bishop
e4.
c. Okay, so king
Okay, now we're
e4,
talking. I like
bishop
the king on
c3.
e4 because now it's more of a wall.
Yeah, and then knight d3, and white's controlling all these squares.
But we didn't see that f5 sacked, right? Because the knight's not far from controlling f5.
Yeah, but white doesn't need that. Like, get the knight to d3
Oh, Eric, is
and
there an
chill.
idea to play b4 and sack the pawn and then bishop takes b4, knight e5? So
Maybe.
like king,
But the
let's say
king
king
might
b,
like stay in the range of the pawn.
but I go b4,
So
whatever.
b4 here.
Yeah, yeah. I'm threatening to play knight
Ah,
c5.
and then
Yeah, just
king.
give it up. Knight c5. Easy draw.
I like it. Engine actually slightly prefers white. That's funny. Maybe
I
white will
don't
play
think
for a
so.
win.
The engine's drunk now because I can
Uh,
take both pawns anytime.
yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, this game should just be a draw.
Okay, so this is draw, so that means that Georgia will say that their flag is better.
By the way, Gukash did win his game. We have players maybe signing the
Okay,
score
Shwan.
sheets.
Okay, so let's see the last moves.
Last moves were king c5. Yeah, black just cleaned up on the queen side. So rook a8 was played, black won the pawn, king walked in, knight came in, no checks from behind. Black is up 3 pawns. Gukash fully dominant. Nice game
Yeah.
overall.
Yeah. I think this game had like multiple where black was kind of better or winning and then equal and maybe almost winning again then but black was always kind
Always in
of in the
control.
charge.
Like starting from the
In
opening
charge.
too.
Yeah, yeah.
Like showing how to play for a win with the black pieces against a strong grandmaster. I think like today goes to show how Gukesh and Arjun are just so dominant against like these slightly weaker grandmasters because they get these dynamic positions and then they play them so well.
Right. So with this game, India has and we did also won 3.5 half, which is that's a really insanely great score, showing that the Indian team is extremely in form and dangerous right now.
Oh, for sure. We can go back to
And has Arjun Ergaisi won every
standings.
single game with this so far? There's a players
Yeah,
I can check too.
he's
That's
4 out of 4, right? Did
four
he
out of
play every
four.
match? I think there's a feature to do this in the.
I can check really
Bear
quickly.
with me 1 sec. I'm trying to find
Yeah,
the
Arjun
standings
Ergaisi is
page.
four. I think 4 out of 4. Nadir Beck is 3.5. I think he might be the only player with 4 out of 4. I can't really tell, but Arjun definitely won all his games.
Yeah, this is actually another really nice feature in the Lichess broadcast page.
Mhm.
You hover over the name of the player,
Yeah,
and it
this
shows you
was
how they've done so far, including their rating gain.
this was very similar to Chess 24 when it was active. They had the same feature. I
Right.
used it all the time, and it's nice to see that it's
It still
at least one
exists in
website
some
has it.
form.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is very nice. Well done, Lichess.
And you see the rating for each
And the
rating game for
performance,
each
yeah, it's so
opponent
good. This is
too.
so nice to see. And you can click on the game and visit that game as well.
Yeah. So the Indian player is like all gaining rating, it seems like. Prague only played 3 games, but okay, 2.5 out of 3. And Gukesh also only has played 3 games, but he's also
Yeah.
perfect, 3 out of 3. So really clean start for the Indian team.
Okay, Anton Guijaro from Spain also for
Oh yeah, Spain.
cover.
Oh, Spain is also doing quite well. They
Mhm.
won their match today. Guijaro, yeah, having
Although his
very good
opposition was a
results.
little bit weaker than Arjun. Arjun Ergais, he played. I think everybody was 26. He played, which is
Well,
okay.
not quite.
Okay,
Only
23. Okay,
won 2600 just today
okay,
in
okay.
Ditch, but still a couple grandmasters between Prohaska and
He's
Stephenson.
grinding his way to 2800. Literally,
Yeah,
like this is the most. I mean, insanely good. Just 1 point at a time. Because he gets 1 point from being an FM. Not even one
it's
click.
crazy. Yeah, like even draws will cost you a lot of points.
Yes. Okay, should we? I
Should
think we
we?
did. We went 45 minutes overtime today.
Yeah, maybe time to
Uh,
wrap things up.
yeah, I think
It's
so.
just scrolling through the standings. Doesn't look like Howell's gonna convert, but probably the game to keep an eye on for anyone that wants
Yes,
to still watch a key game of the round. And
absolutely.
then we can go and check out the women's standings as well and see the results across the top boards. India taking down France, Hungary taking down Denmark, China 4-0 against England. England is, apart from the US team, I'm rooting for the English women as well. Jovanka Hauska, a friend of mine. Also, one of the youngest players in the tournament, Boydana, young
Ah,
prodigy from England.
but yeah, she's not playing this one, right? So
Doesn't look like she played this
yeah.
round. So yeah, again, I do encourage people to check out Lichess broadcast page where you can follow all the games, all the cool moments from this tournament. And yeah, any final words before we wrap things up?
No, it seems like we had a lot of exciting games, and tomorrow I think I'm commentating by myself, so I will miss you, Eric,
I'll
because
miss you too. Yeah,
it's
maybe I'll
much.
tune in at some point.
Yes, it's gonna be tough to with two people. It's much easier, so I'll try to hold the fort down while you're not here tomorrow. It's been
Definitely.
a pleasure commentating with you, and I think it's been a pleasure commentating for Lichess and seeing the chat. It's awesome people in the chat. Really good vibes today. Thank you very much, everybody. Hope you enjoyed our commentary and found it maybe slightly educational as well. And tomorrow's going to be very exciting, as I wouldn't see why not, right? Maybe more exciting than today, even.
For sure.
So,
Yeah. I'll definitely be tuning in. Stay tuned, everyone, and see you guys soon.
okay.
Have a good
Bye
day.
bye.
Bye.